Chapter 918. Seeing their general killed on the spot, and this person's unfathomable skills, the generals of the Fonglin prefectural army were all shocked. They retreated several large steps, as if they had seen a ghost. Commandant Gua Yi Chen Chongyun shouted, "The general has been assassinated. Capture them. Quick, light the fire and summon the troops." Hua. Following Gu Zhuting's order, the two black-robed guards standing behind her suddenly moved. One of them quickly opened a long purple silk bundle and revealed a purple bamboo with a red oxtail hanging from it. The other opened a similar long bundle and revealed a scarlet banner with a red tiger and a golden dragon. Gu Zhuting's clear eyes swept over the generals in the tent. In a clear voice, she said, "The imperial banner is here. Whoever dares to disobey will be killed without mercy." The banner was used for rewards, and the banner was used for killing. It was the same as the Han Dynasty's Shangfang precious sword, the Three Kingdoms, Two Jin and Northern and Southern Dynasties' imperial axe, and the Ming and Qing Dynasties' imperial banner. It had the power to kill first and report later. It would not be easily given to an imperial envoy. Before the Tang Dynasty implemented the system of regional commanders, it had only been given a few times. If it weren't for the Empress's most beloved little darling, Zhang Changzong, coming over, this banner of life and death would definitely not have been given. The camp where Gu Zhuting was coming was the most dangerous. How could Yang Fan not be worried? Thus, this banner with the power of life and death had been given to Yang Fan and handed over to Gu Zhuting. When the generals in the commander's tent saw Gu Zhuting reveal the banner, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. This was the first time they had seen a banner, but they were clear about its use. What should they do? Should they close their eyes and pretend they didn't know what a banner was and order the soldiers to chop this imperial envoy into meat paste? Or should they disarm and obey orders? They had followed Commandant Lin and done all kinds of bad things. Now that Commandant Lin was dead and Governor Xie was about to be arrested, they would not be able to escape the net of the law. They were truly unwilling, but they were only accomplices. Even though they were guilty, their crimes did not warrant death. Even if they deserved death, it was only one person's crime. Now that the banner had been raised, it was as if the emperor himself had arrived. If they continued to resist, their entire family would not be able to escape punishment. Just as he was struggling and hesitating, a black-robed guard accompanied by an old general who was fully armored and had a grizzled beard hurriedly burst into the commander's tent. There were guards at the gate and guards outside the tent. How could these two people barge in? Could it be? This thought had just surfaced in the minds of all the generals when the armored old general who had charged into the tent with large strides cupped his hands and performed a military salute to Gu Zhuting. With a voice like a great bell, he said, "Sui Province Prefectural Army Commandant of Zhichong, Shilai, has received an imperial edict to lead his troops into Yenzhou and await the imperial envoy's orders." When Chen Chongyun heard this, he knew that the situation was hopeless. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh and threw the saber in his hand to the ground. He knelt down on one knee and said with his head lowered, "Fonglin Prefecture's Commandant Gua Yi Chen Chongyun awaits the imperial envoy's judgment." Behind him, there was a series of clattering noises. The generals threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground. Gu Zhuting stood up and raised her eyebrows. She cupped her hands to return the salute to General Shi and said in a clear voice, "Thank you for your trouble, General Shi. Please divide some troops to take over the barracks here, and then follow me to the Jinming Prefectural Army to provide support." Before the banquet began, all the elders gathered at the provincial governor's manor to listen to the emperor's holy teachings and concern conveyed to them by the angel. When Yang Fan left, he arranged for first Gu and second Gu to stay by Zhang Changzong's side. This was the empress's darling. If anything happened to him, No amount of meritorious service would be able to make up for this mistake. Yang Fan had to protect him well. However, Zhang Changzong didn't feel that he was in the midst of a pack of wolves. He promised to wait for Yang Fan to return before making trouble, but in his heart, he planned to make a move without waiting for Yang Fan's return. With Yang Fan around, he always felt that it wasn't straightforward enough. If he directly gave the order to take down all the officials of the prefecture, how delightful would that be? When he stood at the corner of the temporarily built high platform, he saw the provincial governor, other officials, the chief of censorate, and other major officials of the prefecture already standing solemnly on the platform. He also saw the elders below the platform slowly gathering in front of the platform. He couldn't help but fantasize that if he suddenly took down these people and listed the crimes of these corrupt officials in front of the stunned elders, thinking of such a scene, Zhang Changzong felt a little smug. He called for First Gu in a low voice and whispered, "Get ready to move." First Gu cried out, "Zhang Fengchen, General Yang hasn't arrived yet." Zhang Changzong said eagerly, "Why do we need to wait for him? These are all civil officials who would dare to rebel against the heavens." First Gu frowned and whispered into his ear, "Zhang Fengchen, look over there." Zhang Changzong looked in the direction that First Gu was pointing and saw a few officials wearing sabers at their waists, leading a group of bailiffs, wielding chains and batons in their hands, patrolling the area. First Gu whispered, "These corrupt officials are all guilty of the death penalty. We have to be careful of cornered dogs doing something desperate. If they kidnap their families and property and flee to other tribes, Zhang Fengchen, this place isn't far from the Turks." Second Gu also came to his side and whispered, "Who knows how many benefits the officials and bailiffs here have received from them? It's inevitable that some of them will be willing to advance and retreat with them. Zhang Fengchen, we mustn't be too hasty. It won't be too late to make trouble after General Yang has taken control of the 3 prefectures and returned with his troops." Zhang Changzong looked at the crowd below the platform and couldn't suppress his desire to show off. First Gu said, "General Yang said that it isn't difficult to capture these corrupt officials. The difficult part is how to capture them all in one fell swoop without letting a single one escape. The difficult part is how to capture all the officials in the Yenzhou prefecture and how to ensure the prefecture's stability. Zhang Fengchen, why don't you calm them down first and wait for General Yang to return with his troops? At that time, Zhang Fengchen will be able to capture them all in one fell swoop with a single command." Zhang Changzong hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding his head. First Gu and Second Gu secretly heaved a sigh of relief and quietly retreated to the side. Zhang Changzong coughed and gestured to Governor Xie, who was standing solemnly on the platform. Governor Xie hurriedly walked to his side. Zhang Changzong said, "Everyone is here. Let's begin." Xie Yubin nodded his head and walked to the center of the platform. Pressing his hands down, he raised his voice and said, "Silence! Silence! Dear elders, in order to educate the world and promote the virtues of respecting the elderly, we have specially sent out envoys to patrol the world and convey the Son of Heaven's benevolence and concern to all the elders. Today, Imperial Envoy Zhang Fengchen has received the imperial edict and spared no effort to travel a long and arduous journey to my Yenzhou. Convey the concern of the Holy Son of Heaven to the elders in all directions and set up a banquet to entertain all the elders. Next, I invite Zhang Fengchen to announce the imperial edict. My Yenzhou's officials and people from top to bottom will respectfully listen to the imperial edict." After Governor Xie finished speaking, he took 2 steps back and cupped his hands toward Zhang Changzong. Zhang Changzong pinched the imperial edict hidden in his sleeve and walked to the front of the platform. On this trip, the emperor had granted him the authority to take advantage of the situation. As long as they could confirm the facts, They could arrest the culprit. For such a big case, once it happened, there would be no way to cover it up. The evidence could be slowly gathered, and there was no need to follow normal procedures like in Yenzhou. Elders of Yenzhou, this Changzong pays his respects. Zhang Changzong cleared his throat and put on a smile. He bowed to the elders below the platform in a cultured, refined, and elegant manner. The elders below the platform cupped their hands in greeting one after another. Zhang Changzong slowly straightened his back and said in a clear voice, 60 is old, 70 is old, 60 is obedient, 70 is to follow one's heart's desires, and 70 is to follow the rules. Therefore, my court has appointed the elders who are old and virtuous and are respected by the people to preside over the region, persuade the people to do good, settle disputes, and take care of the affairs of the people. Now that the world is at peace, the contributions of the elders cannot go unnoticed. While Zhang Changzong was talking nonstop and displaying his eloquence, Yang Fan had already left the Fushur official army. He didn't transfer troops from the Fushur official army. He only took their tokens and arrows and left behind a few people to watch over Yiyu and the other generals. He took only 2 soldiers with him and galloped out of the gate, heading straight for the official road that led to the Yenzhou Prefecture's south gate. At this time, Gu Zhuting and General Shi Lai from Suizhou were leading 600 guards from east to west. They crossed the official road north of Yenzhou and hurried towards the Golden Official Army's encampment. From the information they had gathered, the Golden Official Army didn't have a close relationship with Governor Xie and the others. However, they didn't dare to completely believe the information they had gathered, in case something unexpected happened. Anything could happen on the border. Although the border generals of these places were not like the Turkic and Khitan chieftains who would surrender to the Tang one day and then betray the Tang the next, defecting back and forth as if it were a common occurrence, it was not unheard of for defections to occur. Because these areas were close to the border, since ancient times, the Central Plains Empire and the nomadic tribes on the border had always fought over these areas. Lao Ai, Guifang, Rong Di, Lufan, Yushur, Chang Di, Xinbei, Jihu, Xiongnu, Uyghur, Turkic, Dongxiang, as well as the Kutcha and Sogdians from the western regions. Dozens of tribes had used this area as the front line of the tug-of-war for thousands of years. When the foreign tribes were powerful, they had ruled this area for at least a few decades, or even 100 years. As a result, the people in this area had very limited loyalty to the imperial court. Although there weren't tyrants like in the southern border who could contend with the imperial power, the imperial court's control was also limited, so they had to be extra cautious. Gu Zhuting stalled for time in the Fenglin official army, just to wait for Shi Lai to arrive with his army. Once his troops arrived, Gu Zhuting would immediately take control of the most dangerous Fenglin guards, and then go to the Golden Official Army with General Shi Lai. Gu Zhuting's third brother had already gone to the Golden Official Army with the turtle talisman of imperial order. If Gu Zhuting led her troops there, she would definitely be able to smoothly take control of the Golden Official Army. Yang Fan galloped all the way to the official road and reined in his horse. There were only 2 or 3 groups of people walking slowly on the main road. Yang Fan looked up at the position of the sun, then turned his horse to the shade of the trees, dismounted, and rested. He sat on a big rock by the road and quietly waited. He was waiting for reinforcements from the Lu prefecture of Feng province. If this group of people came too early, they would alert the enemy. If they came too late, they would be of no use. Therefore, from the beginning, Yang Fan set a strict time limit for them to arrive. The time was almost up. Chapter 919. Yenzhou Prefecture squad leader Yang Qinggu was wearing a patched dress and a worn-out hat. He carried a saber, so worn out that its sheath was showing its leather color. He stood at the southern gate with his chest puffed out and belly puffed out. Beside him were a few guards holding whistle sticks. It had been a long time since Yang Chengwu had worn such tattered clothes. In order to find this outfit, he had specially made a trip to old Constable Shang, who had retired many years ago. These past few days, Yenzhou Prefecture had been in a state of chaos. Now, the city gate was very desolate. Yang Chengwu yawned and was about to instruct someone to keep an eye on things while he went to the top of the city wall to take a nap. Suddenly, dust flew in the distance. Yang Chengwu thought that some prefecture had sent grain and couldn't help but feel angry. Which damn prefecture is this? Didn't the prefectural government already issue an official document? Why are they still sending things here? Yang Chengwu was about to send someone forward to stop them when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did it look like an army coming from afar? Yang Chengwu covered his eyes with his hand and looked carefully. Sure enough, it was an army with fluttering banners and horses. While Yang Chengwu was bewildered, the army had already arrived in front of him. There were 3 or 4 horses in front of them, each with a general sitting on top. Yang Chengwu stepped forward in surprise and asked, "Are you the prefectural army? Why are you entering the city?" A man rode forward. He was wearing an indigo round-neck robe with dark flowers woven on it. He wore a silk scarf on his head and a honeysuckle embroidered belt around his waist. On top of it hung an abacus, a saber, a sharpening stone, a flint pouch, and other items. He was clearly a 5th-ranked military officer. This man was very young, with eyes like stars. He was elegant and handsome. He smiled at Yang Chengwu, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. "Don't you recognize me, Yang Chengwu?" Yang Chengwu fixed his eyes on him and couldn't help but cry out, You are Dianshi Yang?" Yang Fan laughed out loud, pointed his horsewhip forward, and said, "It is Yang, quickly open the gate." Yang Chengwu stammered, "Dianshi Yang, where did this army come from?" Yang Fan glanced at him and said indifferently, "Yang Chengwu, just do your job. There are some things you shouldn't be asking about." Squad leader Yang's face turned red. He awkwardly waved his hand to several of his men, who promptly removed the obstacles in front of the city gate. Yang Fan whipped his horse and entered the city with several mounted officers. Behind them, a large group of people entered the city with orderly footsteps. Yang Chengwu looked at the army entering the city and slapped the back of his head. He muttered to himself. From his attire, he should be a 5th-ranked official. "I thought he was just a small follower of the imperial envoy. I didn't expect the rank of the Jianshi in the capital to be so high. It's true that the prime minister's doorstep is a 7th-ranked official. We're just running errands. We can't compare to him." Zhang Changzong talked big and witty, but there was always a time when he ran out of things to say. After making up nonsense for half a day, he saw that Yang Fan still hadn't arrived, so he ended the conversation and ordered the banquet to begin. A sumptuous banquet was also set up in the reception hall of the 2nd courtyard of the provincial governor's manor. Governor Xia, official Yi, and the others accompanied the imperial envoy to drink. Yi Luoyu had originally been a little worried, but now that the banquet had begun and there was nothing out of the ordinary, he could finally relax. Everyone ate a few dishes and drank a few cups of wine. Governor Xia and a group of officials accompanied Zhang Changzong out to toast the old people. Everywhere they went, the old people would stand up and exchange pleasantries with each other. It was a very lively scene. Zhang Changzong slowly finished toasting the main courtyard and turned to the slums outside the eastern courtyard. There was still more than half of the wine in his cup. Every time he drank, he only tasted it on his lips. At this moment, a group of men and horses came from afar. Their swords and spears were shining, and their spears and halberds were like a forest. Everyone looked over and was stunned. The elders at the banquet all stood up and looked at the scene in shock. They saw the group of soldiers running over from afar. Before they reached them, they split up and surrounded the entire slums. Seeing this, Gouda and Guer immediately stepped forward and pushed away Provincial Governor Xie and Liu Biche, who were standing on Zhang Changzong's left and right. Zhang Changzong said excitedly, "They're here?" Without waiting for the others to answer, he saw Yang Fan. Yang Fan and a few official army generals were approaching. They got off their horses and walked forward, followed by two groups of murderous soldiers. Zhang Changzong was overjoyed and quickly walked forward to welcome them. Yang Fan immediately crossed his arms and saluted him, saying in a loud voice, "I am Yang Fan. Following the imperial envoy's orders, I have led a total of 1,200 soldiers from the Fulu residents of Feng province here. We will follow Zhang Fengchen's orders." Yang Fan didn't want to be in the limelight, not to mention the fact that some of the Yenzhou officials came from aristocratic families. It wasn't appropriate for him to offend his boss behind the scenes. Even if he had connections with other officials in the court, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to take the blame. The most outstanding person in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. In a political environment that valued the collective over the individual for thousands of years, even the most outstanding person, even if he temporarily held power in the court, would sooner or later be gnawed into bones by his colleagues. Fools who thought they could be invincible by clinging to the emperor's thigh would be finished sooner or later. In Yang Fan's mind, Zhang Changzong's dainty physique was like a meat shield with a defense of 1,000%. From the very beginning, he had been designated as a living treasure for a meat shield. If he didn't use it now, when would he? Zhang Changzong didn't have this kind of awareness. Seeing that Yang Fan was extremely respectful to him and had handed over the limelight of capturing all of Yenzhou's officials to him, Zhang Changzong was overjoyed. He immediately ordered, "Yang Fan, listen to my orders. Immediately arrest all of the Yenzhou government's official seal, assistant official, chief official, odd job official, and all of the officials." Only after Zhang Changzong finished speaking did he realize that he was still holding a wine cup in his hand. At this moment, it would be more dramatic if he tossed the cup as a signal. Zhang Changzong didn't even think about it. He immediately smashed the cup in his hand onto the ground and shouted, "Do it!" The wine cup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. This time, it was quite imposing, but it was unknown how much hatred this smash had attracted. "I will obey your orders." Yang Fan was very cooperative and loudly accepted the order. The Lu Residence's Zhichong commandant, Li Yibai, laughed sinisterly and waved the saber in his hand, shouting, "Do it!" His subordinates, like wolves and tigers, swarmed forward and pressed Governor Xie, Liu Bigu, Chief Historian Yi, Major Lin, and the other officials to the ground. First, they stripped them of their official robes and hats, and then they tied them up with ropes. Their hands and feet were very agile. The surrounding elders were dumbstruck by this scene. Seeing this, Yang Fan hurriedly moved to Zhang Changzong's side and said in a low voice, "Zhang Fengchen, please appease the surrounding elders." Zhang Changzong was a little unhappy that Yang Fan had always acted arbitrarily in the early stages of the plan, now that it was time to be in the limelight. But Yang Fan was following his lead everywhere. His unhappiness had long since vanished. Zhang Changzong nodded satisfactorily at Yang Fan and took 2 steps forward. Spreading his arms, he said in a loud voice, "Elders, please do not be alarmed. This official is under imperial edict to arrest a group of corrupt officials in Yenzhou. This official has nothing to do with you elders. Today, I invite all the elders to bear witness. Furthermore, this official has something to entrust to all the elders. Elders, please calm down, calm down." Yi Luoyu was pressed to the ground by several valiant Lu residence guards. She was stripped of her official robes and hat, and her forelimbs were tied up like a pig being slaughtered. Her face was pressed against the mud as she stared fixedly at Yang Fan. After staring for a while, she sighed sadly and slowly closed her eyes. The entire Yenzhou prefecture was in a mess. Soldiers were arresting people everywhere. Fortunately, most of the officials with status were in the provincial governor's residence, so arresting them was very easy. Among them, there were some who were indiscriminately arrested, such as doctors of literature, doctors of medicine, and some powerless old officials. At this time, there was no time to distinguish between them. First, they were all arrested. When they were registered, their identities could be ascertained before they were released. As for the minor officials, they were all small characters who ran errands. Although Yang Fan had the heart to eradicate evil, he also understood that these people were the foundation of governance. He couldn't just sweep them all away. Moreover, these minor officials were all dishonest at the top and unscrupulous at the bottom. If their superiors were incorruptible, they wouldn't dare to run amok. If their superiors were greedy, they would naturally lose their integrity. If another batch of people came up, they would still be the same. Where could he find so many incorruptible gentlemen? Therefore, he let them all go. The situation in Yenzhou Prefecture was undergoing a disastrous change. When the Fulu Mansion's officers and soldiers searched all the way down the provincial governor's mansion, they unexpectedly discovered a picturesque and magnificent mansion hidden deep in the forest at the back of the mansion. They could not help but be astonished by Governor Xie's wealth. Just from the Xie residence's rear residence, they had confiscated mountains of gold, pearls, jade, and countless riches. Of course, it was inevitable that the soldiers would steal some easily concealed small belongings in passing. In fact, this included the soldiers of Suizhou's Jilia division, who had strict military governance. When they searched the mansions of various corrupt officials, they also stole small fortunes. This kind of thing was unavoidable. Zhang Changzong was too lazy to care, and Yang Fan turned a blind eye to it. From the beginning, Yang Fan's plan was to only catch the main culprit, catch the big tiger, and release the small mice. Those small mice who had a guilty conscience held the idea of making up for their mistakes with good deeds. During this period of time, they naturally trembled with fear and worked even harder. Moreover, with their superior officers arrested and the army stationed here, even if there were people among them who wanted to stir up trouble, they could only cry out in vain. In addition, Yang Fan found an excuse ahead of time to summon the venerable elders of the official group who had direct jurisdiction over the villages to the Yenzhou government. He explained the situation to them and had them pacify the area before the court finished investigating the case and appointed new local officials. These people were all people with prestige in the area. They themselves were the heads of the local tyrants, landlords, and large clans. In the villages, their words were always the law. Naturally, they could play a role in stabilizing the area. Because of this, a political storm that could reach the heavens did not set off a major upheaval in the Yenzhou government. This was also a request that Wu Zetian had instructed in advance. In the emperor's heart, the entire world was hers. No one was more eager or more sincere in fighting corruption than her. However, the officialdom was about politics. The establishment of officials was to rule and serve for politics. She couldn't break all the jars and jars in her house just to catch a few big mice. Zhang Changzong and Yang Fan stayed in Yenzhou for many days until the court sent another group of imperial soldiers to suppress the situation. They also appointed new provincial governors, other officials, and the chief censor. The Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censorate also sent a large number of people to clean up the aftermath. Only then did the two of them escort the criminal officials back to the capital with irrefutable evidence. From the feudal officials to the prefectural and county officials, Zhang Changzong and Yang Fan took more than 60 people back to the capital to be interrogated. More than 10 people committed suicide to escape punishment. Even so, this tornado was only the beginning. Although Zhou Xing and Lai Junqian, who were experts in plagiarism, had already turned to dust, this case was too important. No official dared to be negligent in handling it. Additionally, there were too many clues to be found. It was inevitable that this storm would spread to the surrounding areas. At this time, Shen Mu had already rushed to Luoyang. Because of the influence of the political storm in Yenzhou, an even more treacherous and complicated storm was faintly forming in the sky above Luoyang. Chapter 9:20. After the Yenzhou case broke out, there were endless disturbances in the capital. The Yenzhou corruption also caused a major earthquake in the officialdom of Fengzhou and Danzhou. All of this caused the capital to be in turmoil. The local officials always had someone to rely on in the capital and communicate with each other. Thus, the officials in the capital and the local officials all had inextricable connections. Even if these connected officials didn't embezzle, they were still worried about bringing the fire to themselves because of their close connections. At this critical juncture, they had to maneuver from top to bottom and ask for favors from all sides in an effort to clear their names. The officials who had nothing to do with the corruption cases in the 3 northwestern provinces took the opportunity to the vacancies in the northwestern officialdom. These were all juicy pieces of meat. Who didn't want a bite? If you held resources in your hands, wouldn't people curry favor with you? If they placed their trusted aides in important positions, they could use them to strengthen their power. Even if they won some of the lowly or unimportant positions, they could give them to their friends, trusted aides, and old friends to indirectly expand their authority. Those who took advantage of the situation and those who were eager to clear their names made the already muddy water even more muddy. At the same time, a series of problems appeared after the flood retreated, leaving the court in a terrible shape. Because of the flood, a portion of the river was blocked. After the flood, there were many things to do. It was not easy to immediately recruit laborers to dredge the river. Even if it could be started immediately, it would take 2 months before the river could be used again. During this time, the transport of grain was not possible. If they wanted to transport grain to Jingdou by land, the huge losses were negligible and the efficiency was not optimistic. It was already autumn. In winter, a portion of the river would freeze. The court had to transport this autumn's grain to Jingdou before that. If it was delayed, it would cause Jingdou to run out of grain. From a safety perspective, this was a great threat to Jingdou. From an economic perspective, this would cause prices in Jingdou to remain high and create a very unstable situation. Although Wu Zetian hated and loathed the collusion of the officials in the 3 northwestern provinces and the vile behavior of all officials who were not corrupt given her unyielding personality, she would not let this matter rest. She also knew that the most important thing for the court was to solve the transport problem. In order to focus her energy on solving the current predicament, Wu Zetian had no choice but to end the Yenzhou case as soon as possible, so that all the officials of the imperial court could focus their energy on the transportation problem. Wu Zetian dealt with the matter very quickly. In just 3 days, she sentenced 29 corrupt officials to death by hanging, exiled 42 officials, and dismissed and demoted dozens of officials. After a storm of corruption eradication, the entire Yenzhou bureaucracy was emptied. The matter of following the vines to get rid of the maggots could be left to the 3 law divisions to deal with slowly, but the large-scale verdict was a signal Yenzhou's corruption case had come to an end. Wu Zetian summoned the prime ministers and officials from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue to discuss how to solve the difficulties the capital was currently facing. For the next few days, All the officials expressed their opinions, but none of them could come up with a perfect plan. Wu Zetian was impatient. She glanced at Minister of Revenue and Ling Yu, who had been frowning and pretending to be deep in thought, but couldn't come up with a proper proposal. She said coldly, "Minister, and has been thinking hard for many days. Do you have a good plan? Could it be that the Ministry of Revenue has no opinion on this?" Hearing the anger in the Empress's words, Minister An's heart trembled. Although the Yenzhou case had all sorts of problems, the main cause was grain. As the head of the Ministry of Revenue, he couldn't absolve himself from the blame for such a major case occurring right under his nose. If it weren't for the fact that the transportation problem had fortunately occurred and the imperial court was in need of manpower, he would have inevitably been implicated. Now that the emperor was furious, if he didn't offer a plan, the consequences would be dire. Minister An steeled his heart and gathered his courage. He spoke of the plan that Lu Nanquan, the minister of Duji, had offered when he was discussing it with his subordinates at the Yamen. "Your Majesty, this subject believes that this winter's danger can be easily resolved, but the crisis of 10,000 years is over. Luoyang floods once every decade, and the power of heaven and earth can't cure it. The capital of the nation, the center of the world, shouldn't be built in a place of worry." Wu Zetian frowned and asked, "What does Minister mean?" Minister gritted his teeth and said, "This subject believes that the imperial court should return the capital to Chang, and—" Once these words were spoken, the hall instantly fell silent. Luobing Workshop was located in the northwest corner of Luoyang. Across the Luo River was the Chongqing Gate of the imperial city. At this moment, countless craftsmen were repairing the Chongqing Gate and a section of the city wall that had collapsed during the flood. On this side of the river was Shunmu's manor. Outside the manor's walls was a workshop wall. Both walls had been destroyed by the flood and hadn't been rebuilt yet. Thus, Shunmu could see the slightly muddy Luo River flowing away as he sat in the courtyard. In the courtyard and in the hall, a group of servants were busy sweating profusely. There was a thick layer of mud everywhere in the mansion. If they wanted to clean the manor as good as new, it would be impossible to do it in 2 or 3 days. It had already been 7 days, but only a small area had been cleaned. Shenmu was currently sitting under a large tree. There was a leisurely chair under the tree and a stone table next to it. The area had already been cleaned, and the ground was exposed. A few tenacious blades of grass covered in mud were slowly recovering their vitality. There was a large tree to the side, and there were obvious traces of it being soaked in water. Lan Jinhai stood beside him, dressed in a scholarly robe, appearing gentle and elegant. Lan Jinhai gazed at the buildings of the imperial city across from him. With the azure sky as the background, he said thoughtfully, "Will the emperor do as the headmaster wishes and return the capital to Chang?" Shunmu picked up a teacup from the short table beside him and took a small sip. He lightly said, "I'll do my best and leave it to fate. I only have a 40% chance." Surprise flashed through Lan Jinhai's eyes. Shunmu glanced at him and said, "What? You think it's impossible to succeed?" Lan Jinhai shook his head repeatedly and said, "No, I think it's unimaginable to have a 40% chance of influencing an emperor's decision, especially something as important as moving the capital. I'm worried that the emperor will intentionally move the capital just because the flood has cut off the transportation and affected the grain storage in the capital this winter. Although Luoyang is in danger of flooding, Guangzhou is also in danger of drought. It's not a perfect place." Shenmu said, "Of course it's not because of this matter. It's not because of the problems shown by these matters. It's because of some of the reasons revealed." Shenmu leisurely said, "From the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors until now, if we carefully look at the capital cities chosen by the dynasties, we can find that there are traces of it. Pan Gung moved to Een because Een was rich and it was easy to gather provisions. Another reason was that by moving the capital, it was easy for him to weaken the strength of the nobles in the old capital. The third reason was to stay away from the territories of the disloyal foreign races, stabilizing his rule. King Ping of Zhou moved the capital to Luoyi because of the Warhounds' rebellion. Moreover, the Warhounds were still watching from the side, so moving the capital was safe. As for Emperor Xiaowen of Wei moving the capital, one was to stay away from the threat of the nomads in the north. The other was to move the capital from Ping City to Luoyang, where agriculture was flourishing and transport was convenient. It could also break away from the power of the Xianbei nobles in the north, allowing for a smooth revolution. With the past as a mirror, when an emperor chooses a capital, they will always consider four aspects. The first is geography, the second is economy, the third is military affairs, and the fourth is politics. Geographically, although Guangzhou had droughts from time to time, floods posed a greater threat to the capital. If this flood got bigger and flooded Luoyang, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although this place had the advantage of transportation, in terms of advantages, it was barely equal to Chang. And speaking of economics, from the warring states until now, Shandong and the past Central were the most developed areas. No one knew what the future would be like, but for now, there were only these two areas. Of the three, Shandong had the Khitans to the north and the Turks to the west, so the only ones suitable to be the capital were Chang and Luoyang. In terms of military affairs, with our dynasty's military power, there was not much difference between Chang and Luoyang. Then the main deciding factor was politics. The past Central was the foundation of our dynasty, having been managed by three dynasties. The current emperor only moved the capital to Luoyang 10 years ago, but the heart of the dynasty was still in the past Central. If past Central was lost, the dynasty would be in danger. Although the empress moved the capital to Luoyang, she still valued past Central. The prefectural military occupied 30% of the country, and anyone who was the commander of Chang and was the emperor's confidant. From this, one could see how much the current emperor valued past Central. In the end, although the emperor did not know of our existence, she knew that the elders of the major families often came to Chang. And you think she was at ease? Now, such a major corruption case had occurred in Yan, Ji, and Dan provinces. These three provinces were all in the pass. It had only been 10 years since the emperor moved the capital to Luoyang, but the governance of the past Central had been ruined. The foundation had become like this. Do you think the emperor was at ease? Why had the emperor not sent officials to fill in the vacated positions when there was such a major problem with the Guangzhou officials this time? He was not willing to have the Ministry of Appointments choose officials like last time in the southern frontier. Instead, he considered them one by one, deliberated again, and personally chose people for each important position. Some people thought that they would be able to get official positions this time, but they never thought that they were only eyeing a few positions. From the perspective of the emperor, how could the woman sitting on the throne of the emperor be thinking what they wanted? Past Central was so important, but such a major problem occurred. How could the emperor not be cautious? Also, the current emperor had already chosen a crown prince. One day, the government would be returned to the Li family. Right now, the military power was firmly in the hands of the Wu family. The second Zhang clan had recently risen and frequently acted, placing trusted aides in the court and military. Only the Li family, other than a few loyal old officials, had almost no power. The Wu family had operated in Luoyang for so many years. On the surface, their power was far greater than the Li families, who knew how much power they had in the dark. How could the emperor not consider how to stabilize the inheritance. When the empress had set the capital in Luoyang, it was because Chang and was the foundation of the Li family. That was then, and this was now, since she was determined to return the power to the Li family and the capital to Chang. And it was a good method. This way, she could make use of this opportunity to adjust the power of the Wu and Li clans in order to achieve a balance. Of course, this is the logic. We are just making use of this suggestion. When the emperor hears it, she will then think of these problems. As for how she will choose in the end, it is not something we can control. Lan Jinhai was sincerely convinced. Sect patriarch's words have enlightened this subordinate. From the looks of it, the emperor does have sufficient reasons to move the capital. Yang Fan had just moved the succession hall to Luoyang. Sect patriarch's move of removing the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron has grasped the initiative. At this point, Lan Jinhai couldn't help but chuckle. The 3 northwestern prefectures were originally a huge blow to us. Sect Patriarch was able to turn the disadvantageous situation into an advantageous one, and made use of this matter to urge the emperor to move the capital to Chang. We have the advantage in terms of terrain and manpower in Chang. With such a situation, what else does the hidden sect have to go against me? Shun Mu smiled and squinted his eyes to look at the white clouds in the azure sky. He lamented, "It is still too early to say victory or defeat. Yang Fan has the heavenly authority in his hands." What is the heavenly authority now? It is the imperial power that he can use at any time. The heavenly authority is unfathomable, and I don't dare to belittle this little Erlang anymore. The younger generation will surpass us in time. At this moment, a family member walked over quietly and arrived at Shenmu's side. He leaned over and whispered, "Young master, Chui Lin from Clear River requests for an audience." Shenmu smiled faintly and said to Lan Jinhai, "Look, the person who came to make trouble is here." Shenmu turned around and said to that family member, "Invite young Master Chui to the study room." Finishing his statement, Shenmu stood up and swaggered off. There was an empty rocking chair under the tree, and it was swaying nonstop. Chapter 9:21. Chui Lin had just come out of Yang Fan's place to visit Shenmu. The storm in Yenzhou had affected all directions, and the 7 great clans had suffered heavy losses. The Li Tang dynasty had been established in Guangzhou since its founding, so the power that the 7 great clans had worked hard to develop was concentrated in Guangzhou. After Wu Zetian took power, she had moved the capital to Luoyang. But Chang, and as the secondary capital of the Zhou dynasty and the capital of the Tang dynasty, had never been inferior to Luoyang in terms of political and economic strength. Also, Wu Zetian had only established the country 10 years ago. To support a representative who could truly be of use in officialdom, the investment period was usually longer than 10 years. Therefore, the 7 great clans' foundation in Luoyang was extremely shallow. In addition, these 10 years had been the most turbulent in politics. There had been endless killings and purges. Even the prime ministers found it hard to be comprehensive, much less the useless soldiers and crab generals who were on the wrong side. Under these circumstances, they could not develop their power in Luoyang. This was also the main reason why the 7 great clans still chose Chang and as their main location. In the end, the disaster in Yenzhou had spread to Dan Province, Feng Province, and all of Guangzhou had been shaken. The networks that the great clans had worked hard to develop in Guangzhou for many years were inevitably destroyed. They placed the blame on Yang Fan. If Yang Fan had not broken the rules and drawn the power of the officials into the conflict between the obvious and hidden sects, how could this have happened? Chui Lin had already grasped the attitudes of the various clan heads. When he saw Yang Fan again, he was not polite. He first listed the losses suffered by the great clans to Yang Fan, accompanied by harsh denunciations and condemnations. In the end, his anger had not yet dissipated. He concluded, "You, Yang Fan, cannot escape the blame for this matter. You must take responsibility." Yang Fan said with an innocent expression, "This matter has nothing to do with me. The officials of the Yenzhou government are extremely daring to swindle disaster relief, and this is not the first time. How can it be concealed? The emperor somehow learned of the true situation there and sent people to investigate. This kind of matter cannot be concealed, so naturally it was found. I have official duties and am only following orders to go to Yenzhou on official business. The main envoy is Zhang Changzong, and I, as the deputy envoy, am only following orders. Even if I don't go, the imperial court will send someone else, and the final result will still be the same, no different from now. Brother Chui, why do you want to impose this responsibility on me?" Chui Lin was furious and said, "You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it. Even if you weren't the one behind this, you could at least inform us in advance, right?" The corners of Yang Fan's lips curled up slightly as he mocked. "Why should I greet you? How do I know your people are there? Have you ever told me? As an official in the imperial court, do I have to report everything to you? Besides, those people have families, businesses, and reputations. Even if I tell you, as long as they are involved, do you think they can escape?" Chui Lin's expression turned gloomy as his fair skin turned green. "Sect Master Yang, I'm only conveying the clan lord's dissatisfaction to you. The clan lords can support you to the highest heavens and can also step on you to hell. Please behave yourself." Yang Fan said indifferently, "If you remove me, will you be able to suppress the fighting spirit of the entire Xian sect? If you remove me, will the hidden sect give up on attacking us? If you remove me, will the emperor stop investigating this corruption case? If you remove me, will you let those of you who have official identities and are involved in this case be safe and sound? If you can, I will step aside." When Chui Lin heard this, he was instantly speechless. In reality, Yang Fan's recent series of forceful and effective actions had already won the hearts of the entire Xian sect. How could he be easily replaced by the aristocratic families behind the scenes? Many people in the Xian sect might not be completely loyal to Yang Fan, but they were very supportive of him. Putting everything else aside, if Yang Fan was able to lead the Xian sect to victory, not only would they be able to vent out their resentment for losing to the hidden sect previously, but their authority and benefits would also increase. As for the old fellows in the Imperial Pivot Department who had recently been put in an important position, they fully supported Yang Fan and swore their loyalty to him. It was Yang Fan, who was also from a commoner clan, who put them in an important position. If the sect master was changed and someone from an aristocratic family took over, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't be thrown back into the cold palace. These advisors who had no power and influence had now tasted the taste of power. It was a feeling that made them feel like they were walking on clouds. They wouldn't be willing to give up everything that was in their hands, so they could only stand on Yang Fan's side without reservation. There was no need to consider the series of "can I" questions from Yang Fan. Just because of this reason, the aristocratic families couldn't act rashly against Yang Fan. The conflict between the two sides hadn't developed to the point where they would rather bring great losses to this enormous economic empire just to get rid of Yang Fan. Therefore, Chui Lin could only give in. After Yang Fan made a promise that as long as he let Shen Mu meet him and both sides reached a compromise, he would stop the war with Shen Mu and do his best to stop the situation from getting worse, so as to protect the forces of the aristocratic families that were in the eye of the storm, Chui Lin could only leave resentfully and go back to pressuring Shen Mu. Chui Lin boarded the carriage and immediately left in a hurry. Yang Fan stood under the lintel of the door and looked at the carriage that was gradually getting further away. He raised his hand to touch his ear, and when he lowered it, he very naturally swung it forward. At the side of the road, a porter leading a donkey immediately tiptoed over. Yang Fan already knew that Shenmu had come to Luoyang, but he hadn't found out where he was staying. Now, he could use Chui Lin to find out where he was. If Chui Lin could facilitate the two of them to meet, that would be for the best. There were some things that he wanted to discuss with Shenmu face to face. If Shenmu avoided meeting him, finding out where he was would also make it easier for him to take action. Yang Fan saw that the carriage had already disappeared into the alley and was about to turn around to return to the mansion. Just as he stepped over the threshold, he saw several servants rushing over. One of them was a guard that the succession hall had arranged in the mansion. Yang Fan's house now had the protection of Gu Zhengzhang's family. Most of the people sent by the succession hall had been transferred to other uses, leaving a few people behind to guard the back residence. Yang Fan was puzzled and asked, "Why are you all panicking?" A girl's voice shouted from behind, "Don't delay, hurry up, invite all the famous doctors in Luoyang." The one who spoke was Third Sister. As soon as she saw Yang Fan standing at the door, Third Sister hurriedly squatted down to greet him. Yang Fan moved sideways to let the servants pass and asked her, "What happened?" Third Sister hurriedly said, "Lang, second Nyangzi's pregnancy is affected. She has some pain in her abdomen." "What?" As soon as Yang Fan heard this, his heart tightened, and he immediately strode to the back residence. Limited by the medical standards of this era, a woman's pregnancy and childbirth was like going through the gates of hell, so a pregnant woman's illness was absolutely not something to be taken lightly. Third Sister ran behind Yang Fan. Yang Fan hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "Everything was fine. How did the pregnancy get affected?" Third Sister chased after her and gasped for breath as she said, I don't know either. I only heard Miss Gu calling for help. When I got there, I found out that second mother's pregnancy was affected. I hurriedly sent someone to find a doctor. The two rushed to Anu's residence while talking to each other. Xiao Mang had already arrived first. She was a woman who had given birth to a child, so she had some experience. She quickly helped Anu onto the bed and asked her to lie on her side. She asked many questions nervously. Anu lied on the bed and repeatedly explained to her that she was fine and there was no need to be so nervous. Gu Zhuting stood by the bed with tears in her eyes. It was unknown whether it was because she was anxious or scared. Tao Mei and other maids and old maids were also standing next to her. The two children also came to join in the fun. Si Rong was holding a dog, and Nianzu was holding a wooden duckling. They walked around in the crowd of adults. Nianzu could see that everyone was nervous. He blinked his big eyes and kept asking, "Mother, what's wrong? Aunt, what's wrong? Gugu, what's wrong? Sister Tao, what's wrong? Nanny, what's wrong? Nanny." Nianzu shook his little head and asked one by one. He was like a chatterbox, but no one paid attention to him. As soon as Yang Fan entered the door, he hurriedly asked, "Anu, what's wrong with you?" Anu saw that his voice also changed. She was a little embarrassed and said, "Lang Jun, don't worry. I just accidentally affected the pregnancy and felt a little pain in my abdomen. I will be fine after lying down." Nianzu was usually the eye of the family. So far, he was the only male in the next generation of the Yang family. He would be the pillar of the family in the future. But today, no one paid attention to him. Now that he finally saw his father, Nianzu immediately poked his little head out from between the legs and asked loudly, "Father, what's wrong with Aunt?" Yang Fan said, "The little baby in Aunt's belly is naughty and kicked Aunt. Nianzu, be a good boy and play outside with sister. Don't disturb little brother." Oh, Nianzu stared with his big black eyes and brought his precious wooden duckling in front of Yang Fan. He said, "This is for little brother to play with. He won't be naughty if you coax him." Yang Fan laughed and took the duckling. He patted his head and said, "Okay, go out and play. Little brother is still young and afraid of noise." Nianzu agreed and took his sister's little hand and ran out of the door. He said proudly to Si Rong, "Sister, little brother is not sensible. He is not as good as me, right?" Yang Fan saw that the room was full of people. He said, "Everyone go out. It's okay. I will stay here with my wife. If the doctor comes, ask him to come quickly." The maids and old women replied and left. Gu Zhuding wanted to say something but hesitated. She bit her lips and left quietly. The room was quiet. Only Yang Fan, Xiaoman, and Anu were left in the room. The child was now 6 months old. Anu's abdomen was obviously bulging. Yang Fan carefully stroked her belly and asked, "Does it still hurt?" Anu said helplessly, "It's really okay. I just felt a little pain in my chest. It's embarrassing for everyone to be so careful." Yang Fan said, You have to be careful. You can't be careless." Why did it suddenly affect the pregnancy? Anu rolled her eyes and said coquettishly, "Don't say it. Isn't it all your fault?" Yang Fan was dumbfounded. He asked curiously, "You were choking. Why are you blaming me?" Chapter 9:22. The corner of Anu's mouth twitched as if she still wanted to laugh. She held her stomach and panted, "It's obviously a tiger's penis, but you lied to me and said it's snake jerky." Master Gu took it seriously. I couldn't hold it in and laughed so hard that I couldn't stand straight. In the end, when Yang Fan was in Yenzhou, Governor Xie gave him a few local specialties. Although Governor Xie was arrested, he didn't return the gifts. When he returned to Luoyang, he casually ordered them to be sent to Anu. Yang Fan was thinking about what the deer and wyvern could be used to nourish Anu's body. When Gu Zhuting took out the deer, wyvern, and bear paw, it was fine. But when she picked up the tiger's penis and said it was snake jerky, Anu was surprised. She thought Miss Gu was joking with her. She couldn't help but laugh. "Master Gu is teasing me. This thing is obviously for men to nourish themselves. Why would I eat it?" Gu Zhuding was puzzled. She held the broken tiger's penis and asked, "Is snake jerky only suitable for men to nourish themselves? This is the first time I've heard of it." Anu was stunned when she heard that. She asked curiously, "Snake meat? This is obviously a tiger's penis. Master Gu really doesn't recognize it. Many people have heard of tiger's penis, but not many have seen it. Yang Fan only saw tiger's penis and bear paw when he went to Yenzhou, not to mention Gu Zhuting. Although Miss Gu had practiced martial arts since she was young and started killing people at the age of 13, she didn't have the chance to come into contact with this kind of thing. Anu used to be young Master Zhang's personal attendant. She often went in and out of aristocratic residences. Many of the details were handled by young Master Zhang. She was like half a housekeeper. She was also the one who received the gifts from others. Gu Zhuting still didn't believe it and teased Anu, who said this is tiger's penis. "It's snake jerky. Lang said so." Anu understood immediately. Master Gu was an unmarried girl. If she asked, how could Lang Jun tell her that it was a tiger? Maybe she was holding it like this at that time. So Lang Jun could only answer her perfunctorily. After figuring out the reason, Anu couldn't help but burst into laughter. When Gu Zhuting understood the whole story, her pretty face immediately turned bright red. As soon as she saw that she was still holding the tiger whip in her hand, it was as if she was bitten by a snake. She immediately threw it away, angry and embarrassed. Anu couldn't help but laugh. In the end, she laughed a little too intensely, causing the fetus to be affected. When Yang Fan heard Anu's explanation, He didn't know whether to be angry or amused. Nu said, "I'm really fine. I'm very uneasy because of the disturbance in the house." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter to you, but the maids and old maids can also feel that it doesn't matter. Their bluffing is just to show their loyalty to the master. Let them do what they want. I can also tell them that they don't have to worry about anything that happens to the master in the future." Yang Fan took Xiao Man's hand and gently held it in his palm. He winked at her mischievously and said to Anu, "Xiao Man is a mother. Your situation is actually not serious. I think she can also see it, but if she came to see you and said indifferently, 'It's not serious, everyone can go home,' will you feel comfortable? Our identities are different. Some things, even if it seems unnecessary, still have to be done." Xiao Man blushed and glanced at Anu with some embarrassment. When she heard the news and rushed over, she was indeed very nervous. But after seeing Anu's situation, she felt that the servants were making a fuss. But at that time, it was really inconvenient for her to say that it didn't matter. She had to pretend to be nervous and concerned. Now that Yang Fan pointed it out, Xiao Man was a little shy. Anu softly let out an "ah" when she heard it. She showed a look of realization and said, "I see. I was wondering why Master Gu looked so embarrassed. I also thought that Master Gu was the one who delivered my sister. She should be able to see my situation. It must be the nervous look in the house that made her feel uneasy. Lang Jun, go and see her. Don't let Master Gu worry." Yang Fan nodded and said to Xiao Man, "You two talk. I'll go out and take a look." Yang Fan walked out of the room and saw a few maids and old maids standing in the courtyard. He didn't see Gu Zhuting. He asked third sister, "Where's Miss Gu?" Third sister said, "Miss Gu is over at the pond. She seems to be talking to Elder Gu." Although the Gu family had their own house now, the people in the family who were good at martial arts were taking turns to guard the Yang family. Therefore, Yang Fan didn't find Elder Gu's appearance strange. He nodded and went out of the courtyard to look into the distance. He saw a small bridge flying like a rainbow. There was a rockery in the pond. Under the cover of wisteria, a man in white robes was hidden behind it. Yang Fan walked over. When he was near, he heard Miss Gu's indistinct voice. "How would your daughter know? How would I know what that thing is? What can I do if Anu wants to laugh at me?" Elder Gu's voice was very strict. "You still dare to talk back? If you didn't go to Second Nyangzi's room and didn't get involved in Lang's family affairs, would something like this happen today? Whether you're at fault or not, if Second Nyangzi and the child really met with misfortune, how would you deal with it? Because you're a woman, you can stay in the back of the house. You just need to patrol the back of the house. Don't get involved in other things." Seeing his daughter's extremely aggrieved look, Elder Gu softened his tone and advised, "Daughter, you and I are just a guard in Lang's mansion. You must remember your identity and keep your role." Elder Gu's words were meant to be said out of concern for his daughter. But in Gu Zhuting's ears, it was tantamount to a great humiliation. What did he mean by remember my identity and keep my role? Was I shamelessly seducing him because I wanted to get close to Lang? Although she often went to Anu's residence, it was because she was the closest to Anu in the back of the house. Moreover, from Anu's courtyard, she could be close to take care of him. Her father's words seemed to say that she often stayed in Anu's residence because she harbored evil intentions. She wanted to create opportunities to get close to the male master and become the phoenix that climbed the high branch. God pity her. When had she ever thought of such a scheme? When had she ever thought of such a plan? If she had never had any feelings for Yang Fan, she would not have been so sensitive to these words. However, she did like Yang Fan, so there was no way to refute these words. Gu Zhuting's face suddenly turned red. She only thought in her heart, does everyone in the mansion think of me like this? Ah Lang, Denyangzi, maids, and old women. Thinking of this, Gu Zhuding's face was burning hot. She felt so ashamed that she couldn't show her face. She slowly clenched her fists. Her nails pierced deep into her palms. But the humiliation and pain in her heart was 1,000 times more intense than the pain in her palms. She tried hard to open her eyes wide. She controlled her tears and stared at her father's old face. She said word by word, "Daughter, remember." Elder Gu wanted to give her a few more words, but looking at his daughter's gloomy face, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Was that look of sorrow or shame? A girl's dignity, modesty, and virtue had been bloodily trampled by someone, but she had no words to defend herself. Perhaps it was a kind of despair from a dead heart. Elder Gu did not say anything more. He did not explain his original intentions. His daughter misunderstood. It was better to get the pain over with. Yang Fan hid behind the fake mountain. He was silent for a long time before he slowly retreated. He could feel Miss Gu's hazy feelings for him. He heard Miss Gu say in a trembling and desperate voice, "Daughter, remember." Feeling the humiliation and sorrow in her heart, Yang Fan's heart was filled with pity, and an indescribable feeling. But he did not know what he should do, especially now. The person that Miss Gu did not want to see the most was him. If she knew that he was standing right next to her and had heard the conversation between her and her father with his own ears, if he knew what was on her mind, she would probably die of shame. Yang Fan could only retreat. He lightened his footsteps and quietly left. At an inappropriate time and place, no matter how right one was, it would still be wrong. Perhaps he should find a suitable time to have a good talk with Miss Gu. The doctors were invited one after another by the Yang family. Some of them were sitting in the pharmacy, taking the pulse of other patients and prescribing prescriptions. They were also dragged into the carriage by the Yang family. The Yang family was now considered a famous family in Luoyang. Needless to say, their wealth and influence were also very high. Who dared to disrespect them? There was a doctor who was skilled in Qi Huang and was praised by the patients as having the art of resurrection. His surname was Zhao, and he was called Zhao Huisheng. There was a doctor who was said to know the pain of the 6 meridians with just 3 points. His surname was Yen, and he was called Yen Sandian. There was also a doctor who could fix acupuncture points even in the dark. His surname was Huang, and he was called Night God Huang. Yang Fan furrowed his brows when he saw the other names such as Infant Protector, Half Immortal Zhu, Old Immortal, Living Immortal, Magic Needle Leaf, and 3 Doses Lu. These people knew the wealth and power of the Yang family, so they did not dare to treat Anu lightly. One by one, they took the pulse of Anu. Even though there was no problem, they still solemnly wrote prescriptions. Fortunately, they were all famous doctors, so they did not dare to write prescriptions that would harm others. The medicine they wrote were all medicinal properties that could protect the fetus and mother. It would not be a big deal if Anu did not take it. At this time, Jiang Shichen finally arrived. This master was the most famous among these famous doctors. Coincidentally, his master, Yang Fan, had been pushed out of the room by a group of famous doctors and doctors. Since he had nothing to do, he personally went to welcome him. Dr. Jiang could not recognize Yang Fan anymore. He had to see so many patients every day. How could he remember Yang Fan's appearance? Moreover, although Yang Fan's appearance had not changed much, his aura was very different from before. How could Dr. Jiang connect a small worker in the Shouwen workshop with the General Yang of today? Perhaps if he pulled off Yang Fan's pants, he would see the pestle-like shape again. Its color was also captivating red. Its head was as big as a mushroom, and its stem was tall and straight. Looking at its shape and color, it was hidden like a crouching tortoise and erect like an angry frog. Out of professional habit, he could still associate it. However, the patient who invited him to see today was not Yang Fan. Dr. Jiang usually visited many rich and powerful families and had seen many important people, so he was not as cautious as the group of doctors. He looked at Anu and asked about her pulse. Then he said to Yang Fan, "General is too careful. Your wife is healthy and the fetus in her womb has a strong pulse." Today, Madame only laughed occasionally. She was afraid of hurting the fetus and deliberately endured it, so she had a slight abdominal pain. Now she is fine. If General is still worried, you can let Madame lie quietly for a while and rest. There is no need to prescribe medicine or use metal or stone. Fortunately, at this time, those famous doctors had already finished their treatment and were invited to the guest hall. Xiaoman paid them one by one, thanked them, and sent them off. Otherwise, after listening to Dr. Zhang's words, those famous doctors who wrote the prescription would not look good. Dr. Jiang did not recognize Yang Fan, but Yang Fan recognized him. Yang Fan had only been pulled off by a man once in his life. How could he not remember this person's appearance? Seeing that this Dr. Jiang spoke straightforwardly and had a magnanimous mind, he had a good impression of him. After listening to Jiang Shichen's words, Yang Fan said to Anu with a smile, "How is it? Now you can rest assured. Lie quietly and rest. I will send Dr. Jiang off." In front of the guests, Anu would not say that the whole residence was too cautious. She only nodded tactfully. Accompanied by Yang Fan, Jiang Shichen walked out of the courtyard and stepped on the small bridge. He said with a smile, "I remember that your residence sent someone to invite me a few months ago. At that time, I was living in the south of the city for a long time to treat Miss Dugu. Later, when I returned to the residence, I heard that I could not get to know General. It was really a pity. I did not expect that I would still come today." When Yang Fan heard the word Dugu, his heart moved, and he said, "Dugu, I have a friend whose surname is Dugu. May I know the name of this Miss Dugu?" Jiang Shichen casually replied, "She should be called Ning Ku from the way she calls him brother." While walking, Yang Fan suddenly stopped. His figure was still swaying in the water, but Yang Fan on the bridge was already motionless. He said in surprise, "Old mister, you mean the girl's name is Dugu Ning Ku?" Chapter 9:23. Xiao Man sent off the last doctor and was about to return to the rear residence when Run Wei suddenly rushed over and said without rhyme or reason, "Eldest madam, Ah Lang suddenly left the residence." Xiao Man was startled and asked, "Does Ah Lang need someone's permission to leave the residence?" Ren Wei said with a head full of sweat, "No, Ah Lang suddenly took a horse and left the residence in a hurry. When we heard the news and rushed over, we did not know where Ah Lang went. Ah Lang did not ask for any guards to accompany him." Today, Yang Fan's identity was noble on the surface, but even more so in the dark. He had retinues everywhere he went and could be said to be heavily guarded. But today, Yang Fan left alone and did not ask for any guards to accompany him. This kind of thing had never happened before. Xiao Man slightly frowned, puzzled by Yang Fan's strange behavior. But since Yang Fan left on his own initiative and did not ask anyone to follow him, he must have his reasons. In such a big city like Luoyang, where could they find him now? Xiao Man thought for a moment and said, "Lang Jun must have his reasons for doing this. You don't need to worry. Go back and wait." Ren Wei saw eldest madam say so and could only cup his hands. Yes. The southeast corner of Luoyang was originally a sparsely populated area, but because of the flood, it became even more desolate. Some scholars who studied in the capital and foreigners who came to Luoyang to work liked to live here. The environment here was quiet and elegant, and the rent was much cheaper than in the center of the city. But after the flood, prices in Luoyang remained high. These people who could leave had all left, so the south of the city became even more deserted. In the empty square, Yang Fan galloped along a deserted alley. The mud on the ground had not been cleaned. The surface of the mud was dry, but when he stepped on it, it was still mud. The legs and buttocks of the snow-white horse were full of mud. Yang Fan urged the horse to hurry, but the horse was stuck in the mud. So how could it go fast? A door appeared in front of him. The flagpole, the door, and the stone beasts on the steps all had traces of being submerged. Yang Fan jumped down from his horse and strode up the steps. He grabbed the brass ring on the door and started banging on it. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Fan grabbed the knocker and knocked for an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, he let go of the knocker and took a few steps back, intending to jump over the wall and enter. The mansion's door creaked open. Standing at the door was the boat lady. She wore a plain green coat and trousers with a white ribbon tied around her waist. She looked neat and tidy. When she saw that the person who came was Yang Fan, she revealed a look of surprise, but her expression was not too obvious. Yang Fan silently looked at her, momentarily speechless. Yang Fan had never thought that he would hear news of Miss Ningke from Dr. Jiang. He did not know that Miss Ningke had come to Luoyang, did not know that Miss Ningke had lived in Luoyang for so long, did not know that Ningke lived in the same city as him, silently guarding him, and did not know that Ningke had passed away. In his heart, Ningke was like the bright moon in the sky. It seemed very far away, but also seemed very close. He could feel the gentle moonlight at any time, but only occasionally when he thought of it would he raise his head to look at it. He liked Miss Ningke, but had never thought of pursuing her. It was not only because of the difference in status between them at that time, but more importantly, Miss Ningke's flawless purity, a purity that was enough to make any man in the world feel ashamed of their inferiority. It was not until he suddenly heard that she had passed away that the indistinct thread of love in his heart suddenly tightened, causing his heart to ache. Without thinking, he rushed out on the horse, but when he arrived at the mansion mentioned by Dr. Jiang, there was only confusion left in his heart. He did not know how to move. He did not know how to speak. Even tears were faintly aching, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. "General Yang? Is she still here?" The boat lady nodded, her eyes red. Yang Fan said in a trembling voice, "I want to see her, can I?" The boat lady nodded wordlessly, gently opened the door, and stepped aside. Yang Fan did not pay attention to the horse at the bottom of the steps, walked in silently, and closed the door again. It could be seen that this used to be a very elegant and exquisite manor, but now it was full of traces of flooding. The boat lady had to clean such a large courtyard alone, and so far she had only cleared some passable paths. The boat lady silently walked in front, the white silk ribbon fluttering around her waist. In the backyard, the pond had been filled with silt, and now it looked like a wilderness. The backyard was very large, and there was a slope beside the pond on which there were stones, trees, and a pentagonal pavilion. Because this place had not been eroded by the flood, this high slope was the only place in the entire manor that still maintained a beautiful landscape. The boat lady led Yang Fan up the high slope step by step, and a strong fragrance of flowers hit his face, lingering for a long time. Although it was not stunning, there was a fragrance that could suppress the autumn. There was an osmanthus tree in front of him, with 4 leaves, white petals, several yellow pistils, and a green stem, which happily gathered together to form a soft, ethereal, and fragrant little osmanthus flowers. The peach and plum flowers in the east of Luoyang fly back and forth. Who do they fall on? This year the color of the fallen flowers changes. Next year the flowers bloom again. Who is there? The ancients did not return to the east of Luoyang. Today, people still treat the falling flowers with wind. Every year, the flowers look the same. Every year, the people are different. Somehow, this poem suddenly came to Yang Fan's mind, and he couldn't help but feel sad. The boat lady led him to the osmanthus tree. In the strong fragrance of flowers, there was a stone tablet, a mound, and some grass on the mound. The girl had been gone for more than 3 months. This was the place where Ning Ku was buried. After Ning Ku's death, this mansion was used as a tomb by the Dugu family. When Yang Fan saw the 4 words Dugu Ning Ku on the stone tablet, he was completely stunned. He stared at the stone tablet in a daze, and didn't even know when the boat lady had quietly left. What flashed in front of his eyes were the bits and pieces of his life since he met Miss Ning Ku. Drop by drop, they fell in his heart, mellow like wine. Drop by drop, they fell in his heart like knives and swords. He didn't know when the boat lady quietly appeared under the osmanthus tree, holding an ancient zither in her hand, and there was a letter on the zither. Seeing Yang Fan staring at the tombstone in the same days as when she left, the boat lady felt sad, and tears began to well up in her eyes. "General Yang, this is what Miss Ning Ku left for you." Yang Fan didn't hear her voice at first, until he heard Ning Ku. He turned his head subconsciously. "The zither and letter that Miss Ning Ku left for me?" Yang Fan took the zither book in surprise. The zither was green damask. Ning Ku once asked Grand Duke Li for this zither. Grand Duke Li promised to give it to her as a birthday gift after she played with it for a year. Now, this zither was in his hands. Under the osmanthus tree, Yang Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, with the zither on his knees and her letter in his hand. "I don't know when Erlang will know of my death, and whether he will come to see me at that time. If you do not come, or will never know, then let this letter be addressed to me. If you come to see me, even though we are separated by life and death, can you see my happy smile? Erlang, when you read this letter, I don't know if you will still be a handsome and high-spirited young man, or a middle-aged man who is slightly weary, or a white-haired old man with many children and grandchildren. I don't know if you still remember the sickly little girl in Chang. And she was crazy about you. I like Erlang. No matter if you are the heroic Erlang, the fanciful Erlang, the free and easy Erlang, the cunning Erlang, or the smiling Erlang. Sometimes you are as innocent as a child, and sometimes you can see through people's hearts. Sometimes you are overbearing, and sometimes you are so steady. It always makes my heart melt when I think of you. It's raining today, but it's just a light drizzle, a moist drizzle, just like the day I met Erlang. It also rained that morning, and it was such a light and soft rain that the grass in the yard stretched its stems and leaves. Maybe it was on that day that Erlang took root in my heart. I am not very sure, and I don't know what I want, and I don't know what I can pursue with my weak body. I have been weak since I was young, and to be able to meet Erlang was the luckiest thing in my life. To be able to like Erlang is the deepest mark that I have left in this world. I might as well follow my heart and follow fate. As long as I think of Erlang in my heart, and secretly like you, I will be satisfied. Really, this servant should be content with what I have. I am destined to be like a cicada since birth, to live in endless darkness day after day, year after year. But the cicada will step into the light one day. Although it is only a summer, it can enjoy the light and rain and sing to its heart's content until death. I always thought that even if it is this short period of light, I will never be able to obtain it. But the heavens finally took pity on me and let me meet you. Although the time is short, it is a wait that I have exchanged my whole life for. Do you know, even if you only gaze for a moment for me, I am extremely happy. I never knew that it is so sweet and peaceful to have someone in my heart. My head hurts, and it becomes more and more painful. That kind of feeling is unbearable. In the past, I often wished that I could just die and not have to suffer such pain. But now I can't bear it, and I am more and more unwilling. But I can't leave when I want to, and I have to leave when I don't want to. Suffering from illness, suffering from death, suffering from separation from love, suffering from not being able to ask for anything. Erlang, do you know how painful it is for me? Li Taigong has sent green damask. Here, I really want to play a song for you, just like in Chong. And I want to play it for you and see you smile. But I have no strength left. I don't even have the strength to play the zither. Am I very useless? Leave this zither for Erlang. You are not good at playing, but I like listening to it the most. Yang Fan slowly rolled up the letter in his hand. He only felt that his chest was heavy. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't. He was so suffocated that he couldn't even breathe. He didn't know that the girl is pure, as the first snow had such deep feelings for him. He didn't know that the shallow mark in his heart that had been tainted by the world of mortals was as deep as the abyss in that pure and flawless girl's heart. Ningku was weak and didn't go out much in Chang, and why did she come to Luoyang? Yang Fan knew the answer as soon as he heard it, but he didn't expect that he and Ningku hadn't seen each other until he died. Once they parted in Chang, and they parted forever. He didn't even have time to regret. After a long time, the sound of zither rang out under the osmanthus tree. The sound was a little obscure, and the technique was not very skilled. But the player was very serious. Phoenix, Phoenix, I return to my hometown. I wander the 4 seas in search of a phoenix. I haven't met her yet. How can I understand the present and ascend to this hall? There is a beautiful lady in the boudoir. The people near me are poisonous. Why are we fated to be mandarin ducks? Who and I soar together. Phoenix, Phoenix, I perch in my nest. I entrust my tail to be my concubine forever. Friendship is smooth and harmonious. Who knows me in the middle of the night? I lift my wings and fly high. My thoughts make me sad. The setting sun was like blood. The dusky crows circled the tree. The song started with the sound of the zither. The sound of the zither was flat, but the singing was sad. It was enough to make people cry. The word sad was not finished yet. The sound of the zither suddenly turned into gold. With a clang, the famous zither, green damask, turned into powder under Yang Fan's palm. There was a stove of incense in front of the grave. The smoke was curling up. It seemed to be transformed by the girl. It gently lingered around the player and couldn't bear to leave for a long time. Chapter 9:24. The night was dark and the lanterns were lit. Luoyang City was under curfew. The city gates were closed and the streets were dark. The residents had returned to their rooms, and the shops were closed. On the quiet street, only a man and a horse were walking alone. Yang Fan sat on the horse, his body still straight, but his eyes were gloomy. His hand was loosely holding the reins, but in fact, he did not care where the horse was going. The old horse knew the way, and it was heading home on its own. The faint sound of bamboo fluttered in the wind. Behind the walls were buildings of different heights. During the curfew, the entire city was deserted. This was the only place where the doors and windows were not closed. Lanterns were hung high, and the doors and windows were wide open. Bamboo fluttered in the wind, and the curtains were fluttering in the wind. This was the Gentleness Square, a place where beauties gathered to sing and dance. At this hour, it was the time when brothels were open for business. Stop! Who dares to walk on the streets during curfew? With a shout, a group of patrolling Jin Wu guards appeared from the corner of the street and blocked in front of Yang Fan's horse. Seeing that someone was blocking in front of it, the horse automatically stopped. Yang Fan slowly raised his head and glanced at them. His face was pale, and he didn't say a word. Yo, so it's General Zhong Wu. One of the Jin Wu guards was holding a lantern. When he saw Yang Fan's appearance, he couldn't help but be delighted. This person was the right patrolling envoy of the Jin Wu guards, Ding Sheng. He had once been beaten up by the 1,000 cavalry guards. The Jin Wu guards and the 1,000 cavalry guards had a grudge against each other, and after several fierce battles, Yang Fan even led his men to charge into the Jin Wu guards' camp. Naturally, Ding Sheng recognized him. Now that he saw Yang Fan in his hands, Ding Sheng was overjoyed. At this time, the lanterns were just lit, and the brothels weren't at their busiest yet. Many of the prostitutes were leaning against the railings, lazily admiring the scenery. Actually, the street was deserted, and there wasn't much to see. It was just that they were doing business at night, and it was rare for them to rest during the day. Thus, they could enjoy themselves while waiting for customers. The Jin Wu guards blocking the late returning guests immediately attracted their attention. Girls love to be charming. Seeing the handsome man dressed in green, the girls at the top of the building waved their handkerchiefs and said, "Sir, he's only late for a moment. Let him go." There were also some women who flirtatiously said, "What a handsome young man. Why don't you not leave? Why don't you climb over the wall? I promise to serve you comfortably." This was a brothel with overhanging eaves and arches, painted rafters, and carved beams. The women leaning on the railings had their hair in a bun, and their clothes were half covered. They were tall, short, fat, thin, and beautiful. It was truly a dazzling sight. A soldier of the Jin Wu guards raised his head and saw a stretch of steaming and trembling Shandong big white steamed buns. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Ding Sheng shouted impatiently towards the top of the building, "Go, go, go." When the Jin Wu guards are handling matters, all unrelated people are to leave. What are you all interrupting for? Be careful. This official will punish you for obstructing official business. Someone at the top of the building immediately curled his lips in disdain. Who do you think you are? A toad yawning. What a big tone. You're from the Jin Wu guards, right? General Wu of your Jin Wu guards is right here with us. If you have the ability, come and arrest us. Ding Sheng pretended not to hear it and turned to glare at Yang Fan. "General Yang, although you're a general in the court, you can't violate the law. Those who are loitering on the streets after the curfew without a valid reason are either up to no good or burglary. May I ask if you're attending a wedding, buying medicine, or carrying out official business?" The last time Ding Sheng was beaten up by the 1,000 cavalry guards, the other party was still in the right. So this time, he was more cautious and wanted to clarify things. Yang Fan lightly shook his head and lightly said, "None of those." Ding Sheng heard it and knew that it was reasonable. He looked up to the sky and laughed. "Then I'm sorry. This general has the responsibility of patrolling the streets and naturally has to handle matters impartially. General Yang has violated the curfew, so please come with me. Someone come, arrest him, and let him go tomorrow morning." According to the rules of the curfew, those who violated the curfew would usually be detained and released after the curfew. Of course, if the other party was a thief or intended to resist, then it would be a different story. If the other party resisted fiercely, then executing them on the spot was also fine. Although Ding Sheng wanted to punish Yang Fan to vent his anger, he also knew that Yang Fan was not someone to be trifled with. Although he was in the right, he could only detain the other party for a night at most. He couldn't afford to bear the consequences. With Yang Fan's current status, detaining him for a night was enough to make him lose all face. Several Jin Wu guards listened to the patrolling envoy's orders and swarmed forward to arrest Yang Fan. At this time, the windows of the building suddenly opened at the same time, and the entire room was filled with light, illuminating the streets. In front of the middle window stood a short, dark-skinned man with a wine cup in his hand. On his left and right were two tall, plump, and fair-skinned young girls, which formed a strong contrast with him. The shorter and thinner a man was, the more he liked tall and plump women, as if this would give him a sense of conquest. This man was Wu Yizong. In front of the other windows stood a man dressed in light robes. They were of different ages and heights, and each of them was accompanied by an enchanting and charming woman. It seemed that Wu Yizong was having a gathering with his good friends and only opened the window to look after hearing the women's conversation. Seeing that the person below the building was Yang Fan, Wu Yizong was overjoyed and immediately shouted to Ding Sheng, "If a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Are you still going to allow him to sit on the horse? Call him down, check his identity, and search his body for any prohibited items." Seeing Wu Yizong, Ding Sheng immediately found his backbone and shouted to Yang Fan, "Dismount!" Yang Fan didn't say anything and quietly dismounted. At this moment, his heart was abnormally heavy. His thoughts were still immersed in endless sorrow, and he didn't have the mood to argue with these people. Ding Sheng originally thought that Yang Fan wouldn't agree, but he didn't expect him to really dismount. This surprised Ding Sheng, not knowing why Yang Fan was willing to submit. But the general was watching from the top of the building, and Ding Sheng didn't dare to show weakness to Yang Fan. Seeing Yang Fan dismount, he shook his head to two soldiers and said, "Go, search him." Don't be fooled by these soldiers' chatter just now. If they were to really search Yang Fan's body, they would also feel apprehensive. The person in front of them was the one who led the troops to charge into the Jinwu Guards camp. In the end, not only was he safe and sound, he was even promoted. How could they dare to provoke such a person? They could only tremble with fear and trepidation as they bravely searched Yang Fan. "Street patrol, he has a letter on him." The soldier took out the letter and just turned around to report to Ding Sheng. His wrist was grabbed by Yang Fan. Yang Fan's hand was like a red-hot soldering iron. The soldier only felt that his wrist bones were about to break. He grimaced in pain, and tears were about to fall. His 5 fingers naturally loosened. Yang Fan said, "This is a personal letter." He carefully took back Ning Ke's will from the soldier for fear of accidentally damaging it. Seeing that he was in high spirits, Ding Sheng immediately shouted, "Who wrote that letter, and what did it say?" Yang Fan glanced at him and said coldly, "It has nothing to do with you." Wu Yizong threw the wine cup from upstairs and shouted, "Take him down and show me that letter." Yang Fan slowly raised his head and looked at the top of the building, saying word by word, "The letter is not a prohibited thing. It involves personal privacy. General Wu, please don't go too far." Wu Yizong raised his eyebrows and said with an evil smile, "Privacy? Could it be that you relied on that handsome face of yours to hook up with a love letter from a shameless and unscrupulous woman?" Wu Yizong's words were meant to allude to Princess Taiping, but although he was arrogant, he did not dare to mention Princess Taiping's name in public, so he spoke vaguely. Hearing that he insulted Ning Ke, Yang Fan's eyes flashed, and he shouted sternly, "Shut up!" Wu Yizong couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw Ning Ke's sore spot. He said even more fiercely, "What, did I hit the nail on the head? Yang Fan, the B*TCH who wrote to you is nothing but a slutty vixen. When it comes to serving men, how could she compare to the women in the tenderness workshop?" He stretched out his hands and embraced the 2 women on his left and right. He was small and thin, but he was hugging 2 tall and plump women. It was really strange, but he was proud of himself. He rubbed the 2 women's breasts and buttocks and said with a smile, "Yang Fan, can the woman who wrote the letter be more coquettish than the women here? Why don't you send that woman to the tenderness workshop? to serve more men. This kind of romantic ability. Thief, how dare you? A loud shout came from outside the wall, but it sounded as if it was right next to Wu Yizong's ear, causing his body to tremble violently. He saw Yang Fan leap up. With one big stride, he leaped over the open ditch outside the wall, his feet stepping hard on the half of the wall that was about 10 feet high, his whole body like a monkey leaping through the sky into the air. Yang Fan's figure slightly descended. The tip of his foot kicked off the top of the wall, and like an eagle, he pounced towards Wu Yizong. In midair, he fiercely punched towards Wu Yizong's face. Wu Yizong only saw a fist the size of a bowl whistling towards him, and he was dumbstruck. Although the two sides were in constant discord, he was the Jun Wang of Hanoi after all. Although Yang Fan dared to challenge him, he always knew his limits. Even when Yang Fan rushed into the camp to save him last time, he only snatched the people and left without daring to touch him. But now, he had no doubt that if Yang Fan's fist really hit him, his head would immediately become a rotten persimmon. Although Wu Yizong was incompetent, he was after all a leader of an army, and his skills were considered agile. Seeing the iron fist coming towards him, he suddenly came to his senses. With a strange cry, he exerted strength in his arms and hugged the two tall and plump beauties in front of his chest. Although Yang Fan's anger was attacking his heart, his mind was still clear. He did not want to hurt the innocent. Seeing that it was too late to pull back his fist, he hastily twisted his arm and ferociously punched the window frame with his iron fist. With a loud bang, half of the window frame was smashed into pieces, brick and stone debris, and dust flew everywhere. The half window could not be hung and fell downstairs. Yang Fan crashed into the building and fell together with Wu Yizong and the two women. The floor was covered with a fluffy carpet. The four of them were not injured when they fell, but the two women were frightened and screamed nonstop. Wu Yizong scrambled 2 steps to escape and climbed up in a sorry state. He shouted fiercely, "Yang Fan, you dare to humiliate me like this?" Yang Fan roared and suddenly jumped up like an angry tiger. He punched again. Fortunately, Wu Yizong was short, and his legs were low, so he could move more flexibly. He suddenly turned around and ran out of the door. As he rushed out of the room, he did not forget to close the door. Yang Fan was like a gust of wind. The Minister of Justice Wang Qinghao, the Minister of Finance Tang Xiaoxiao, the Assistant Minister of Revenue Qiu Lingji, and the General of the 1,000 Ox Guards Jiang Qiyuan all stood there dumbstruck. Their sleeves were pulled toward the door by the strong wind created by Yang Fan's rushing figure. Yang Fan's fist arrived and hit the door. An extremely sturdy door immediately broke into pieces. Wood splinters flew everywhere. Yang Fan broke through the door and roared sternly, "Dogs and rats! Where are you going?" Chapter 9:25. Yang Fan broke through the door and went out. Outside the door was the main hall of the brothel. Yang Fan was standing in a long corridor. The ceiling of the corridor was neatly hung with crimson lanterns. The stairs wound down from the left and right sides. Directly in front of him was the main hall on the first floor. The ceiling of the hall was hung with several rows of lanterns made of thin wood and painted with red silk gauze. The lanterns illuminated the entire main hall. The 2 rooms on the left and right of the main hall were empty seats. Most of the men sitting there were open plates. They did not spend the night in the brothel, nor did they find women to sleep with. They only came to drink with 3 or 5 of their close friends. They found some girls to sit and drink with them, chat and sing, but they were not willing to spend a lot of money in a private room. Wu Yizong escaped from the private room and ran down the stairs like a mouse. When Yang Fan smashed the door with his fist, he had alarmed all the patrons in the hall. Then he broke through the door and roared. The men and women in the main hall froze as if they had been hit by a spell. They all looked at Yang Fan in shock. A waiter, wearing an apron around his waist and a handkerchief on his shoulder, stretched his right hand forward and placed 5 plates of food from his fingertips to his shoulder. One of his feet was suspended in the air, and he was still in the position of climbing up the stairs. Downstairs, behind a screen on the left, a charming woman in emerald green clothes was holding on to a man next to her. She pouted and was about to pass a leather cup over. At this moment, she was looking upstairs in a daze, as if she was suffering from facial paralysis. Wine was flowing out of the leather cup. Another patron was standing there, holding a wine pot and pouring wine for his good friend at the same table. At this moment, he was looking upstairs. The wine had long been filled to the brim and had flowed all over the table, but he still did not notice it. The madam was holding a small handkerchief and was accompanying 2 well-dressed guests into the main hall. At this moment, she was also standing there dumbfounded. She looked up at Yang Fan, who was rushing out like a raging lion with sawdust flying everywhere. The moment of silence was followed by chaos. Wu Yizong, who was running down the stairs in a panic, knocked over the waiter who was going up the stairs. The waiter rolled down the stairs and plunged into the skirt of a girl. The girl held her skirt and screamed. She kicked and stomped her feet as if a mouse had crawled into her skirt. When the waiter rolled down the stairs, the plate on his arm flipped down and hit a satisfied patron who was coming out of a room with a beauty in his arms. The patron screamed and jumped, brushing the arm of another waiter. The waiter tilted the kettle in his hand, and the boiling water spilled out. The boiling water splashed onto the gentleman behind the counter who was doing the accounts. The old gentleman let out a strange cry in pain. His hands waved wildly, messing up the flower sign hanging above his head. Every girl in the brothel had a flower name, which was written on the sign. If someone had a customer, the sign would flip over, and this collision would turn everything upside down. The entire main hall was in chaos. When Yang Fan saw Wu Yizong run down the stairs, he quickly jumped down from the 2nd floor. In midair, he grabbed a long rope hanging from a string of red lanterns and swung it forward under the shocked cries of the guests. He landed at the entrance of the main hall. The rope swung and the flame in the lanterns tilted, immediately igniting the lanterns. A long string of red lanterns began to burn above the main hall. The old procuress, who had been stunned like a wooden chicken, immediately came to her senses. She waved her handkerchief and cried out, "Put out the fire! Put out the fire! Quickly put out the fire! You stinky men deserve to die 1,000 times. Being jealous and fighting over women, you can't ruin my family's business. Heavens, what kind of sin have I committed?" Yang Fan shot to the door and blocked Wu Yizong, who had escaped to the door. Wu Yizong turned pale with fright and ran to the side, hiding under a wine table. Yang Fan didn't think that Wu Yizong, a prince, would do such a thing and couldn't help being stunned. In reality, this Wu Yizong, other than being a prince because of his aunt, didn't have any awareness of being a noble. He had ridden pigs and climbed trees before, so why would he be afraid of hiding under a table? Yang Fan shot over and grabbed one of Wu Yizong's legs, pulling him out from under the table. Wu Yizong let out a strange cry and refused to get up. His hands and feet waved as he rolled around, shouting, "Don't come over! Don't come over! Do you really want to kill me just because I insulted you a few times?" If this was any other time, even if Wu Yizong angered Yang Fan, he wouldn't be afraid. No matter what, he was a prince. What could Yang Fan do to him? Would he really dare to beat him to death? But when Yang Fan went up the stairs in anger and punched through the air, that biting cold power, decisive action, and murderous expression, Wu Yizong didn't know how he touched Yang Fan's reverse scale and made him lose his mind. But Wu Yizong believed in his own judgment. This madman would really beat him to death. When it came to life and death, Wu Yizong, who always cherished his life, couldn't care less about the prince's dignity. What was a prince? When people treat you as a prince, then you are a prince. If it wasn't for his aunt being the empress, how could he be a prince? Thinking back to when he was exiled to Lingnan in order to fill his stomach, what kind of despicable things had he not done? Yang Fan didn't expect this king of Hanoi to be so flexible. He could even use such a ruffian method. In fact, if it wasn't for Wu Zetian becoming the empress and the Wu family's chickens and dogs rising to the heavens, wouldn't he be a ruffian living on the streets? Seeing Wu Yizong lying on the ground like a tortoise, waving his hands and feet around, refusing to let him come closer, Yang Fan gradually regained his consciousness. Although his anger hadn't subsided, he couldn't ignore the consequences and really beat him to death. Yang Fan ferociously kicked Wu Yizong's and shouted, "Get out! If you dare to speak rudely again, I can recognize you, but my fist doesn't." Wu Yizong was really scared out of his wits. He repeatedly said, "I'll get out! I'll get out! I'll get out immediately." Wu Yizong straightened his back and wanted to stand up, but when he saw Yang Fan's fierce gaze, he was scared out of his wits. Using his hands and feet, he crawled out of the hall and covered his face with his sleeves. Standing in the hall, Yang Fan couldn't help laughing out loud when he saw Wu Yizong's embarrassed appearance. But as he laughed, his nose suddenly turned sour, and tears couldn't help flowing down. Since he heard about Ning Ku from Jiang Shichen, his heart had been heavy. When he arrived at Ning Ku's residence, saw her grave with his own eyes, and read her suicide note, Yang Fan's heart was almost riddled with innumerable traces of tenderness of this weak, but strong, affectionate, and proud girl. His heart was so heavy that he couldn't breathe, but he just couldn't cry, even in front of Ning Ku's grave. At this time, his tears were like a flood that broke the dam, rolling down. The patrons and prostitutes in the hall saw that just a moment ago he was still majestic, like a deity descending to earth, chasing that luxuriously dressed old man away like he was chasing a rabbit. But in the blink of an eye he was crying like this. Each and every one of them was dumbstruck. Seeing Yang Fan crying so heartbroken, a soft-hearted woman's eyes reddened and tears rolled down her cheeks. Her heart was filled with envy and sorrow. Which family's girl is this? Unexpectedly, she has this kind of ability to make him love her so deeply. If such a man could treat me like this, I would be willing to die for him. There were also prostitutes who couldn't help feeling sad when they saw Yang Fan's appearance. Alas, visiting a brothel to such an extent, this little brother is really a lass. The Supreme Minister Wang Qinghao, the Minister of Finance Tang Xiaoxiao, the Assistant Minister of Revenue Qiu Lingji, and the General of Thousand Bull Guards Jiang Qiyuan stood at the top of the building. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Who the hell is bullying? Who? When Yang Fan returned home, the moon was already bright in the sky. Along the way, there were many night patrollers who questioned him, but the people of Luoyang Prefecture didn't dare to do anything to him. The small patrol of the Jinwu Guards also couldn't do anything to this loyal general. Although the curfew was the law of the country, there would always be a privileged class. There weren't many people who dared to go against him. When Yang Fan arrived home, the two little fellows couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep sweetly, but the others didn't sleep. Xiaoman coaxed the child to sleep and asked the wet nurse to look after him. She talked with Anu in the flower hall and waited anxiously for his return. When third sister ran in happily and shouted, "Alang is back," everyone was relieved. Seeing his relatives waiting for his return, Yang Fan felt a little guilty. Xiaoman happily said to Tao Mei, "Quickly ask the kitchen to bring food to Alang." Yang Fan shook his head gently and said to Xiaoman, "Wife, don't worry about it. I'm not hungry at all. Let everyone rest early." In fact, Xiaoman had noticed Yang Fan's sad expression as soon as he came in. When she saw his depressed expression and tired tone, Xiaoman nodded obediently and didn't ask any more questions. When the family dispersed, Xiaoman softly said to Yang Fan, "Lang Jun is tired. Rest early." Yang Fan softly said, "Well, you go to sleep first. I need some quiet time." Xiaoman nodded and gave a look to the worried Anu. The two quietly returned to the inner residence. Although they were worried, they knew that when a man had something on his mind, sometimes he would rather suppress it and let it ferment slowly in his heart. He didn't want to talk about it or listen to others. Yang Fan let out a long sigh. When he saw the old steward still standing at the door, he said, "Get a pot of wine and send it to the study." The old steward also saw that Lang was in a bad mood, but he didn't know how to comfort him. He hurriedly agreed and left in a hurry. When wine enters the heart of sorrow, it is easy to get drunk. Yang Fan, who originally had a good capacity for alcohol, became dizzy after a few cups. The torment in the tenderness workshop let him vent his emotions. But when he returned home and suddenly quieted down, he was still confused and couldn't breathe. Yang Fan swayed out of the study with the pot of wine and slowly paced back and forth in the courtyard. The autumn moon was like frost, quietly flowing on the ground, pavilions, corridors, rockeries, and ponds. In the darkness of the night, there would occasionally be a flash of a figure, and a person would suddenly appear out of nowhere. When that person saw that the person walking alone was Yang Fan, he would let go of the hilt of his sword and quietly disappear into the night. The wine was Chengdu Xiaojiu. The yeast had been added with herbs, so the taste of the wine was particularly spicy. When he took a few steps and drank a mouthful of wine, it turned into a raging fire as it entered the throat. But no matter how fierce the fire was, it couldn't drive away the cold and lonely feeling. Yang Fan walked to the bridge and stood leaning against the railing. He looked up at the bright moon in the sky. He stared at it for a long time before his eyes slowly moved back. When he glanced over the corner of a building, he saw the entrance of the building and couldn't help but be startled. Chapter 9:26. There was a house at the edge of the inner residence. The eaves of the house were slanted to the sky. Sitting here, one could overlook the entire inner residence. Gu Zhuting was sitting on the blue-black tiled roof, leaning on a tiger and drinking alone under the moon. The 5 ridges and 6 beasts could only be owned by the families of officials. Although there was no clear ranking of imperial beasts in this era, very few people would use dragons and phoenixes as the imperial beasts of their roofs except for the royal family. Yang Fan's family used a strange beast from the sea. Gu Zhuting's sword was placed on the lotus petal pattern tile. The hand that usually held the sword was now holding a bag of wine. She shouldn't drink when she was on duty, but she couldn't help it. If she didn't drink, she would cry. But now, although she was drinking, she still couldn't help crying. Her father's words pierced her heart, peeled away her dignity, and hurt her to the point where she was completely bruised. But as she sat there alone, quietly looking at the moon in the sky, she asked herself, perhaps she didn't intentionally want to get close to Lang by going in and out of Anu's residence often, but did she really not have such a thought in her heart? Thinking of this, Gu Zhuting's face was burning. If she wasn't alone in this quiet night, she really wanted to find a hole to hide in. She felt that falling in love with someone was really more bitter than the days when she had no desires. She swore not to fall in love. So how could she fall in love? Click! There was a sound of tiles moving beside her. Gu Zhuting was only a little tipsy. As soon as she heard the sound, she quickly passed the wine bag to her left hand, and the sword on the tile fell into her hand. She held it with her thumb pressed on the spring, and a pair of bright eyes swept over like an arrow. But then she found that the person on the roof was Yang Fan. Gu Zhuting hurriedly lowered her head and quickly wiped away her tears. She stood up calmly and asked, Lang, why are you here? Be careful. Gu Zhuting leaped up and supported Yang Fan. Yang Fan's head was heavy and his feet were light. His legs were a little unsteady. He allowed Gu Zhuting to support him and sat down on the ridge of the roof, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. A wisp of thin cloud floated over and was about to cover the moon with a veil. Yang Fan looked at the moon, laughed foolishly, and said, You are so smart, so you can see clearly when you are sitting on the roof. Gu Zhuting was speechless. She was originally full of sorrow, but his drunken words swept away all of it. She just wanted to laugh. She knew that Yang Fan left the mansion alone in the afternoon. Now he was drowning his sorrows with wine. Did he encounter something extremely difficult to solve? Yang Fan looked at the moon in the sky and asked in a daze, Look, isn't the moon beautiful? Gu Zhuting nodded gently. Realizing that he couldn't see it, she answered again, Yes. Yang Fan said faintly, Everyone thinks that they can only look up to the moon. Only fools will think that they can pick it up. But in fact, I can pick it up. I can. I just need to stretch out my hand. Yang Fan suddenly stood up and stretched out his hand to the moon in the sky. Then his body suddenly fell forward. If Gu Zhuting had not grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back like a dead dog, he would have fallen headfirst into the house. If he had broken his neck, he would have been the first person in history to fall to his death while trying to reach for the moon. Gu Zhuting's pull was so strong that Yang Fan was almost violently pulled to sit on the roof. He was still looking at the sky. 2 lines of tears quickly blurred his eyes. He choked and said, But I didn't stretch out my hand. Oh my God! Lang is like a child when he's drunk. Gu Zhuting covered her forehead with her hand. She couldn't bear to watch this crazy Lang anymore. Gulp. Hearing the sound, Gu Zhuting hurriedly looked up and saw Yang Fan raising his head and gulping down the wine like a horse. Gu Zhuting quickly grabbed his wrist and begged helplessly, Lang, don't drink anymore, okay? Yang Fan sadly looked at the bright moon shrouded in clouds. He was silent for a long time. Then he seemed to have regained his senses and said in a low voice, Today, I came back late because the Jinwu guards found fault with me. I beat that bastard Wu Yizong. What? Gu Zhuting was leaning against Yang Fan's body. If she didn't let Yang Fan lean against her, she was afraid that the back of Yang Fan's head would hit the roof. He really drank too much. It was really hard for him to go to the room like this. Hearing this, Gu Zhuting slightly leaned to the side. Her eyes widened in surprise. Lang, you actually beat a prince of the Wu family? Yang Fan chuckled and waved his hand vigorously. He said with a slurred tongue, It's nothing. It's nothing at all. What are you afraid of? We fought for private matters in the Tenderness Square. It doesn't involve any standpoint or side. Do you think the Empress will care? You're really silly girl. He's older than you, okay? Gu Zhuting didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she didn't know why she wanted to cry. There was an inexplicable warmth in her heart that made her want to cry. She quickly turned her head away, not wanting Yang Fan to notice the tears in her eyes. Yang Fan drank another mouthful of wine and shook it. The wine pot was empty. Yang Fan turned his head in confusion. Seeing the wine bag in Gu Zhuting's hand, his eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed the wine bag from her hand and gulped down a mouthful. Then he said, On the surface, nothing will happen, but this enmity will definitely be formed. As long as he gets the chance. Gu Zhuting was silent, and so was Yang Fan. After a while, he said in a low voice, Therefore, there are some things that you can either not fight for, or you can't give up after you've fought for it. Because if you give up, You'll even lose what you already possess. Miss Gu, if I lose my current power, other than that stupid pig Wu Yizong, how many people do you think will want to ruin my family? Yang Fan raised the wine bag again and gulped down a mouthful of wine. Panting, his body that was leaning on Gu Zhuting's shoulder began to soften and slide down. Power, is like a tiger's back. Once you ride it, don't think about getting off. Even if you want to get off. Unless you haven't offended anyone, otherwise you won't be able to live a peaceful and wealthy life. Gu Zhuting understood what Yang Fan meant. These years in the official circles, Yang Fan had offended many people. Even if those people had already lost their power, it didn't mean that they couldn't do anything to the current Yang clan. Even if Yang Fan had martial arts, he wouldn't have to do anything from now on and could only stay by his family's side. People in the official circles didn't necessarily use martial arts. In the pugilistic world, there were also people who hated Yang Fan to the bone, such as the Liu clan. If Yang Fan were to lose his current authority and unparalleled strength, the Liu clan would be able to crush him as easily as stepping on an ant. Gu Zhuting didn't understand what happened today. Yang Fan said that he had a conflict with Wu Yizong because he returned late and had a conflict with the Jin Wu Yizong. Then what happened before? Why did he return late? Gu Zhuting knew what kind of place the Gentleman's Square was, but why did Yang Fan go there? Gu Zhuting's head was full of questions, and she couldn't help but ask softly, why did Ah Lang leave the mansion alone in the afternoon? What happened? Yang Fan looked up at the bright moon covered by the clouds in silence. Gu Zhuting waited for a long time and didn't get an answer. Thinking that he had fallen asleep, she tilted her head and looked at his face. Gu Zhuting couldn't help but be startled. Yang Fan's face was glistening with tears. He was crying. He was actually crying. Gu Zhuting panicked and hastily coaxed him. I won't ask any more. I won't ask any more. Ah Lang, don't be sad. Yang Fan turned his head with tears streaming down his cheeks and said to Gu Zhuting in a choked voice, Miss Gu, I'm actually quite a bastard, don't you think? Gu Zhuting didn't know how to answer. She didn't think Ah Lang was a bastard. She just felt that he was quite childish. I know, I'm a bastard. I'm really a big bastard. Yang Fan said with tears streaming down his face. Ah Lang didn't do anything wrong. Why do you say that about yourself? Gu Zhuting said with a wry smile. Yang Fan shook his head and said bitterly, You didn't do anything wrong. Yes, I didn't do anything wrong. But I didn't do anything right. That's my fault. What did Ah Lang do wrong? Gu Zhuting asked tentatively. Yang Fan shook his head silently and said in a low voice, Once a person is born in this world, it's actually just this once. Whether it's me or you, the only thing we should grasp is the present because no one knows what will happen next. It's not right to be pretentious for some unclear reasons. Yang Fan burst into tears again. He raised his head and poured the wine down his throat, but Gu Zhuting reached out to snatch it away. Ah Lang, you can't drink anymore. Don't mind me. Yang Fan glared at her and reprimanded. How dare you mind me? How dare you? Unfortunately, his face was full of tears. His words were quite dignified, but they didn't seem dignified at all. After the two of them fought for a while, Yang Fan's body suddenly tilted, and his whole body suddenly slid down, lying on Gu Zhuting's thighs. Gu Zhuting was petrified. She rarely touched this place, but now a man's cheek was firmly resting on her thigh. She could almost feel his breath through her skirt. Gu Zhuting's body froze, and she couldn't move for a long time. When she wanted to push Yang Fan away, she was surprised to find that Yang Fan was resting on her thigh and was snoring softly. He had actually fallen asleep. Gu Zhuting lowered her head and carefully observed his face. Under the moonlight, The sleeping Yang Fan's face seemed to have a childish look. His face was still full of tears, and he would occasionally sob. "He's sad, he's really sad. Who is it, and why is he so sad?" Gu Zhuting looked at him, and a kind of soft motherly instinct quietly overflowed in her heart. She couldn't bear to wake him up, and even gently bent her legs to make him more comfortable. The thin, gauze-like clouds gently moved away from the moon, and the frosty moonlight suddenly brightened the earth. Gu Zhuting had never been so close to Yang Fan before. She looked at him, and scrupulously in such an ambiguous position. His eyebrows, his eyes, his tall nose, and his distinct lips. Gu Zhuting's heart throbbed, but she resisted the urge to kiss him. She suddenly recalled what Yang Fan had just said. After thinking about it for a while, her heart beat faster and faster, so much so that even her thighs were trembling. People say that when they drink, they speak the truth. Ah Lang, is he hinting at me? Chapter 9:27. A pair of round, firm, and elastic thighs with a faint body fragrance. It would also slightly adjust to one's sleeping position so that one could sleep more comfortably. Moreover, the temperature was just right, neither too hot nor too cold, soft and smooth. Wasn't this the most fragrant pillow in the world? Lying on a beauty's lap, while drunk, was not the only thing one enjoyed. What made one feel even more elated was the psychological feeling. Unfortunately, Yang Fan didn't feel it right now. Yang Fan didn't feel it, but Gu Zhuting did. Gu Zhuting sat on the ridge of the roof with her back against the bed. When Yang Fan's cheek pressed against the inside of her thigh, and his hot breath roasted her most secret place, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble, and the blood vessels in her body expanded. Originally, she didn't drink much, but now she was already very drunk. Her head was dizzy as if she was sitting in the clouds. When she gradually adapted, the violent vibration of her heartstrings turned into a light but rhythmic trembling. The humming made her whole body go limp. Looking at Yang Fan, who was sleeping soundly on her lap, a kind of motherly tenderness and pity filled her body and mind. Then it turned into a kind of satisfaction, a kind of serenity, and a kind of indescribable happiness. The thing that men were most satisfied with was to possess and conquer, but women seemed to be the opposite. This was probably the essential difference between male and female creatures. Being owned gave her a sense of security, and being conquered gave her a kind of sublimated happiness in dedication. Looking at Yang Fan, who was sleeping soundly on her lap, Gu Zhuting felt an indescribable satisfaction and happiness in her heart. Tonight was probably the only time he stripped off his disguise and showed his weakness and pain in front of others. And this other person was her. This knowledge made her happy and satisfied. At dawn, Gu Zhuting, who was half asleep and leaning on DG, suddenly woke up. The autumn night was cold, and she was awakened by the cold. She shivered and thought of Yang Fan sleeping on her lap. Gu Zhuting suddenly felt worried. She didn't know when Yang Fan had turned over and was sleeping on the other side. Gu Zhuting bit her lip and thought about it. Although she would rather be with him for the rest of her life, it was almost dawn, and everyone in the mansion would be busy. First Madam also had the habit of waking up early to practice martial arts. If someone saw this, Gu Zhuting hesitated for a moment, then gently pushed Yang Fan and said, "Ah Lang, Ah Lang." As he called out, a sour feeling welled up in his heart. This night was as sweet as a dream. Now it was time to wake up. Yang Fan did not wake up. He responded vaguely and continued to sleep. Gu Zhuting was very distressed. She gently pushed him again, but Yang Fan still did not wake up. Gu Zhuting tried to turn his body on his side. She held his shoulder and touched his neck with her fingertips. She felt a burning sensation. Gu Zhuting jumped in fright. She quickly bent her leg and turned Yang Fan's body around. She saw that his cheeks were red like fire. She reached out her hand to touch his forehead. It was very hot. Gu Zhuting was very frightened. Her heart was thumping madly. He is actually sick. Gu Zhuting was anxious. Although she could carry Yang Fan, she could not jump down from the roof with a grown man. She had to find someone to help her. However, she was the only woman guarding the inner courtyard. The other night watchers were all outside. What should she do? Just as she was feeling anxious, the door of a house opposite her opened. Gu Zhuting saw the person who came out of the door and happily called out, "Third sister." Third sister came out of the room and yawned lazily. Halfway through her stretch, she strangely stopped in midair. Her mouth was wide open, and she couldn't close it. Miss Gu is sitting on the roof, and she's holding a man in her arms. The gossip in Third Sister's eyes immediately began to burn fiercely. When Gu Zhuting saw Third Sister, it was as if she had seen her savior. She hurriedly said, "Third Sister, go and find a ladder." Before she could finish, Third Sister turned her head excitedly and shouted into the room, Tao Mei, come quickly, come quickly." Tao Mei, with disheveled hair, ran out of the room. As soon as she saw the situation on the roof, she immediately ran to the door of the room next to hers. She excitedly knocked on the window and shouted, "Shi Qiu, Xiaoyan, Chu Lu Peng, Ruo Xiang, Yi Qiao and Yang, come quickly." A group of maids got up, and then a group of old maids also got up. The maids and old maids stood under the eaves and looked at Miss Gu, who was bathing in the bright morning sun on the opposite room, and the man sleeping in her arms. They couldn't stop smiling. Then, Tao Mei and Third Sister, who had been in the Yang family for the longest time, were the first to find out that the man Miss Gu was having an affair with seemed to be their own Lang. The group of people was immediately dumbfounded. At this time, Xiaoman came over. It was obvious that Lang Jun had a lot on his mind last night. Later, she sent someone to ask the old steward, who said that Lang Jun had slept in the study. Xiaoman was even more worried, so she woke up early in the morning. However, before she arrived at the study, she saw a group of maids, and old maids standing there. It was really strange. What was in the room? As soon as Xiaoman arrived, the maids and old maids left in a hubbub. Only Tao Mei and Third Sister stayed. Their cheerful expression had long turned into an angry one, glaring at the roof. They were the first lady's personal maids, so they should share the first lady's hatred for the enemy. Xiaoman couldn't help but be stunned when she saw this. "Lang Jun, what do you mean? If people see this, is the wife being domineering and not allowing her husband to enter the door, or is the husband having an affair? But even if he has an affair, it doesn't make sense for him to do it in the room, does it? If this gets out, what kind of strange rumors will it become?" Then Anu asked someone to help her, and also appeared with a big belly. Bang, 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 dang, 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 the bells and drums of Luoyang rang. Gu Zhuting, who wanted to cry but had no tears, blushed with shame. She rushed down the room and said with a sobbing voice, "First Lady, Lang, he's sick. We need to get a ladder." Xiaoman, who was very surprised, calmed down and hurriedly said, "Miss Gu, you take care of Lang first. I'll go find a ladder." Xiaoman left in a hurry. Anu, who had a strange look on her face, turned her head to look at Tao Mei, and Third Sister lowered her voice and fiercely ordered, "You go quickly and tell those maids and old maids that no one is allowed to gossip. Just pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, deduct 6 months' salary. Yes, half a year." That night, the gentleness workshop was not quiet, although it had never been quiet at night. The Tang dynasty was the era of prostitution. Even officials visiting prostitutes was not against the law, and it had nothing to do with morality. It was even a kind of social fashion. That was why there were Du Mu, Li Bai by Juyi, friend Yuanzhen, and a group of dissolute wastrels who were both officials and famous scholars. In this era, it was almost impossible to close down a brothel, but it happened that night. In fact, not many people knew about Yang Fan and Wu Yizong. Only the girls who served in Wu Yizong's room heard the guests call each other. Then, when someone came out to touch up her makeup, she told her sisters who were waiting for guests in the next room as a way to show off. That was how the subsequent story came about. After Yang Fan broke into the brothel and chased the Lord of Hanoi away, these girls consciously kept quiet, and no one mentioned the identity of these two men to others. Who were these girls? They were vixens who could tell at a glance whether you should curry favor with them or not, and could understand their temperament after a few words. They were sure to be to your liking. The dignified Lord of Hanoi was humiliated and fled. How could such a scene be publicized? They only whispered a few words to the madam, and the madam dared not cry anymore. The idea of reporting to the authorities was also completely dispelled. She hurriedly called for people to clean up the mess, and no one talked about the matter. Thus, in less than an hour, the brothel returned to its usual liveliness. The men held their money pouches and looked at the girls standing in front of them, considering who was uglier and who was more handsome, who was fairer, and who was darker. The women were waiting to go to bed, were going to bed, and were rushing to another bed. Who knew that just when everyone was busy, a large group of Jin Wu guards suddenly rushed over and surrounded the brothel. It was said that a Turkic spy had infiltrated the brothel and wanted to take everyone away to be screened one by one. When Wu Yizong came back to his senses, the first thing he did was to seal his mouth. Revenge must be taken, but the most important thing now was to prevent his shameful act from spreading to the world. The Lord of Hanoi was someone who cared about his reputation. You go and teach them a lesson. No one is allowed to spread rumors. Just pretend that nothing happened, or else, humph, humph, humph. Wu Yizong laughed sinisterly. Patrolling Officer Ding Sheng nodded in understanding. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "The girls who served your highness." Wu Yizong thought for a moment, then coldly snorted, "First, teach that old procuress a lesson. Regardless of whether these women are reliable or not, sell them to Yangzhou. They are not allowed to appear in Luoyang again." Yes, this was the prison of Luoyang Prefecture, but after everyone was locked up, Ding Sheng did not let the people of Luoyang Prefecture interfere. Instead, he sent the Jinwu guards to watch over them. At this moment, someone hurried over and said to Wu Yizong, "Great General, so you are here. His Highness King Liang is looking for you." Wu Yizong turned his head and saw that it was a steward from King Liang's Wu Sanxi's residence. He followed him out, asking, "Why is King Liang looking for me?" The steward smiled apologetically. "This lowly one is only an errand boy. Your Highness did not give this lowly one any instructions." Wu Yizong hurried over to King Liang's residence. Wu Sanxi came out to welcome him. The moment he saw Wu Yizong, he said, "Yizong, I have something urgent to discuss with you. Let's go to the study." What's wrong? Didn't you sleep last night? Why are your eyes so red?" Wu Yizong's heart filled with hatred when he heard this question. He sneered, "Isn't it all because of that Yang Fan? If I don't crush his bones and scatter his ashes, I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart." Wu Sanxi frowned and said, "Unhappily, what's wrong with the two of you now?" Wu Yizong explained the situation as they walked. Wu Sanxi glanced at him and said, "Then what do you plan to do? This is a family matter. The emperor's nephew cursed the emperor's daughter, and the emperor's cheap son-in-law came out to seek justice. Do you think the emperor will help you? The emperor is also a woman." Chapter 9:28. Wu Yizong angrily said, "Of course I won't complain to Aunt. I finally understand. When Ji Su reprimanded me at court and banished him from the capital not to protect me, but to protect her own face. She felt that Jisoo didn't put her, the emperor, in his eyes. Now that she has Yongfan as her confidant, if I keep making things difficult for Yongfan, Aunt will think that I am not respecting her. Our aunt only upholds her authority. Blood ties are not worth a dime. I will wait until the time is right to make things difficult for him. Then I will make him beg for death. Wu Sansi was overjoyed and praised him. Good. Although you have been rebuffed a few times, you now know how to plan before taking action. That is very good. As soon as he entered the study, he saw Zhou Yongyi, Ran Ziyong, Li Ji, Song Jishuan, Yao Xiaoji, and the other confidants of King Liang. Wu Yizong couldn't help but ask in surprise, what are so many people discussing? Is it still about the Yenzhou fake relief case? Wu Sansi had him sit down, saying, Yenzhou Xie Yubin is King Wei's man. This is a great opportunity for us to purge King Wei's power and force those fence-sitters to our side. How can we let it go? We should take advantage of his weakness to take his life. But you are a general, so you don't need to worry about this. Using He Xiaoji is an imperial censor, so they will do it. Wu Sansi's expression became serious as he said this. I just received news yesterday that the emperor seems to want to return the capital to Chang, and I called you here today to discuss this matter. Wu Yizong was stunned and asked curiously, return the capital to Chang? And so be it, Chang, and or Luoyang, what's the difference? Zhou Yongyi and the others either looked away or covered their mouths and coughed. Wu Sansi glared at Wu Yizong, saying, let's not talk about anything else and just talk about you. You are now the general of the Jin Wu Guards and the commander of the capital's garrison army. If the emperor is still in Chang, and what else do you have other than the Jin Wu Guards? Can you bring the garrison army to Chang, and you will lose more than half of your soldiers in an instant. Wu Yizong suddenly understood and bounced up as if there were springs under his, but shouting, how can this be? No, we have to stop Aunt. Wu Sansi glared at him and shouted, sit. How can you stop her? Do you think Aunt wants to return the capital to Chang? And Aunt's foresight is much greater than yours or mine. I discussed it with Zuyong and Zuyong just now. Aunt's intentions are very clear. Why did she choose Luoyang as her capital? Why did she choose Chang? And today, S. Wu. E is E. T. T. E. Wu said, M. T. E. T. E. E. T. E. Take. T. E. E. Aunt cultivated Yongfan to divide the power of the Yulin forest, promoted Li Tang's old ministers to fill the court, all for this purpose, but Aunt is still worried. She is worried that once the power is handed over, it will be taken back by us. I don't want you to be too ostentatious now because of this reason. We can't let Aunt think that the Wu family is too domineering. You understand? Wu Yizong didn't bother to understand. He only knew that his power was about to be weakened. He said angrily, if it wasn't for us, Aunt, she wouldn't have been able to become the emperor if we hadn't done everything we could to eliminate the Li clique. He said angrily, what do you think we should do? When Yongfan was carried into the bedroom, he fell into a coma again. He was only awake for a short period of time. His body was burning hot. People with strong bodies who didn't get sick would get more serious when they got sick. Moreover, in this era, high fever was a disease that could easily kill people. Xiao Man and Anu panicked and hurriedly sent for a doctor. Yesterday, Anu laughed so hard that the entire Yang family was on guard. Today, Alang was seriously ill. All the famous doctors in Luoyang gathered at the Yang family's mansion and began to diagnose. It was hard to say whether Yang Fan got sick because of a cold or something else. Maybe the cold was just a trigger. When a person got sick, in addition to the internal lesion or the invasion of foreign objects, there was actually a third reason, which was emotional changes and psychological pressure. When the body couldn't bear the pressure caused by emotional fluctuations, the person would get sick. Of course, Yang Fan's high fever was due to the cold air attacking his body from sleeping on the roof at night, but more importantly, it was due to psychological reasons. The extreme depression and sadness of emotions eventually turned into a high fever that wouldn't go away. How could he get better immediately? Therefore, although there were famous doctors prescribing medicine, this heart disease still needed a slow process of recovery. Gu Zhuting carried Yang Fan down from the roof and handed him to Xiao Man to carry back to the bedroom. After that, she ran away. She couldn't explain it clearly, but she always felt that when all the maids and old women in the Yang family looked at her, there were 3 words written in their eyes: "Bad woman, bad woman, bad woman." She was dizzy now and wished that she could faint and lose consciousness like Ah Lang. Unfortunately, she didn't have any symptoms of headache or fever. Gu Zhuting slipped back to the Gu family, threw herself on the Kong, pulled the quilt over her head, and cried. Her mother was so flustered, but she didn't know what her daughter had suffered. She sat next to her and tried to persuade her for a long time, but she didn't have a clue. After a while, old man Gu, who had received the news, hurried back from the Yang family. He lifted the curtain and entered his daughter's room. The old woman hurriedly went up to him and asked softly, "Old man, what happened to our daughter?" The old man didn't answer. He paced around the room with his hands behind his back for a long time and said to his daughter, whose head was covered in the quilt, "Why are you crying? If you ask me, my daughter, well done." Gu Zhuting poked her head out of the quilt and sobbed, "Father!" "Ah, get out." The old man rubbed his nose and said, "Daughter, don't be sad. I think our Ah Lang isn't someone who doesn't dare to take responsibility for his actions. Ah Lang caught a cold and is now unconscious from the fever. I'll tell him when he wakes up." After saying that, the old man quickly slipped out of the room before his daughter could say anything. The old woman was puzzled, but from the conversation between the father and daughter, it seemed to be related to their family's benefactor, Yang Fan. The old woman rushed to her daughter, who had burrowed back into the quilt like an ostrich, and asked, "My daughter, what happened to you? Could it be that General Yang did something to you?" Gu Zhuting arched her, and swung her tender hands, sobbing under the quilt. "Mother, you get out too. His Majesty has been entrusted by the Saint Emperor and has been recommended by the heir. He has been obedient to the heavens for 20 years. How can he not think of Yu Shun's robe, the restoration of the Duke of Zhou, and the great Yu, who has become a king, is ready to abdicate the throne to the country. Therefore, Shun and you were relatives of each other. Once he became a king, he never left his uncle. How can the love of a clan be compared to the love of a son? How could an uncle be compared to a mother's kindness? Today, the Crown Prince's filial piety is respected, and the spring and autumn period is strong. If the Crown Prince leads the imperial court to the extreme, how can it be different from His Majesty's? Your Majesty is already honored in age and virtue, and your throne is about to be weary. Your mission is heavy, and your mind is vast and mighty. Why not abdicate in the Eastern Palace and have your own sacred body of joy? Your subject has heard of the filial piety of the former Wisdom King, who governed the world without 2 surnames. Presently the princes of Liang, Ding, Hanoi, Jianchang, and the others have received His Majesty's shadow and have been bestowed the title of prince. Minister is afraid that after 10,000 autumns and 10,000 years, it will be inconvenient. Minister requests to be deposed from the title of Duke or Marquis, to live a leisurely life. Your subject has also heard that Your Majesty has more than 20 grandchildren. Today there is no ruler's land, This is not a long-term plan. This subject requests that the 4 prefectural mansions and the important Chong prefectures and prefectures be divided and become kings. What appeared on Wu Zetian's imperial desk was not a memorial from the ministers of the court, but a secret letter to be delivered to the emperor. In the beginning, Wu Zetian had set up the copper cages to receive tip-offs from the people and take the opportunity to purge her political enemies. But after she ascended the throne, she did not attach so much importance to the copper cages. There were still people who opened the copper cages at regular intervals to pick out the tip-offs. But without that group of ruthless officials in the court, there were basically no tip-offs worth sending to the emperor other than some trivial matters. But when this secret letter was opened, it gave the people in charge of cleaning the copper cages a fright. They did not dare to hesitate and immediately presented it to the emperor. This secret letter was very simple and had a total of 3 paragraphs. The first paragraph bluntly said that the current emperor ascended the throne because of the late emperor's dying entrustment. The sons could not compete with the mother. You should now learn from you, the great, learn from the Duke of Zhou, and quickly return the country to the Li family. The second paragraph fiercely praised the current crown prince, Li Xian, and bluntly said that he was old and busy with state affairs. He would not be able to take care of them, and it was better to quickly let the crown prince ascend the throne. The third paragraph was even more severe, saying that there should not be 2 Wangye in the world. Those Wangye of the Wu family that you have bestowed should be demoted to dukes and marquises. They should be stripped of their official positions and go home to enjoy their lives. Those imperial grandsons of yours with the surname Li should be immediately bestowed with the title of Wangye and sent out to be governor or governor, holding real power. The copper cages accepted anonymous letters, but at the bottom of this secret letter, the author's name was written, Imperial College's Guang, when libraries Professor Su Wanang. The current court had an imperial college in Chang'an and Luoyang, and this person was someone from the Luoyang Imperial College. When Wu Sanxi gathered his trusted aides to discuss countermeasures, Wu Yizong's words, "At that time, we submitted a letter to persuade him to step down," gave Zhou Yong a great inspiration. He immediately thought of a way to advance by retreating, submit a letter to persuade him to step down. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. Not only would he persuade the emperor to step down, even the Wu family's Wangye would be stripped of their titles. According to their conjectures, with Wu Zetian's unyielding character of those who submit to her will prosper, and those who oppose her will perish, as long as she saw this sealed letter, she would definitely be furious. Not to mention the matter of passing the throne to the crown prince step by step under her rage. It was not impossible for her to immediately depose the crown prince. Wu Zetian was indeed extremely angry. Seeing this letter, her face suddenly turned ashen, and her lips began to tremble. As long as she was still on the throne, she would not easily hand over her power, not to mention this kind of seemingly respectful, but actually unreasonable way of forcing her to step down. Not to mention this, she actually wanted to remove all the power of the Wu family, and even remove the title of Wangye. Wu Zetian's eyebrows rose up with a murderous look, and her lips curled into a sneer. Shen had just given you 3 points of color, and now you are so proud and arrogant that you are preparing to counterattack. Chapter 929. When Wu Zetian was angry, not only did Shanghai Wanner keep quiet out of fear, but Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi also did not dare to say anything. But Wu Zetian was shocked and angry for a moment. She suddenly thought of something, and then sneered slightly. The crown prince has been decided. Will Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong be so impatient? Xianer has always been cautious and afraid of his mother like a tiger. When did he suddenly become so bold? Who ordered this little pawn to do this? No one knew what Wu Zetian was thinking. The accumulated wrinkles on her face were like shallow ravines. enough to cover up some of her slight changes in expression. It looked like she had no expression at all. After a long time, Wu Zetian suddenly picked up the secret letter and lightly said to Shanghai Wanner, "Transfer it to the Political Affairs Hall." Shanghai Wanner was a little surprised. This was originally a secret letter. Transfer it to the Political Affairs Hall? That meant it was public, and all the civil and military officials would know immediately. Wu Zetian was very satisfied with the surprised look on her face. Making people unable to understand her mind was an effective way for a leader to maintain mystery and authority. Wu Zetian lightly added, "Imperial College Professor Su cares about the state affairs, and I am very pleased. I will reward you and give you food." Wanner put away her surprised expression and respectfully agreed. She quietly left the room. The calm look on Wu Zetian's face slowly disappeared, and a touch of worry gently covered her eyebrows. "My nephews still do not give up. All the arrangements I have made, can they guarantee that after 100 years the country will be smoothly inherited?" Yang Fan was strong after all. The high fever began to subside after 2 days. In the afternoon of the third day, after a morning of lethargy, he had obviously recovered some energy, and his eyes began to become clear. Xiaoman, who had been guarding by his side, could not help but let out a sigh of relief. "Lang Jun is finally getting better. These days, you do not know how worried the family has been these days. Anu just came to see you. It is not easy for her to carry a big belly. I asked her to go back and rest." Xiaoman said happily. She gently blew on the rice porridge and fed it to Yang Fan. Yang Fan's eyes were a little erratic at first, and no one knew what he was thinking. Slowly, his focus fell on Xiaoman. Xiaoman was still so beautiful. The birth of 2 children did not affect her figure at all. If there was anything different from before, it would be that the arrogance and coldness of a female general that she would inadvertently reveal in the past was completely gone. Now, she was a gentle little woman, the little woman who waited on her husband and looked after her children, and could not help smiling as she clicked her abacus and calculated the ever-increasing wealth of her family. Her little world, once inhabited only by one brother, was now inhabited only by her husband, her children, and her home. Until now, she did not understand why her husband suddenly left the mansion alone that day, and why he came back so late. Why was he so depressed, and why did he get seriously ill after getting drunk? She felt that her husband must be extremely unhappy, but she did not ask if he did not say. Such a woman was the most charming woman, not because of how beautiful her appearance was, but because of her wholehearted devotion and gentleness to a man. How many stone-hearted men would not be moved by that kind of deep love? Yang Fan could not help but reach out and gently hold her hand. His hand was a little hot and wet, and also a little weak. Yang Fan held Xiaoman's hand and gently touched his cheek with the back of her delicate and smooth palm. After experiencing the unpredictability of life, he cherished what he had now even more. A small head quietly poked through the door. It was a unique heart-shaped hair. Then there was another one, with 2 small horns on her head. Then the 2 small heads shrank back together. The sunlight shining on the ground had clearly projected the figures of the 2 little fellows, but the 2 children were still unaware of it. They were still earnestly pushing each other outside the door, wanting the other to go in first. Yang Fan and Xiaoman could not help but look at each other and smile. In the end, the older sister won. The younger brother timidly poked his head in, blinking his big eyes, and asked, "Father, are you better?" The 2 little fellows could feel what had happened in the family these past few days. In their mother's eyes, they had always been little treasures more precious than eyeballs, but these past few days, even their mother could not take care of them. Every day, their mother would stay by their father's side without taking off her clothes. Although their young hearts still did not understand the seriousness of the matter, they still could not help but be careful. Yang Fan looked at the pair of lovely children, opened his somewhat chapped lips, and said with a smile, "Of course I'm much better. Come, you two little fellows, come in quickly." Yang Nianzu cheered and rushed in first, followed by his little sister Si Rong, blinking her beautiful big eyes. Yang Fan pulled the pair of children to his side, gently hugged their small bodies, and suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. At the bottom of his heart, there had always been a huge stone lying there, pressing down on him, so that he could not breathe. At this time, it was as if the huge stone had suddenly been moved, and the sudden feeling of relief made him let out a long sigh of relief. Father can't eat any more. Who can help Father eat some? Yang Fan took the handkerchief from Xiaoman's hand, gently wiped the corner of his mouth, and asked with a smile. Nianzu immediately volunteered. I'll eat. Although Nianzu was not hungry at all, he still ate the remaining spoonfuls of porridge in the bowl. He felt very happy that he could do something for his father. "Well, let Father rest for a while. Mother will take you out to play." The family spent a warm and happy time. Xiaoman held the pair of children's little hands and looked back at her husband, whose complexion was gradually getting better. She hesitated a little and pretended to be careless and said, "The weather is getting colder. Lang Jun can drink if you want, but you can't run to the roof to admire the moon anymore." Yang Fan chuckled dryly and replied, Xiaoman said again, "Miss Gu has not shown her face since that day." Yang Fan let out an ah and said, "Why, is she also sick?" Xiaoman pursed her lips and said, "No, it's just that." Lang Jun was unconscious because of a high fever and fainted in her arms. She couldn't carry you down by herself. As a result, although no one in the residence said anything, she is a girl, and it's inevitable that she is thin-skinned. Yang Fan was deep in thought. When Xiaoman walked to the door, Yang Fan said, "Xiaoman, you ask Miss Gu to come over. I want to talk to her." Gu Zhuting walked through the moon gate and saw two maids dressed in green walking on the stone path to her left, chatting and laughing. She subconsciously dodged to the right and circled around to a small bamboo path under the shade of the trees. If someone came here, it would not be easy to dodge, but there was already someone coming from the other path. Now Miss Gu, who was a little paranoid, had no other choice. As a result, she had just escaped to the bamboo forest path and had just turned a corner when she saw Anu, who was being supported by a little maid, walking towards her. Gu Zhuting had nowhere to hide and could only stand still. Her fair and clean face had already begun to redden involuntarily. "Master Gu." But Anu acted as if nothing had happened and welcomed her with joy. Gu Zhuting braced herself and walked up, saluting, "Second foreign." Anu supported her body and said angrily, "Why is Master Gu suddenly being so polite with me? Just call me Anu." She waved her hand and let the young maid leave, and walked forward with Gu Zhuting. She said with a smile, "Why haven't I seen Master Gu these past few days?" Gu Zhuting stammered, "Actually, I still have night duty at night. It's just that I have something to do during the day, so I didn't come." Anu suddenly said, "I see. I thought someone in the residence had said something that made Master Gu unhappy." Gu Zhuting was quite uneasy and quickly said, No, what? What could someone have said?" Anu said, "That's right. In this residence, if anyone dares to disrespect Master Gu, if I find out, I will not spare him. Oh, by the way, Lang's body has recovered and is now full of energy." Lang had just woken up and immediately asked someone to invite Master Gu over. Gu Zhuting clearly did not do anything. Hearing his words, it seemed that she had really done something shameful. She felt extremely guilty, and her heart was beating wildly. She did not even dare to answer. The sun was bright in front, and they had already walked to the edge of the forest. Anu suddenly stopped and said to Gu Zhuting, I still want to go for a walk in the garden, so I won't accompany Master Gu. Gu Zhuting nodded and felt relieved. Just now, when she walked with Anu, she was in fear. Anu glanced at her with a faint smile and suddenly said, Master Gu, in the future, do you think I should call you elder sister or younger sister? Gu Zhuting's face suddenly turned red, red to purple, purple to black. Seeing that there was a possibility of a cerebral hemorrhage, she stammered, What, elder, sister? Anu smiled, mischievously. In fact, I am a few months older than Xiao Man, but don't I still have to call her elder sister? In this case, Master Gu should also call me elder sister. He, the rules of the world are like this. Don't blame me for not respecting my teacher. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Gu Zhuting ran forward in panic. Her toes tripped on the stone ground, and she almost fell. With her skills, if she did not panic, she would not be in such a sorry state. Xiao Man suddenly came out from behind the shade of the trees. Looking at Gu Zhuting's fleeing figure, she rebuked Anu, You don't be so harsh with your words. Anu made a face at her and said, I didn't. It was obviously out of good intentions. Xiao Man cried, This is called good intentions. I have never seen Miss Gu in such a panic. Anu sighed and said to Xiao Man, Elder sister, since you were young, you only have Lang Jun in your heart. You have long given your heart to him, so naturally you will not understand. If this layer of window paper is not pierced, this Master Gu will continue to hide. You have to give her strong medicine. I know her mind the best. People who protect their hearts since young will not easily fall in love, but once they fall in love, they are the most sensitive. She is afraid that others will not like her, and she is afraid of being hurt by others. It is very easy for her to do stupid things. To deal with such a stupid woman, you have to make it clear and force her into a dead end. Xiao Man could not help but said, You mean like that Master Jinglian, who became a monk in a daze, did voluntary work for others for a month, and helped them copy a lot of money? Tranquil Lotus was the Dharma name Anu had when she became a monk in the Tranquil sect because she thought Yang Fan had fallen in love with someone else. Hearing Xiaoman's words, Anu's face immediately turned red. She was as pretty as a spring peach blossom that had bloomed on a branch and was bathing in the wind. Chapter 9:30. Gu Zhuting stood in front of Yang Fan's door with a red face. She paced back and forth for a long time, but she couldn't enter. Her mind was in a mess, and she kept thinking about what Anu had said. There were two maids in green next to her who looked at her curiously and walked past her, but she ignored them. Originally, she was afraid to meet people because she was afraid of being gossiped. But now, everyone thought that something had happened between her and Yang Fan. Her father thought so, her mother thought so, and so did her stupid brothers. She thought that the maids in Yang Mansion were just gossiping behind her back. But now, even Anu asked her to recognize her as her sister in front of her. So, what was the point of hiding? She was not afraid of being bitten when there were too many fleas. Dead pigs were not afraid of boiling water, and debts were not worth worrying about. But why did she become timid when she stood in front of Yang Fan's door? Why did Anu say that? Did Ah Lang say something to her? But Ah Lang, does Ah Lang really like me? Gu Zhuting thought in her heart. She couldn't believe it, but she was also a little flattered. Ahem, who's outside? Suddenly, Yang Fan's voice came from the room. Gu Zhuting was shocked. She didn't have time to think and stepped in. Ah Lang. Gu Zhuting stood straight in the room, but her legs couldn't help twitching uncontrollably. Ah Lang, Miss Gu, you're here. Sit down. Yang Fan smiled and pointed to the seat next to him. Gu Zhuting stood still, but her legs were still trembling. Yang Fan struggled to sit up. Seeing this, Gu Zhuting tried her best to guide her 2 legs to walk over and sit on the side of the bed. Yang Fan lay on the couch with his hands crossed in front of his chest. He pondered for a while, as if he had something to say, but it was inconvenient for him to say it. Seeing this, Gu Zhuting's heart beat faster. She wanted to listen, but was afraid to. She still maintained her sitting posture, but her buttocks gradually rose and hung on the chair. She was ready to escape at any time. She didn't look like a heroine who sneaked into a heavy ambush at the age of 13 and took the head of a commander-in-chief. That night, did I cry? Gu Zhuting was dumbfounded. She never expected that Yang Fan would ask such a question after hesitating for a long time. Looking at Yang Fan's expectant eyes, she suddenly shook her head and said, "No, Alang was just drinking at that time." Yang Fan heaved a sigh of relief and quickly nodded. "I think so too. I think so too." Then, "I didn't say anything nonsense, did I?" "No, Alang was just enjoying the moon and drinking. Then he fell asleep. He didn't say anything." "That's good. That's good," Yang Fan repeatedly said. Gu Zhuting's eyes gradually curved into crescent moons. Lang was so interesting. He indulged himself when he was drunk, but when he sobered up, he found it shameful. She felt that this sect master was not scary at all. Everyone goes through a process of getting to know each other. At first, young Master Jiang was an unattainable figure in her heart. But when she found that he was not scary at all that was left was hatred. But the one in front of her only made her feel that he was cute. Suddenly, Gu Zhuting thought of something, and her heart sank. Her eyes, which were curved like crescent moons, dimmed. If he didn't say anything, wouldn't that mean that she would have to take back the words that made her fantasies run wild for the past few days? But in the face of Yang Fan's expectant eyes, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. "Ahem, I was drunk at that time. Did I sleep on your lap?" No. Alang was clearly sleeping on. Gu Zhuting hurriedly denied, but Yang Fan looked at her and said very seriously, "That's right. I remember that I did sleep on your lap." Gu Zhuting was confused. She didn't understand what Yang Fan meant at all. Yang Fan smiled and said, "These days some maids and old women at home have been gossiping, right?" No. Yang Fan waved his hand and said, "Let them chew. Don't take it to heart. I slept on my own woman's lap. What's wrong with them?" Alang is right. Gu Zhuting sat back on the chair. Her legs suddenly turned into noodles, and her body seemed to have lost all its bones. If it weren't for her back, she would have slipped to the ground. She was like a frightened rabbit, trembling with fear and trepidation. Lang, what did he say? Yang Fan gazed at her. His eyes were very gentle. In her eyes, it was like the moon that night, sometimes bright, sometimes hazy. Gu Zhuting wanted to look, but didn't dare to. Under the flickering gaze, she desperately thought, "Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming like the night before, and last night?" Yang Fan said softly, "I understand your feelings, but for some inexplicable reasons, I have been hesitant and overcautious. Or should I say, it's dispensable. What's shameful is that all this is because I know you won't make any other choice, so I enjoy it with a clear conscience." Gu Zhuting didn't hear what he said at all. The sweetness after bitterness was far stronger than the feeling of success when the conditions were right. She felt as if she had drunk a jar of Jianan wine in one go. Her whole head was dizzy. She secretly pinched her thigh. It was very painful. Sure enough, she wasn't dreaming. Yang Fan said, "But ask yourself if you really made any other choice, or if God gave you an irreversible ending. Would I be disappointed? Would I regret it? Would I be sad?" So I said, "I'm really a bastard. Now I said it. You can refuse me, but at least I won't regret it anymore." Speaking up to here, his heart felt miserable again. There was a deep wound in his heart, and the pain was heart-wrenching. He wanted to bury that wound deep, and he didn't want to suffer the same pain again. He stared at Gu Zhuting and asked in a deep voice, "Are you willing?" I'm willing." Gu Zhuting mustered all the strength in her body to say her answer. Then her tears flowed like a spring. She didn't know why she was crying. In short, only by letting the tears flow would she feel better. Outside the Yang residence, 2 ox carts came to a stop. The guards on horseback looked around warily. Along the way, they had already noticed the owner of a small food stall at the entrance of the alley. There were 2 peddlers selling dates and cakes in the alley. There were also a few passers-by who happened to pass by the alley. There were 3 old women sitting on a stool doing needlework in front of the house. They were all first-rate martial arts experts. This alley had been under the constant management of Yang Fan in the 2 years after he became the sect master. Now, it had long become a dragon's lair and a tiger's den. It didn't look like the strength that Yang Fan had publicly displayed. The Gu family and the few succession hall guards in the Yang residence were all top-notch martial arts experts. The current situation made them shudder. If the other party wanted to make things difficult for them, it wouldn't be easy for them to escape unscathed. Shenmu didn't seem to care. When he got out of the cart, there was a faint smile on his face. He looked very relaxed. Although this person did not know the slightest bit of martial arts, his boldness, courage, wisdom, and courage were undoubtedly outstanding among the people. "Young Master Cui, please." Shen Mu smiled and gestured to Cui Lin, who was walking out of the other cart. Then they walked side by side to the Yang residence. Cui Lin used both carrot and stick and finally invited Shen Mu. However, he was worried that the 2 of them would fight again after a few words, so he also came. "May I ask who you 2 are?" The doorman of the Yang residence, Mo Xuanfei, immediately came to greet them. He looked at the 2 of them and thought to himself, "This young master looks a little familiar. I think he came to my house a few days ago." Cui Lin said, "I am Cui Lin of Qinghe. This is my friend. Today, we came together to pay a visit to the master of the residence. Could I trouble you to inform him?" Mo Xuanfei said, "Unfortunately, my master is ill and won't be seeing any guests today. Please come again another day." How could Cui Lin believe him? He thought that Yang Fan had already instructed the doorman to refuse on the pretext that he was sick. Immediately, he was very unhappy. He frowned and said, "A few days ago when I came to your mansion, Erlang was still well. Why did he suddenly fall sick? What illness does he have?" Mo Xuanfei thought, "This guest is so unreasonable. Just tell you that the master is not feeling well, and you can just leave. Why are you still asking what illness he has? Are you a doctor? My master is sick on the horse. Oh no, the bed. Can I tell you?" Mo Xuanfei's face darkened and said, "Is it the way of a guest to ask for the root of the matter?" Cui Lin said, "Today, I must meet Erlang with this friend of mine. Can a doorman like you make the decision for the master? Ask him to come out and greet us." "Huh, how arrogant." Mo Xuanfei rolled his eyes and retorted, "Who the hell do you think you are? Let me tell you, if the Yang family's master is willing to meet anyone, even if it's just a vegetable seller, Ah Lang will personally welcome him because he's an old acquaintance of Ah Lang's, and Ah Lang cherishes old friendships. If it's someone that Ah Lang doesn't want to see, unless you are the current emperor, we can't stop you. Don't come to my house and put on airs. Get out." Cui Lin was born in a rich family. No matter where he went, the master would greet him. This was the first time he was scolded by a servant. He was so angry that his face turned red. He said, angrily, "Is Yang Fan not willing to let this matter go? Good, good, good. Tell him to bear all the consequences himself." Chui Lin turned to leave after saying that, but Shun Mu pulled him back and called his courtesy name with a smile. Bo Ru, please calm down. Shun Mu turned his head to Mo Xuanfei and said, Our master is ill. We have come at the wrong time. However, this matter is of great importance. Little brother, your desire to protect the patriarch is commendable, but this is not something you can make the decision on. Go and inform the patriarch that Shun Mu has come to visit. If the patriarch really refuses to see you, I will leave immediately and not make things difficult for you. Mo Xuanfei's expression softened. He looked at him first, and then at Chui Lin and nodded. You're a reasonable person. All right, I'll go. Wait for me. Mo Xuanfei turned and walked towards the back of the house. Chui Lin said angrily, Outrageous, he said he wanted to meet you, but now he's pretending to be ill. Shen Mu's eyes flickered, and he said lightly, Bo Ru, don't be angry. In my opinion, Erlang is really ill. Chui Lin glared at him and said, You believe such an excuse? Shen Mu smiled and said, If it was an excuse, this doorman would have chased him away directly. Do you think he would dare to go back and report a few good words? Chui Lin was shocked. He thought to himself, No wonder he has today's achievements. I'm not as good as him in terms of observation. For a moment, his arrogance faded. Chapter 931. In the room, Yang Fan tried to sit up and felt weak. He shook his head with a grimace and said, Even a good man is afraid of sickness. Miss Gu, please help me up. Oh. Gu Zhuting hurriedly stood up and carefully helped Yang Fan up. She then put a thick pillow behind his back. Seeing where he was looking, she immediately understood and picked up a cup of water from the table. Watching Yang Fan drink, she felt sweet inside. Miss Gu, N. Yang Fan was silent for a moment. He suddenly laughed and said, Calling me, that seems too distant. How about I call you Little Ting in the future? Gu Zhuting's face was red. She stared at her toes and said bashfully, When I was young, father and mother called me that. Yang Fan scratched his head and said, Is it not appropriate to call you that? Then how about I call you Zhu Ting? No, Little Ting is very good. Just call me Little Ting. Gu Zhuting had two biggest worries in front of Yang Fan. One was her lowly status. A woman who wandered the martial world would not be easily accepted by a proper family, much less when she was originally the lowliest of slaves. She couldn't even be considered a good citizen. The other was that she was older than Yang Fan. Although the Empress was in power in this era, those who could really sit and talk with men were only an extremely small number of women of high status and power. The entire world was still a strict system of male superiority and female inferiority. These things were reflected in politics. For example, outside of the inner court, there were no female officials. It was reflected in the law. For example, a wife beating her husband for a year and a husband beating his wife would be demoted to the second rank. It was clear at a glance who was high or low. It was reflected in daily life. There were even more rules of high and low. For example, a wife could never walk in front of her husband or even walk side by side with him. For example, when a man slept on the bed, a woman could never turn over his body. If she had to pass him, she could only crawl past his feet. For example, a man would rarely marry a woman taller than him, no matter how beautiful she was. Also, a woman could be older than a man. In this era, this was a huge taboo. Little Ting, this form of address made her feel that she was a little younger than Little Ting, and it made her feel warm in her heart, as if she was being pampered. Spoil. Ever since she started practicing martial arts at the age of 4, she had never had the chance to be spoiled. Yang Fan said, All right, then I'll call you Little Ting. Xiao Ting, since you agree, then our matter is settled. But I think we shouldn't talk about marriage for the time being. We have to give our family some time to adapt. Besides, I haven't told Xiao Man and Nu. Also, there are many things in the imperial court recently. When Yang Fan spoke until here, he suddenly recalled the secret news of the imperial court moving the capital and couldn't help but frown. He didn't think that such a huge matter would be facilitated by the hidden sect, but if this matter were to become true, objectively speaking, it would be a help to the hidden sect. This was an indisputable fact. Gu Zhuting lowered her brows and focused her eyes. Whenever Yang Fan said something, she would respond accordingly. She was unbelievably gentle and submissive. She was a very traditional woman. Since the Sui and Tang dynasties, the Hu customs that had gradually invaded the Central Plains could be blown into the imperial palace, but it couldn't be blown into the aristocratic clans that were proud of their tradition. The Chui clan never wore Hu clothes, and the Chui clan's women weren't allowed to show their faces in public without any rules. The Chui clan's massive residence didn't even have a single piece of Hu furniture. Even if she was a heroine who could kill a man every 10 steps, she still had to be absolutely obedient to her man. This philosophy was deeply engraved in her bones. After obtaining Yang Fan's promise, Gu Zhuting treated herself as Yang Fan's woman. Even if she was exceedingly capable and he didn't have the strength to truss a chicken, Gu Zhuting wouldn't be able to resist Yang Fan at all. Etiquette was a formless but incomparably powerful force. Due to her special identity, this sense of hierarchy was especially intense for her. When Yang Fan saw that she was so obedient, he felt a little uneasy. He held her hand gently and said, "Don't think too much. I will definitely fulfill the promise that I made. However, there are some things that have to be prepared." When Gu Zhuting's little hand was held by him, her body became soft and her heart melted. No matter what Yang Fan wanted her to do, she could only obey. How could she say no? In addition, it was the first time that Yang Fan treated her so gently. She was so nervous that she didn't dare to say anything and just nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Yang Fan had probably seen too many arrogant and domineering women. Although Xiao Man and Anu were not domineering, they were also very lively. He was not used to Gu Zhuting being bullied like a little wife. He couldn't help but say, "Little Ting, you don't have to be so afraid of me." Gu Zhuting hurriedly defended herself. "No, I'm not afraid of Alang." Yang Fan said helplessly, "You don't have to listen to me. If you have any ideas, just tell me. I'll think about it." Gu Zhuting hurriedly shook her head. "I don't have any ideas. I'll do whatever Alang says." "I mean, A pretty face and a pair of big, watery eyes looked at him eagerly, as if she was waiting for a holy teaching. Yang Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly and put his hand on his forehead. Gu Zhuting timidly said, "Alang, did I say something wrong?" Yang Fan smiled bitterly. "No, I like it very much." Haha. Before he could finish laughing, third sister appeared at the door and reported in a low voice, "Alang, there's news from the door that Chui Lin and Shenmu are here to see you. Alang, do you think—" "Oh?" Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, "Invite them in. Come here." Third sister nodded and turned to leave. Gu Zhuting uneasily said, "Alang, should I leave?" Yang Fan looked at her cautious appearance and felt helpless. Although such a beautiful and lovely woman with unfathomable martial arts was so submissive to him, it was very satisfying for a man to have such a man's mentality. But the two of them would have to live together day and night, and it would be very hard for her to do so. Maybe it will be better if she gets used to this new relationship. Thinking of this, Yang Fan shook his head and said, "No, you stay here and accompany me to see them." The family members of the green-clothed man with the little hat led Chui and Shun, two people, to the front hall and then let the senile old steward Neo lead them to the back of the house. At the back of the house, there was a moon-shaped door, and they were handed over to Sanjier to lead the way, passing through a small path in the forest, a rockery, a pond, and a grapevine. They walked all the way to an elegant and refined abode. From the location of the house, it should be the master bedroom of the house, the place where the man and woman lived. The anger in Chui Lin's heart gradually faded. Yang Fan must be really unwell to be able to lead the two of them to this place. Otherwise, he could just lie in the study and pretend to be sick. It was impossible for him to be able to let the guests enter this place by pretending. Chui Lin secretly wondered, is Yang Fan really so sick that he even finds it difficult to get up to welcome the guests? At the entrance of the carved door, there stood a beautiful woman with a tall figure and elegant steps. She wore a short emerald skirt and a red square skirt. A light green ribbon was tied around her slender waist. The soft clothes clung to her plump and perky buttocks, and the hem of the skirt was a slanted arc with many pleats, making her look like a burning mermaid. Seeing Chui Lin and Shunmu walking side by side, the mermaid bowed slightly to greet them. She waved her beautiful tail lightly and said in a soft voice, "Young Master Shin, young Master Chui, please." Such a gentle and beautiful voice fell into the ears of Shunmu, who had always liked to appreciate beautiful women. He could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Looking at this woman, she was dainty and beautiful, with slender eyebrows and charming eyes. Her nose was as delicate and white as ivory, and her red lips were slightly pursed, slanting into a bright and charming smile, which made people's eyes light up. This woman was Gu Zhuting. She was originally an extremely beautiful woman, and at this time, she had just received the promise of her beloved. She had a place to place her heart and someone to rely on for the rest of her life. When she was in high spirits, it was really a unique beauty. Even though Shunmu and Chui Lin had seen many beauties, they could not help but take a few more glances at her. Third sister squatted outside the door and stood still. Gu Zhuting led the two of them into the room, and they turned inside. Right now, Yang Fan could not be compared to the nobles, nor could he be compared to the aristocratic families. But after all, his status was very different from the past, and the Yang family also had a strict atmosphere. The inside of the room was separated from the outside by 12 octagonal flower and bird screens. As soon as they turned inside, they saw a carved mahogany frame bed with orange curtains parted slightly. Next to the bed was a dressing table made of the same material, and on top of the dressing table was a heart-shaped copper mirror that could be flipped. Other than this, there was nothing else. The slanting sunlight reflected on the table surface, giving it an amber glow. Jewelry, accessories, and rouge were all in the drawers below. With one glance, Shinmu knew that this was a dressing box with added mechanisms. As long as one pressed a button, the drawers would automatically pop out. This was the most popular dressing table among the rich and powerful. Next to the bed, there was a high table with a fine white porcelain vase on it. There were a few flower branches inside. Next to it, there was a tray with soup bowls and medicine jars. Shunmu and Chui Lin looked at the bed together. Yang Fan was leaning on a thick cushion, looking at them with a smile. Although his complexion was now much better, there was still a gap between him and a normal person. With one glance, Chui Lin and Shenmu knew that he was not pretending to be sick. He was indeed sick, and very sick at that. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Both of you, please take a seat. This Yang is sick and cannot come out to welcome you. Please forgive me." Chui Lin was surprised and said, "When I came to visit a few days ago, Brother Yang was still well. Why did you suddenly fall sick?" Yang Fan shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Birth, old age, sickness, and death have always been out of our control. As for why I fell sick, how can I explain it clearly? Hearing this, Gu Zhuding's pretty face turned red. Guiltily, she moved the cushion over for the two of them and let them sit. She then turned her body sideways and, at the same time not blocking Yang Fan's line of sight, used a pair of slender, jade-like hands to deftly tighten the slightly loosened curtains. Then she gracefully retreated to the head of the bed, like a submissive little wife, but she did not leave. Shenmu glanced at her in surprise and immediately revealed a hint of understanding. Only then did he look at Yang Fan and said with a smile, "It should have been 3 years since I parted with Erlang." I remember that at that time, Erlang was still the Yulin Guard's first Lang general. I did not expect that after 3 years, Erlang would actually have such an earth-shattering change. When I was in Xinlua, I have also heard of Erlang's many great and spectacular achievements. With his own power, he defeated that group of cruel officials from the censorate, pacified the southern frontier's Six Paths barbarians, launched a surprise attack on the Khitan elders, quelled the rebellion in Hebei, manipulated the selection of officials, intelligently escorted Luling back to the capital, and now he has stirred up a storm of blood in the pass. Thinking of how Erlang cleverly alienated the Tufan king and prime minister, intelligently repelling the Turkic army of 100,000, and so on, it makes one clap one's hands in admiration. Now, Erlang is in court and is a fourth-rank loyal marshal great general. In the wilderness, he has also become the leader of my successor hall, Xianzong. It is really worthy of celebration. Chapter 932. Yang Fan smiled faintly and said, "Ha! This little brother becoming the leader of the obvious sect is actually just a coincidence. For Brother Shen, this may be worthy of congratulations. But is this true?" Shenmu nodded solemnly and said with a serious expression, "Truly, these are words from the bottom of my heart. There is no falsehood in any of them." Yang Fan looked at him for a long time and nodded lightly. "These 3 years, Brother Shen has not been in Exine Luo. If I am not wrong, Brother Shen has been back for a year. It is a pity that this little brother is not well informed and knows nothing about this. Otherwise, I would be happy to hear that Brother Shen has returned. This little brother would feel it is worthy of celebration. Now, this little brother is sick and weak. It is a pity that Brother Shen has to come and visit." When the two met, they started a war of words. Chui Lin felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He would occasionally look at Shenmu and occasionally look at Yang Fan, afraid that the leaders of the obvious and hidden sects would fight again if they did not agree. He had come today as the representative of the noble families and the mediator between the obvious and hidden sects, but his status and experience were not high enough, and his power was not as great as the two. He could only tactfully remind and pacify. He did not have the right to be the judge unless the heads of the 7 noble families came out. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Shenmu sighed deeply and said, "Erlang probably has a grudge against me. I know that with our relationship, I should have come to visit you when you returned. Erlang has become the leader of the obvious sect. Due to the relationship between the obvious and hidden sects, I should have more discussions with Erlang. But in the Jianghu, one cannot do as one pleases." Yang Fan also sighed and nodded in agreement. Yes, when one is on the Jianghu, one cannot do as one wishes. This little brother originally did not understand this phrase very well. Now that I am the sect leader of Xian sect, I finally understand the meaning of one's position being one's own. Sometimes one cannot control one's own likes and dislikes. So, this little brother understands Brother Shen's difficulties and has no complaints. Shenmu looked at Yang Fan and said wryly, "Is Erlang's words true?" Yang Fan nodded solemnly and said with a serious expression, "It's true. These are words from the bottom of my heart. There is absolutely no falsehood in them." These were the words that Shun Mu had just said. When their eyes met, they suddenly laughed at the same time. Gu Zhuting stood to the side, listening attentively to the battle of words between the leaders of the obvious and hidden sects. Her eyes, however, were fixed on Yang Fan. From time to time, a strange expression flashed across her clear and bright eyes. Lang looks good when he's serious, but when he's putting on an act. He's also very good-looking. In Chui Lin's eyes, these two people's words were full of hypocrisy. He impatiently coughed and said, "If the two of you can understand each other and stop fighting, that would be good. Both of you are sect masters, so it is understandable that you have a plan for the benefit of your sect. However, the battle between the two sects not only harms the interests of the obvious and hidden sects, but it also harms the interests of the various aristocratic families. All the elders hope that the two of you can understand each other. If there are any problems, you can discuss and resolve them as soon as possible. There is no need for the two of you to beat around the bush. There is no harm in talking openly." Yang Fan and Shun Mu were talking and laughing. Those who did not know what had happened between the two of them could not understand what they were talking about. It looked like the two of them were old friends who had not seen each other for many years. However, when Chui Lin finished speaking, Yang Fan and Shun Fan's expressions changed almost at the same time. Shun Mu sat up straight, and so did Yang Fan. The faint smiles on their faces disappeared at the same time, and were replaced with solemn expressions. Shun Mu said solemnly, "In private, Erlang and I can be considered as close friends. However, you and I each have a group of brothers who follow us to make a living. It would be inappropriate for us to neglect the public for personal reasons. Therefore, for the benefit of our sects, there are some things that we have to make clear. No matter how we fight, we are still one family. It is fine for us to fight for the succession hall, but it is inappropriate for Erlang to borrow the power of the officials. The official path is dangerous. There are some things that can be discussed openly, but there are some things that can only be discussed behind the scenes. There are too many variables, and it is easy for things to go out of control. When the time comes, you will inevitably harm others and yourself," Yang Fan said. The first half of Brother Shun's words is in line with little brother's thoughts, but the second half is not pleasant to hear. Originally, if Brother Shun had not defeated young Master Jiang, little brother would not have been able to become the head of the hidden sect. I should be thanking Brother Shun. However, now that I am the head of the hidden sect, I naturally cannot neglect the public for personal reasons. I should speak a few words of justice for the hidden sect. When Brother Shun defeated young Master Jiang in the Battle of Chang, and did you not borrow the power of the officials? If you did not, then what does little brother's actions today have to do with Brother Shun? When the imperial court deals with the corrupt officials, it is to get rid of the vermin for the nation and a great evil for the people. It is fair and just, and the law is clear. How did it implicate Brother Shun? If those corrupt officials embezzled the rations and didn't have anything to do with the hidden sect, then when did I do anything against the hidden sect? If there is a huge relationship between the two of you, then it is your hidden sect who first borrowed the power of the officials. It is you who broke the rules first. However, Brother Shun borrowed authority, while I borrowed the law. Is there any difference? The two of them were like litigators in court. Their gazes were like eagles that were trying to intimidate the other party. The moment they opened their mouths, it was full of the smell of gunpowder. Chui Lin felt very uneasy. With the two of them acting like this, can we really negotiate today? He originally had rather high expectations for today's meeting, but now he was a little uncertain. Young Lady Gu, who had just evolved from unrequited love to a state of passionate love, was currently in the infatuated stage. Her man would not only see his good points as his good points, but he would also magnify his good points. Hence, she was elated when she heard this. Lang is not only good-looking, but he is also very eloquent. Shun Mu spoke in a deep voice. Of course there is a difference. My hidden sect borrows the authority of an official, but you borrow the law of an entire nation. One person's authority only belongs to one person. A nation's law will inevitably implicate the innocent. Do you know that many of the aristocratic clans that did not provide any help to my hidden sect have also suffered undeserved calamities because of the Yenjo case? For this matter to escalate to such a stage and infuriate the various clan heads, it can be said that it was all because of your hidden sect's unscrupulous actions. Being a human is a lifetime thing, and being an official is only a short period of time. Don't put the cart before the horse. In the end, not only will you not be an official, you won't even be able to be a human. Yang Fan said, "This little brother does not agree with the undeserved calamities that Brother Shen spoke of. It is true that those people were implicated, but it was not an undeserved calamity. If they were innocent, why would they be implicated? Since they are guilty, why didn't today's incident or tomorrow's incident happen? Who do you think will be able to plug the huge hole that the corrupt officials in Yenjo poked? Once this matter is known by the imperial court, it will be a calamity sooner or later. At that time, the various aristocratic clans will rely on these officials to send many of their elite descendants into officialdom. If these descendants are implicated because of these officials, then it will be an irreversible calamity. Now that this matter has been exposed, it may be disadvantageous to the various aristocratic clans in the short term, but in the long term, it might not be a bad thing. It will prevent a small problem from becoming a serious problem. Furthermore, your accusation of me is completely unreasonable. This matter has nothing to do with my hidden sect. I have already spoken to Bo-Ru. This Yang just happened to be at the right time and made use of it." Shenmu sneered and said, "If that is the case, Erlang, not only are you not at fault, but you are also meritorious." Yang Fan nodded and said, "That is exactly what little brother thinks." Chui Lin couldn't help but say, All right. I did not invite the two of you to sit together today to argue about who is right and who is wrong. No matter who is right and who is wrong, we all hope that this matter will stop immediately. Otherwise, the power that the 7 aristocratic clans have nurtured in the officialdom for many years will most likely be lost in the great purge of the imperial court. Chui Lin said with pain and hatred, 10 years after Empress Wu established the empire, Luoyang's political situation has been unstable. The imperial court is in a reign of terror, and there is not a single day of peace. The power that the 7 aristocratic clans have painstakingly nurtured in the officialdom is almost all in Guanzhong. Yang Fan and Shunmu looked at each other and lowered their eyes at the same time. They thought quietly for a moment before suddenly looking up and saying in unison, The two of them stopped abruptly, paused for a moment, then said in unison, "You first." Chui Lin rubbed his forehead and said, "Brother Shen is a few years older. Brother Shen, please speak first." Shenmu said, "All right, then I will state our conditions first. Ever since the succession hall was established, the obvious clan has been in charge. But in these years, my hidden sect has proven that our abilities are above the obvious clan. If we are in charge, we can run the succession hall better. Those who are capable will be promoted. Those who are mediocre will be relegated. The succession hall will be managed by my hidden sect in the future." Yang Fan sneered and said, "Ridiculous." He glanced at Chui Lin and said, "Chicken head and phoenix tail. If it was Bo-Ru, which would you choose?" Chui Lin didn't know why he raised this question. He stilled and then said after thinking, "Why not make your own decisions when you are behind others? You should choose the chicken head." Yang Fan shook his head and said, "I think you should choose the phoenix tail." Chui Lin asked curiously, "What is Erlang's opinion?" Yang Fan said. If you choose the chicken head, you will be able to stand out immediately, but your vision will forever only be so far, and your status will only be so high. A chicken is a chicken, and the highest you can fly is just standing on a pile of firewood. But what about the phoenix? The phoenix soars above the 9 heavens, and the world is so vast. If you want to have great accomplishments and plan for the long term, even if you are at the phoenix tail, it is thousands of times higher than the chicken head. Chui Lin faintly understood what Yang Fan meant and asked probingly, Erlang's opinion is, Yang Fan said, my obvious sect doesn't just have an innate advantage. Our obvious sect has the greatest advantage in officialdom. The elders of the prestigious families, no matter if they want their family to continue standing for thousands or tens of thousands of years or want their descendants to rise up or want to manage agriculture, if they have someone to take care of them in the officialdom, it can be imagined how useful it will be. Also, in this situation, my obvious sect clearly has the initiative. If we add fuel to the fire and cause the imperial court to continue investigating, the hidden sect's weak foundation in officialdom will disappear. At this time, Brother Shin still dares to make such a request. I really admire you, admire your short-sightedness. Chapter 9:33. Shenmu wasn't annoyed and smiled. My hidden sect's foundation in the bureaucracy is indeed shallow, but the other clans are different. If you want to pursue relentlessly, will the other clans agree? Yang Fan spread his hands at Chui Lin and said, Bo-Ru, you saw it. The hidden sect is obviously using the emperor to command the nobles. They are forcing me to be cautious and forcing the other clans to be used by them. Are the various clan heads willing to be used by the hidden sect? Gu Zhuting pursed her lips and wanted to laugh. Yang Fan seemed to have noticed it and lifted his eyes slightly. He saw 2 deep pools waiting there with tender affection. His aggressive eyes couldn't help but turn gentle. Chui Lin had a bitter expression as he said to Shenmu, Brother Shun's request is a little unrealistic. I hope that both of you can show some sincerity. Both of you, the more powerful a person is, the more they need to learn to compromise. An overly greedy person will forever be short-lived. When Chui Lin spoke until here, he silently sighed in his heart. The reason why the 7 clans couldn't come up with any strong measures to deal with the obvious and hidden sects was because of the compromise towards the succession hall and the unbalanced internal opinions. The hidden sect was developed by Shenmu alone, and his men were all at the bottom of the hierarchy who couldn't enter the core of the clans. Thus, these people were undoubtedly loyal to Shenmu, and the clan's interference was limited. The clans had a stronger control over the obvious sect, but it was hard to completely stop their actions. Furthermore, as long as the hidden sect didn't stop, could they force the obvious sect to not retaliate and allow the hidden sect to attack? This wasn't in line with the benefits of the various clans. Furthermore, even though the 7 clans were dissatisfied with the obvious and hidden sect's intense fight, the 7 clans weren't completely united. Behind the hidden sect was Longxi Li and Xingyang Zheng, and they hoped that the hidden sect would have the upper hand. Behind the obvious sect was Boling Chui and Zhao Juanli. Originally, there was still the Fanyang Lu clan, and the Lu clan had the dominant position among the 3 clans. However, because of young Master Zhang's repeated mistakes, the hidden sect grew stronger under his watch until they were on equal footing with the obvious sect and even defeated him. As a result, young Master Zhang was ousted. For these 2 years, the Lu clan's influence in the obvious sect had been deteriorating. The current situation was that the hidden sect was backed by Longxi Li and Yang Zheng, while the visible sect was backed by Boling Chui, and Zhao Commandery Li, Taiyuan King, and Qinghe Chui were actively getting involved, but they were also clear that the sects were already supported by 2 great clans in the dark, so it would be very difficult for them to get involved. Even if they could get in, They could only follow the footsteps of the other clans. Therefore, their wishful thinking was to mediate between the obvious and hidden sects and work hard to force both sides to reach a balance. Only when the obvious and hidden sects were evenly matched and the four aristocratic families behind the obvious and hidden sects were evenly matched would they be able to highlight their usefulness. No matter which faction wanted to achieve something, they would have to win the support of the obvious and hidden sects. Only then would they be able to intervene. As for the Fanyang Lu clan, young Master Jiang was jointly kicked off the throne by the other 6 aristocratic families. As a result, the Fanyang Lu clan's interests were greatly damaged. Now, the Fanyang Lu clan did not trust the other 6 aristocratic families. They had not made contact with any of the parties and had been watching from the sidelines. Obviously, they were waiting for the right time. They would stand out when the battle situation was clear or when both sides had suffered heavy losses. Think about it. How could a group of aristocratic families, each with their own schemes and plans, form a strong control over the succession hall? This time, it was only because the obvious and hidden sects had gone too far that they stood out to restrain them. In reality, they did not wish for the obvious and hidden sects to be in harmony. The aristocratic families behind the obvious and hidden sects hoped that their side would win, and the aristocratic families that wanted to intervene hoped that the 2 sects would continue to fight. It would be best if not only the obvious and hidden sects suffered heavy losses, but the 4 aristocratic families behind them would also suffer heavy losses. Then, they would naturally become the dominant faction. However, they hoped that in the arena that they had set, the obvious and hidden sects would be the 2 gladiators that they would decide the winner and the loser fighting to the death, and not implicating the spectators sitting on the spectator stands. In this kind of situation, their usefulness could be imagined. Yang Fan and Shenmu listened to Cui Lin's words and immediately compromised. Shenmu said straightforwardly, "All right, then our hidden sect will be more magnanimous and take a step back. In the future, the obvious and hidden sects will be on equal footing. However, the obvious sect's monopoly of the salt channel business must be shared with us." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Since Bo Ru is mediating, I have to give this face. I agree that the obvious and hidden sects will be on equal footing in the future. The Longyu trade route that your hidden sect controls will be completely open to us, who would be willing to give up their vested interests. Even if the 2 of them were willing, their subordinates wouldn't be willing. Even if their subordinates were willing, the 4 aristocratic families behind them wouldn't be willing either. Not only were there the results of their many years of operations, but they also had already formed transportation and sales channels. They also had a network of relationships that took countless generations of manpower and resources to build. Furthermore, in this era where transportation was inconvenient, the domains that they controlled relied on their geographical advantage and were controlled in their foundations. How could they allow others to sleep soundly beside their beds? They could expand into new domains, but they couldn't possibly give up the interests that were already in their control. Thus, Yang Fan and Shenmu only acted modest for a moment before they were ready to fight again. Shenmu sneered and threw out his trump card. "Erlang Ran has been in seclusion all this while. I believe there are some things that you are still unaware of. The current emperor has the intention to move the capital. You should understand what it means to move the capital of a country to Chang. And although you have the upper hand for now, when the time comes..." Yang Fan shook his head and said disapprovingly, "Brother Shen, you are not in the imperial court, so you don't know what is going on in the imperial court. Do you think the capital of a country can be moved at will? Even if the emperor makes a decision immediately and really takes action, it can't be done without a year's effort. And a year's time is enough for us to utterly defeat you." Right under Cui Lin's eyes, The dignified masters of the obvious and hidden sects seemed to have turned into two small merchants who had to compete with each other. They were arguing over the gain and loss of every copper coin, or perhaps they had turned into envoys sent by two countries, fighting over every inch of territory, not giving in an inch. But in Gu Zhuding's eyes, her man was very magnanimous. Only that Shenmu was petty. Look, Lang had already said that he could use his influence to prevent the imperial court from carrying out a more thorough purge of the Guanyi Dao's officialdom. How generous was that? The price he asked for was only for Shenmu to open up the western region's trade route. Lang had also said that this matter had already reached the imperial court and attracted the attention of various forces in the imperial court. Therefore, it was hard to guarantee how effective his efforts would be in the end, and whether he could stop the emperor from continuing to investigate. But didn't this mean that Lang was open and above board? Otherwise, why would Lang say such ugly words first? But Shenmu was petty and refused to agree. In addition, Lang said that as long as the hidden sects gave up on attacking the obvious sect's influence in the salt tents, he would use the officialdom he controlled to urge the imperial court to pass the proposal of dredging the Hebei province and opening up the Horse Cheek River. This proposal was pushed by the aristocratic families behind the scenes and had long been reported to the imperial court by the Ministry of Works. But due to the depression after the war in Hebei province and the huge cost of dredging the river, the relevant departments had been evading the responsibility. At present, it seemed that there was no hope of it being passed. Once this river was opened, it would directly reach the Bohai Sea. From then on, it would become an important river that could be used for irrigation in drought and drainage in flood. This would have a great effect on the fertile farmland along the river controlled by the aristocratic families in Shandong. Moreover, after it was opened, the imperial court might use it to transport the salt tents. Lang had already generously expressed that the obvious sect would not interfere with the operation of the salt tents. But Shenmu insisted on getting a share of the salt tents controlled by the obvious sect. It was obviously unreasonable. Shenmu and Yang Fan were opposing each other with equal harshness and refused to give in. They were like a pair of martial arts experts fighting to the death. If you put forward a request for benefits in one aspect, I will immediately put forward a compensation measure in another. If you put forward a request for restrictions, I will immediately put forward a countermeasure. Cui Lin, who was dizzy from listening, had completely lost all hope. He thought that it was impossible for the two sides to reach a settlement. He could only report this matter to the various clan lords and ask them to personally come forward to mediate. Otherwise, but just at this moment, there was a turn of events. The two sides actually reached an agreement. The two sides decided to put aside all disputes and stop all attacks. After all, this crisis had already reached a stage where it was out of control. If it was allowed to continue, it would be disadvantageous to both sides. Thus, the two sides had to work together to minimize the impact of the imperial court's investigation of the corruption case in Yenzhou on the aristocratic families in Guangzhou. Because the obvious sect currently held the initiative in this matter, they would be playing a greater role. Thus, the hidden sect had to make some concessions in order to appease the people on the obvious sect side. The hidden sect promised that the obvious sect could return to Chang, and the hidden sect would not use the enormous power they had in Guangzhou's officialdom and people to obstruct the obvious sect's return. Of course, Yang Fan also returned the favor and expressed that he would use the obvious sect's power to support the hidden sect in the matter of opening the Horse Cheek River. He wanted the imperial court to pass this proposal. However, this matter was originally the most beneficial to the aristocratic families in Shandong and the commoners in Hebei. It actually had nothing to do with the hidden sect. For some reason, Yang Fan had pushed it into a sea tense that might not have been realized, and it became a great favor to the hidden sect. In regards to this, Lady Gu, who always sided with those close to her, thought that it was because her Alang was smarter than others. Putting aside disputes meant that there would be a day when disputes would arise again. However, at least this fire that was about to go out of control would be controlled. Young Master Chui secretly sighed in relief. After the two sides finally established the agreement, Chui Lin left with Shun Mu in satisfaction. Xiao Ting, help me up. Yang Fan didn't send the guest off. He waited for the guest to leave before speaking to Gu Zhuting. When Gu Zhuting heard him call her, she felt sweet inside. This pitiful and cute little woman finally obtained the love that she thought was purely an extravagant hope. She wanted to become a little dog that could wag its tail as long as she could make her master happy. The words, Xiao Ting, made her feel like she had drunk a jar of honey. Chapter 934. Gu Zhuting quickly went forward and helped Yang Fan up from the bed. After lying down for 3 days, even though Yang Fan had a sturdy body, he still felt a little dizzy when he got up. His body tilted, and his shoulder touched a soft and elastic piece of flesh. Gu Zhuting blushed, but she pretended not to know and just supported him firmly, fearing that he would fall. As soon as Yang Fan looked at the clothes hanging on the bedside, Gu Zhuting understood tacitly. She carefully let go of Yang Fan, and after making sure that he could stand steadily, she went to take the clothes and helped him put them on gently. Gu Zhuting was different from Xiaoman, and knew deep down she was more traditional than these two women. Therefore, once she made a decision, she would be especially docile and obedient. Of course, this was due to her personality, but she was able to roam the Jianghu at the age of 13 and take the head of a military governor. If it wasn't for the fact that she loved this man to death and cherished his love, how could she be willing to be so submissive? Cherish. Thinking of this word, Yang Fan was momentarily absent-minded. Ningku's death had caused a huge trauma to his heart. He now understood a principle, which was to never let what should be cherished turn into deep regret and sadness. Lang has reached an agreement with the hidden sect. We can finally relax for a while. Gu Zhuting knelt on one knee and squatted in front of Yang Fan. She carefully tidied up his robe and spoke delightfully. We have reached an agreement and can relax. Yang Fan was tickled by this naive sentence. He gently held Gu Zhuting's smooth shoulder, and Gu Zhuting stood up obediently. As they were standing face to face, she shyly lowered her head. Her elegant and fair neck was like a swan that was bending down to peck its wings. A smear of blush quickly climbed up her cheeks, and her perky breasts were like a pair of honey peaches that were nodding gently in the wind. The peaches were ripe and waiting for their owner to reach out and pluck them. Yang Fan didn't know why he turned a blind eye to such a good woman and turned a blind eye to her tender feelings. He gently scratched the tip of Gu Zhuting's nose and said intimately, Originally, there were some things that I wasn't very sure about, but today's snort has made me understand something." Because of this intimate action of his, Gu Zhuting's heart was immediately filled with happiness. She gently raised her eyes and gazed at her lover, her heaven, and obediently asked, "What's the reason?" "The so-called alliance is meant to be torn apart. I want them to establish an alliance right here." Wu Zetian stood in the magnificent Tongtian Palace, lightly tapping her dragon crutch, and spoke in a powerful and resonant tone. The Wanxiang Divine Palace that was destroyed by Xue Huai was finally rebuilt. The entire magnificent and majestic palace was rebuilt in its original location, according to its original size and style. However, Wu Zetian had changed the name of the new palace. Wu Zetian, who had always been a little superstitious, always felt that although the fire calamity was man-made, it could also be the will of the heavens. Otherwise, Shui Huai was clearly burning heaven, so how could the fire spread to Wanxiang Divine Palace so quickly? Therefore, she renamed the new Ming Hall Tongtian. The final decorations of the Tongtian Palace had been completed, accompanied by Shanghai Wanner and the Zhang brothers. Wu Zetian slowly walked in the huge palace with the help of her dragon crutch. The entire palace was brand new, but everything was so familiar. It was as if the Wanxiang Divine Palace that had been destroyed in the fire had been rebuilt by her magical fingers. This gave her an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Zhang Yiji glanced at the joyful expression on Wu Zetian's face and softly suggested, "The saints should hold a grand ceremony to celebrate the completion of the Tongtian Palace." Wu Zetian shook her head and said her plan, "I want them to establish an alliance here." Shanghai Wanner quickly glanced at Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian looked up at the throne high above, as if she knew the doubts of the three closest people around her. She nodded her head vigorously and said, "Yes, they." Wu Zetian turned around and solemnly instructed Shanghai Wanner, "Tomorrow the court will stop for a day. Pass on my oral edict that the Wu and Li princes will be present at the newly completed Tongtian Palace early tomorrow morning." Ever since the Imperial College's Guang, when Libraries Professor Su Aning sent the secret memorial through the copper bell, Wu Zetian had been somewhat uneasy. Before this, she had never doubted whether her decisions could be carried out firmly, but now she began to doubt. She wanted to use a ceremony and an oath to bind the Wu and Li families to prevent them from falling into a war after her death. However, could an alliance really bind others? As a politician who was well-versed in trickery and knew the pros and cons, Wu Zetian had never believed in its effectiveness. But now she had no choice but to place her hopes on this method to ensure the stability of the political situation behind her. For a woman who had been strong for half her life, how could it not be a kind of sorrow? Wu Zetian also seemed to understand that the effect of this oath was limited. As she walked towards the palace door, her originally tall and straight chest slowly stooped down. In this magnificent palace that symbolized the fate of the empire and the imperial power, her figure inevitably aged. Shanghai Wanner, who had been by her side since the age of 14, received her guidance and assisted her in governing the country, stared at the figure of the woman she was most familiar with. Her heart suddenly floated a never-before-seen thought. The master of this palace is gradually losing her empire. Wu Zetian stood at the entrance of the palace hall and added another sentence in an old but still dignified voice, "Call Taiping to come too." In the empty main hall, her last sentence echoed. Shanghai Wanner and Zhang Yiji looked at each other in surprise. Zhang Changzong happily chased after her and attentively supported Wu Zetian's arm. He simply could not understand the feelings in Wu Zetian's heart and did not understand what Wu Zetian's words meant. He did not have any talent in politics, but he had appeared in the turbulent, treacherous, and unpredictable center of power. For him, this was really a disaster and not a blessing. There was no eternal thing in the world. The unparalleled huge tree crown that had opened up to shelter him, a small blade of grass from the wind and rain. How long could it protect him? Tongtian Palace was like a heavenly temple shrouded in the morning mist. The golden phoenix at the top of the palace was half hidden in the morning mist, as if it had just flown here. Early in the morning, the Wu princes gathered in the palace. In reality, they did not need to come so early, but Wu Zetian purposely stopped the court meeting for a day and issued an edict ordering all the Wu princes to gather in Tongtian Palace. These Wu princes did not know what was going on and could not help but feel nervous. Even the normally lazy Wu princes had woken up early today. Wei Prince Wu Qingxi was seriously ill and could no longer support himself. He also came shakily with his son's support. The Wu princes naturally gathered in front of Liang Prince Wu Sanxi and Wei Prince Wu Qingxi and asked them why the emperor had gathered all the princes today. In truth, Wu Sanxi did not know either, but he was not willing to show that he did not know. As a result, he only shook his head with a sullen expression. Don't ask. When His Majesty arrives, you will naturally know. In the past, Wu Qingxi's influence had been even greater than Wu Sanxi's, but the present was different. The number of people gathering around him was far fewer than the numbers surrounding Wu Sanxi. Wu Qingxi lightly coughed and shook his head. Wu Sanxi still needed to pretend to be well-informed but inconvenient to divulge information, but he did not even have the mood to pretend anymore. He had fought with Wu Sanxi for half his life, but now, just because his lifespan was about to run out, he had lost all his capital. What else was there to fight for? In the distance, another group of people walked out of the mist. When they saw these people, the Wu princes immediately revealed astonished expressions. They were Prince of Xiangli Dan and his 5 sons, as well as Crown Prince Li Xian and his 3 sons. Upon seeing this lineup, the Wu princes immediately understood. Today, the emperor had gathered all the princes of the Wu and Li clans. Li Xian had 4 sons, but the youngest was only 6 years old and had not yet been bestowed the title of king. The Li clan's princes stopped when they were 5 or 6 zhang away from the Wu clan's princes. The 2 princes stood on the left and right sides of the imperial path in the middle of Heaven Palace, as if there was an invisible barrier between them. The mist gradually dispersed, but the invisible barrier between the 2 princes did not disappear. On the Wu clan's side, Prince Wu Qingxi and Prince Wu Sanxi stood in front. Wu Qingxi leaned on a walking stick as he strove to straighten his back. The one standing next to him was an enemy, and the one standing across from him was also an enemy. Even if he was about to die, he was not willing to reveal an unsteady appearance in front of his old enemy and become a laughingstock. His son had been pushed to the back by him to stand with a group of princes. On the other side, Crown Prince Li Xian and Prince of Xiangli Dan stood in front, while the 8 princes stood behind them. The drums on the heavenly gate had already begun to beat, and soon after, the entire city began to rumble. The sun shone down, and the mist quickly dispersed, but it could not dispel the gloominess on the faces of the princes. Of course, this gloominess only appeared on the faces of the princes. The expressions of the crown prince and the 3 princes at the front were completely different. Wu Qingxi had a completely indifferent expression on his face. From the day he confirmed that he had lost the right to fight, he no longer wanted to fight. Wu Sanxi also had a similarly indifferent expression because he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Prince Li Dan's expression was extremely calm. He looked straight ahead, his hands at his side, and did not move at all. It was like he had already cast aside all worldly matters. Crown Prince Li Xian had a modest and gentle smile on his face. Occasionally, when his eyes met King Liang's, he would even give him an extremely amiable smile. The emperor has arrived. With a loud shout, the kings of the Wu and Li families turned around at the same time. Wu Zetian rode an imperial carriage with only a few dozen attendants and guards surrounding her as she walked over from afar. There were no guards accompanying her. On her left and right were the 2 brothers, Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, whose robes fluttered as if they were riding on the wind. In front of the imperial carriage was Shanghai Wanner, dressed in the dignified uniform of a female official, leisurely walking forward. There was another person at Wanner's side. To everyone's surprise, this person was Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping was also dressed in splendid attire, solemn and serene, but also tender and charming. Next to her was Shanghai Wanner, who was as elegant and graceful as a chrysanthemum flower. Chapter 9:35. Why is Taiping here? The dukes with the surname Wu and Li were all surprised. The most surprised was Princess Taiping's husband, Wu Yuji, who was now both a duke and the emperor's son-in-law. However, they didn't have time to think. Seeing the imperial carriage in front of them, they could only kneel and greet loudly, "Greetings, Your Majesty." At this time, it wasn't a grand ceremony or worship of heaven and earth. The officials only needed to bow when they saw the emperor and didn't need to kneel. However, the dukes present were all relatives of Wu Zetian. The most senior ones were Wu Zetian's sons and nephews. The rest were her grandchildren and nephews. Naturally, they deserved their greetings. The imperial carriage stopped. Wu Zetian sat lazily in the imperial carriage and looked down at the dukes kneeling below the steps. There were 10 dukes on the Li family's side. On the Wu family's side, there were 20 dukes other than the unlucky Junwang Wu Yanxiu, who happily rushed to make peace, but was held captive by the hateful Mosh. On the Li family's side, all the dukes only had one title. They didn't have an army or a horse, and they didn't hold any official positions. On the Wu family's side, at least 10 of the 20 dukes led the army. Wu Zetian had never seen the difference in power between the Wu family and the Li family so directly. At this moment, she saw everything. Even she felt that she had suppressed the Li family too much in the past. The hearts of the world were on the Li family's side. To ensure her inheritance, the Li family had to stand firm. Otherwise, if she died and the Wu family usurped the throne, her empire would fall apart. She would repeat the mistakes of Emperor Qin and Emperor Wen of Sui. At that time, it would be difficult for her tomb to be peaceful. We must weaken the Wu family's dukes. We must ensure that under their supervision, my son doesn't dare to restore the surname Li or restore the empire of Li Tang. However, we can't let the Wu family dukes have enough power to overthrow the imperial power. Wu Zetian's scrutinizing gaze swept across the princes one by one and finally stopped on Wu Qingxi. If she had to choose a nephew among her nephews who could replace the Li family and sit on the throne, only Wu Qingxi's ability barely had a 30% chance. However, this nephew with only a 30% chance would probably walk ahead of her. The others were all useless. Wu Zetian lightly sighed and lightly said, "All of you get up." The emperor summoned the 2 princes with the surname Wu and Li to swear an oath to the heavens and earth that they would never betray each other and would never fight with each other. The oath was engraved on an iron coupon and hidden in the Hall of History. Taiping also participated and signed his name. In addition, Anlu has been pregnant for 3 months. After the vow, the Son of Heaven will personally preside over the ceremony and marry Anlu to Chong Sun. Wan Er's note, which was only 2 fingers wide and had only 3 lines of words, had already told Yang Fan everything that was going to happen in Heaven Palace today. Oath of alliance. The emperor actually placed the future stability of the empire on a piece of paper. It seems that she really has no other way. Yang Fan sneered. Although he knew the news 1 step earlier than the princes with the surname Wu and Li, the news did not shock him. He only cared about one thing. Taiping also participated. Yang Fan let out a long sigh of relief. He rubbed his chin and thought. The emperor finally opened the ban and acquiesced to Taiping's involvement in politics. This was an important political agreement between the Wu and Li families. The man was in charge of external affairs, and the woman was in charge of internal affairs. Princess Taiping should not have participated. Wu Yuji, as the head of the family, should have full authority to represent his wife. However, Princess Taiping was also able to attend and sign her name on the agreement. This was somewhat unusual. The Wu and Li families had many marriages. Princess Taiping was not the only daughter-in-law of the Wu family. If it was only because she was a daughter of the Li family and a daughter-in-law of the Wu family, then Princess Taiping should not be the only one who could participate in this meeting. It was clear that in Wu Zetian's eyes, her daughter was independent. Not only was she a link between the Wu and Li families, but she was also an independent political force. The emperor increased the number of cavalry from 100 to 1,000 and increased the proportion of old Li Tang officials in the court. These were all to adjust the balance that was heavily tilted to the Wu family's side to a state of balance. However, these forces were obviously not enough. Now, this political balance depended on Wu Zetian's finger to strongly press on the Li family's side, which ensured the temporary peace between the two sides. As long as she withdrew her finger, this balance would fall heavily on the Wu family's side. The Li family's power was too weak, and Taiping was undoubtedly a person who could play a balancing role. Princess Taiping was both the princess of the Li family and the daughter-in-law of the Wu family. From her standpoint, she would not want either side of the Wu family or the Li family to completely fail. No matter which side was completely eradicated, she would be put in an extremely embarrassing position. Therefore, Princess Taiping was undoubtedly the most suitable person to serve as the mediator between the Wu and Li families. But all along, Wu Zetian had never thought of using her. Even when Yang Fan put him in an important position, she still did not consider her. An emperor who usurped the throne, most worried that others would imitate him and usurp the throne. This female emperor was Taiping's mother. She knew her daughter's scheming and wisdom, but she had always strictly restrained her and forbade her from getting involved in politics. Obviously, she was worried that her daughter would imitate her. She had usurped the throne from her son. Because of the constraints of filial piety, even if her son was brave and resourceful, he could not rebel against her. In addition, most people thought that even if she usurped the throne, she would return it to the Li family sooner or later. Because her biological sons all had the surname Li, she was already in her 60s when she ascended the throne. It was impossible for her to have another child, so she could ascend the throne relatively smoothly. But if Taiping also had this ambition, she did not have the advantages that her mother had. If she became ambitious, it would only cause chaos in the world. Therefore, Wu Zetian had kept her daughter tightly in prison and did not allow her to show her fangs and claws. But now she had changed her mind. Obviously, she had realized that if she did not let her daughter do anything, her two sheep-like sons would not be able to achieve great things even if they were righteous. Yang Fan's brain worked quickly. Taiping is a woman, so it is difficult for her to directly intervene in the army. It seems that the emperor intends to let Taiping have a role in politics and further strengthen the Li family's control over politics. If that's the case, as for the news in Wan Er's note that Lu was already 3 months pregnant and had been hastily married, he did not pay any attention to it. He just swept his gaze over and gave a cold laugh in response. In his eyes, that woman was like a strange flower that grew on the island he had lived on for many years. She bloomed in the most beautiful colors but gave off the stench of corpses that could suffocate people to death. After the Oath of Alliance in the Ming Tang, there was, of course, an emperor's family banquet. Many of the members of the imperial family who had not appeared in the Ming Tang before came, including the brides who had just become the daughter-in-law of the Wu family, and Lu, who was about to become the daughter-in-law of the Wu family. Princess Anil was dressed abnormally coquettishly. The feather dress she was wearing was the most popular style in Luoyang. However, the popular feather dresses were sewn with the feathers of birds like golden pheasants. As for her dress, it was decorated with expensive peacock feathers. However, even such a gorgeous dress could not take away her charm. There was no doubt that she was the most beautiful among all the people present. Princess Taiping's beauty was like a dazzling sun. Shangguan Wan'er's elegance was like a gentle ray of moonlight. Princess Enlu was like a seven-colored rainbow that stretched across the sky. Out of the three, she was the younger, the livelier, and in high spirits. She stole the light of all the other women in the hall. But when Wu Zetian's gaze swept over her body, she would unconsciously frown with a faint trace of loathing. This girl was originally the one Wu Zetian liked the most in his grandson's lifetime. But now she had completely lost Wu Zetian's favor. The peacock dress wrapped around her slender waist. Even though she was 3 months pregnant, her slender waist was still graceful. But there was no need to doubt that she was already pregnant. Wu Zetian was very unhappy about this. An unmarried princess of the imperial family actually did such a shameful thing. It was truly a disgrace to the family. People were always like this. When they made a mistake, they could find 1,000 reasons to forgive themselves. But when their children made the same mistake, they would hate iron for not becoming steel and fly into a rage. Wu Zetian was like this. There was no need to talk about the matter of being a Chiron in the Taizong dynasty. After all, in theory, all the women that entered the palace were considered wives in preparation for the emperor. But this did not mean that she had definitely served the emperor. Every palace maid had the duty to offer their chastity to the emperor. Wasn't it the same after being released from the palace, still married? Chiron was a rank for concubines and also a title for female officials. How many female officials had served on the emperor's pillow? Female officials could be chosen because of their background. For example, they could be chosen from the family of a minister. The emperor had never favored them, but he still had to give them a title to pacify the officials. It could also be because of qualifications, meritorious service, or being used in front of the emperor, but it did not necessarily mean that they had slept with the emperor. Other than the empress and the 4 consorts, the other 9 concubines, 9 Jiu, 9 beauties, 9 Chiron, 27 Bao Lin, 27 Yu Nu, 27 Kai Nu, and the 6 ministers were all wives in preparation for the emperor. Some of them would never have the chance to see the emperor in their entire lives, let alone serve on the emperor's pillow. However, it was an indisputable fact that she kept a gigolo. So when she found out that her daughter had an affair with Yang Fan, although she was furious, she could not display the dignity of a mother to her daughter, who followed suit. It was the same now. Although Enlu was unmarried and pregnant, she could not righteously reprimand her. Furthermore, she had to care about the face of the imperial family. She could only quickly let Enlu and Wu Chongshuan marry. However, not being able to reprimand her did not mean that she did not loathe her. In the beginning, she liked Enlu because Enlu was lively and beautiful, just like her when she was young. But she was born into a wealthy family. Before she was chosen to enter the palace, her father was a duke. She had received a good education from a young age, which was different from Enlu. Lively and boorish, naive and shallow, there was only a wall separating them. At first glance, they seemed the same, but with Wu Zetian's experience, she could quickly tell them apart. So, she was no longer as surprised as she was when she first saw Enlu. Because of this, she felt even more disgusted with him. Chapter 936. But when she saw her son and nephews, her slightly furrowed brow relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Wu Sanxi was raising his cup and patting the Prince of Xiang's shoulder, laughing and whispering in his ear. The two then roared with laughter as they raised their cups and drank. The Crown Prince Li Xian was seated cross-legged next to Wu Qingxi, his face filled with concern as he inquired about his condition. The princes were gathered around the prince consort Wu Yuji and Princess Taiping, chatting and laughing. Wu Zetian liked this sort of scene. Although she knew that this harmony was largely due to her presence, it was also true that the relationship between the two sides had greatly improved. If she created more opportunities for them to interact, who said that they could not live in harmony. Wu Zetian smiled as she thought of the leopard cat and parrot she had raised. Leopards and cats could not live in harmony, but the Wu and Li families could definitely live together. Wana was also present. If Second Zhang could be said to be half a member of the Wu clan because of Wu Zetian, then Wana was the only outsider at this clan banquet. But of all the people present who had accompanied Wu Zetian as long as she had, her place in the emperor's heart was no less than that of these people who were related to the emperor by blood. In front of Wana was a bowl of camel trotter soup that was as white as condensed milk and a plate of coin-nosed venison. It was accompanied by fresh elm powder, tender, mellow, and extremely delicious. Wana had always liked these two dishes, but for some reason, when she smelled the rich fragrance of the meat, she felt waves of nausea wash over her. Wana gently rubbed her chest. Although she had pushed away the dishes, the smell of the aroma still made her nauseous. Wana swallowed a mouthful of sour water. She truly could not hold it back. Afraid that she would make a fool of herself by vomiting in the hall, she quickly got up and quietly walked over to Wu Zetian's side and whispered a few words into her ear. Wu Zetian was gazing at her children and grandchildren, nodding and smiling. She did not take Wana's departure to heart. In her view, Wana had always been cautious and obedient, which was why she had left early. Today's banquet was the emperor's clan banquet, and the emperor was showing her favor by keeping her. If she really accompanied her until the end, she would not be the obedient Wana. Wu Zetian smiled and nodded. Shanghai Wana then floated back behind the screen. She hurriedly walked out of the hall. The autumn wind blew, and Wana suddenly felt nauseous again. She quickly held onto a pillar and gasped for breath. Only then was she able to suppress the feeling of vomiting. When Fu Qingqing heard that she was about to return from the banquet, she quickly took a few manuscripts and rushed to Wan Er's residence. She was about to speak when she saw Wan Er frowning and her face pale. She couldn't help but ask, "Jie, what's wrong?" Wan Er waved her hand and said, "Give me a glass of water and call a royal doctor." "All right." Fu Qingqing hurriedly put down the manuscript and poured a cup for Wan Er. He then hurried out and ordered the palace maids to call for the imperial physician. Not long after, a handsome imperial physician, who looked to be in his early 40s, hurried in with the palace maids. As soon as he entered the study, he bowed deeply to Shanghai Wan Er and said, "This lowly official is the Imperial Hospital's teaching assistant, Yang Yi. Greetings to Shangwan Wan Er." In the Imperial Hospital, there were doctors, medical workers, doctors, pharmacists, doctors, and teaching assistants. Above them were the doctors, medical supervisors, medical officials, and imperial physicians. However, these people were mainly responsible for the management of the Imperial Hospital. Specifically, the ones responsible for prescribing and diagnosing illnesses were the doctors and teaching assistants. Yang Yi was the teaching assistant of the Imperial Hospital. This teaching assistant was just 57 years old. Among the white-haired, silver-bearded imperial physicians, he could be said to be in the prime of his life. His family's medical skills were very good. If it wasn't for the fact that the person feeling unwell was the emperor's favorite, Shanghai Wan Er, there was no need for him to appear. At this time, Wan Er's tumbling heart had calmed down. Seeing that the imperial physician had arrived, she said, "Teaching assistant, Yang doesn't need to be so polite. Please sit." Yang Yi picked up a praying mat and sat down on the opposite side of the low table. Wan Er said, "Chie's spleen is not feeling well today. Just now, I suddenly smelled grease and almost vomited. May I trouble sir to take a look?" Yang Yi bowed and said, "Please stretch out your wrist." Wan Er stretched out her hand. Her green sleeves drooped down, revealing a slender wrist as white as jade. Yang Yi didn't dare to look at Wan Er. Without looking sideways, he stretched out a finger and placed it on Warner's wrist. He only used one finger to feel her pulse. This was not because teaching assistant Yang intentionally showed off his superb medical skills in front of Warner. It was because he had been showing off for a long time that it became natural. Otherwise, why did he think that at such a young age he was able to surpass many national doctors in the Imperial Hospital? Doctors couldn't compete with each other to determine the winner. The necessary packaging was still necessary. Yang Yi placed a finger on Warner's pulse. After a moment, his expression changed. Warner's eyes fluttered and happened to catch the shock in his eyes. Her heart was also tight. She thought that she had caught a cold in the autumn and hurt her spleen. Although she had called the imperial physician, she didn't care much. But when she saw the change in the imperial physician's expression, Warner couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that I really have a serious illness? Yang Yi frowned and quickly glanced at Warner. He didn't think that Warner was staring at him. When their eyes met, Yang Yi's body was obviously shocked and almost jumped up. Fu Qingqing, who was standing on the side, was shocked and quickly asked, "Imperial Physician Yang, how is Sister Warner's condition?" Yang Yi hurriedly withdrew his gaze and said in a panic, Oh, let me see again." Yang Yi put another finger on it, frowned, and felt the pulse for a long time. Then he put another finger on it. After 3 fingers for a long time, he was about to use his whole hand to feel the pulse. Fu Qingqing couldn't help but say, "Hey, Imperial Physician Yang, did you diagnose anything?" Yang Yi's body suddenly trembled. It wasn't a big movement, but he had 3 fingers on Warner's wrist. This slight tremble couldn't be hidden from Warner. Yang Yi avoided Warner's sharp gaze and hurriedly replied, "Waiting for orders is just busy with official business, resulting in fatigue and weak spleen and stomach. As long as the qi and spleen are replenished and the stomach is stabilized, then it can be balanced. This official will go back now and personally get the medicine. After it is brewed, I will send it to waiting for orders." After Yang Yi finished speaking, he hurriedly got up and bowed to Warner and Fu Qingqing. He picked up the medicine box and left. Warner looked at him coldly and saw him hurriedly walking out. When he reached the door, he stretched out his hand to pull it open. His fingers were trembling. Suddenly, his starry eyes focused, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Stop!" Yang Yi was shocked and turned around in a panic. He forced himself to bow and said, "Waiting for orders, what else do you need?" Warner slowly stood up and walked in front of him step by step. Yang Yi lowered his head. There was a faint sweat on his forehead. At this time, Fu Qingqing also saw that something was wrong. She quickly caught up and stood beside Warner, staring at Yang Yi vigilantly. Warner stared at Yang Yi and said in a cold voice, "Assistant Yang, although this is the palace, if I wanted to kill you, it would be like killing an ant. It wouldn't cause any waves. You believe me?" The medicine box fell to the ground. Yang Yi knelt down and kowtowed like pounding garlic, waiting for orders to show mercy, waiting for orders to spare my life. "This official won't say anything. No. This official doesn't know anything." This official, a strange expression slowly appeared on Warner's face. She said word by word, "You speak? What happened to me?" Wu Zetian only drank 2 cups of fermented rice at the family banquet, and she was already a bit tipsy. As her body aged, her capacity for alcohol was getting lower and lower. But today's family banquet seemed to have made her very happy. When she returned to the lovely spring terrace, there was still a faint smile on her face. Zhang Yiji saw that the Empress was in high spirits today and hurriedly said, "The saint is happy today. Do you want to ask the people of the Fengchen Institute to sing and dance for the saint? They just rehearsed a new song and dance a few days ago." "No need." Wu Zetian waved her hand with a smile. There was still a bit of red on her face from the wine, but her eyes had gradually become clear. This bit of wine could only make her feel a bit tired, but it could not disturb her mind. Wu Zetian used a clear and powerful voice to say, "I am tired and want to sleep for a while. Send a decree to the left Assistant Minister of Revenue, Qiu Lingji, Zheng Zhongbua, Chundong, Sun Yuxuan, the censorate Hu Yuanli, Shiyu, Wen Ao, Ho Zongyu, Chun Yanru, Wu Yizong of the Golden Guards, and Yang Fan of the Thousand Horsemen camp to come to the Martial Accomplishment Palace tomorrow to see the Emperor." Hearing that the officials that Wu Zetian had summoned actually included the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Works, the Imperial Censorate, and the commanders of the two Imperial Guards, both military and civil, and had no connection with each other at all, Zhang Yixi couldn't help but be dazed. However, he did not dare to be negligent. Before Wu Zetian turned to look at him, he had already bowed and said, "Your subject obeys." Seeing Wu Zetian slowly enter the bedchambers with the help of the palace maids, Zhang Changzong immediately came over and said in a small voice, "Wulong, why do you think the saint has summoned these people?" Zhang Yixi shook his head lightly. Zhang Changzong's eyes turned, and he said, "Even you and I did not know anything about this beforehand. This is too confidential, isn't it? You think Shangguan Weiji will know?" Zhang Yixi had a thoughtful look, as if he had vaguely thought of something, but he didn't say it. He only shook his head again. Zhang Changzong said, "How about I go find Shangguan Weiji and ask her? We have always been respectful to her. If she knows, she will give us face." Zhang Yixi's eyes moved a little, and he nodded and said, "Okay, you go. I will go find someone to pass on the saint's oral order." The room of Wan in Shangguan was quiet. There was only a pot of blooming orchids on the windowsill, emitting a faint fragrance into the room. The window was half open, and a little bird with green feathers and a yellow beak flew in and stood on the windowsill. It turned its head and pecked the feathers under its wings, curiously poking its head into the room. The study was empty. At this moment, Wan had gone around to the elegant inner room that was partitioned by a screen. She sat on the couch in a daze, one hand stroking her abdomen. The expression on her face was not clear whether it was curiosity or surprise, fear or worry, but also a bit of trance and disbelief. Fu Qingqing was like a headless fly bumping around the room. Occasionally, she would stop for a moment and then immediately bite her little finger nervously. This was a small action when she was nervous, until her little finger was almost bald. Fu Qingqing resolutely said to Wan, "Sister, this matter is too important. You must not trust Yang Yi and entrust your life and death to him. We have to kill him." Chapter 937. Shanghai Wanner raised her head and looked at Fu Qingqing blankly. Fu Qingqing said, "He is just a medical assistant in the Imperial Hospital. As long as you nod your head, I will immediately take care of this matter. I will make sure his death is flawless and will not arouse anyone's suspicion." Wanner sighed softly and said slowly, "It is easy to kill Assistant Yang. But what happens after killing him?" Fu Qingqing was stunned and said, "After killing him? Nothing will happen after that. No one will know about this matter. Won't you be safe then?" Shanghai Wanner stroked her flat belly and shook her head. "What about the child in my belly? How can I hide it from others after 10 months of pregnancy? There is no benefit in this matter. Why kill people? I want this child to grow up healthy, safe, and happy. I should accumulate virtue for him. How can I let him die before he is born?" Fu Qingqing stamped her feet and said, "Oh, my good sister, you still want to give birth to the child? How is that possible? After killing Yang Yi, you have to leave the palace with the excuse of visiting relatives. You have to find a doctor who doesn't know who you are to have an abortion. You have to rest for 2 days and then return to the palace. At that time, you will be safe." "Abortion?" Shanghai Wanner's face changed greatly. She hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, no, absolutely not. I would rather be smashed to pieces than let others hurt my child." Her lower abdomen was still very flat, but when she gently caressed her abdomen, it was as if she could already feel a small life growing inside. For a moment, her expression became somewhat infatuated. "This is my child, my biological child. This is my flesh and blood, the life growing in my belly." Fu Qingqing was so anxious that her face turned red. She walked in front of her and grabbed her shoulder. She anxiously said, "Sister, wake up. If you die, can you still keep the child?" Shang Wanwan's face turned pale. She hesitated for a moment and said, I have served Her Majesty for many years. If I beg her, I believe that even if she wants to punish me, she will consider the fact that I have served her wholeheartedly for so many years and let this innocent baby go. Even if this child is made into an official slave after he is born, as long as he is alive, his father will always have a way to save him." Fu Qingqing sneered and said, "Sister, are you saying that when the emperor finds out that her most trusted internal court prime minister, who is in charge of the central affairs and controls the world, has secretly married an external court general who should not have had any contact with her, and has a child? Do you think that after the emperor finds out, he will still consider our past relationship and spare your life? Do you think that the emperor is so old that he won't think of something from this? Do you think that an emperor who doesn't even blink when he swings the butcher's knife at his own son and grandson will show you mercy? Wake up at that time. Not only will you die, the child will die. Even Yang Fan will die." Shang Guanwan suddenly raised her head to look at Fu Qingqing, her face as pale as paper. Fu Qingqing said anxiously, "Sister, if you don't make a decision, you will suffer. Is Shang Guanzui here? Zhang Changzong requests to see you." A clear voice suddenly came from outside the door. Shang Guanwan quivered and quickly raised her hand to stop Fu Qingqing. She whispered, "Wait here." Shang Guanwan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeves and hurriedly walked outside. She calmed her emotions and opened the door. She smiled and said, "Why did Zhang Fengchen come? Why didn't you send someone to inform me? Wan didn't go out to meet you. Please forgive me, Zhang Fengchen." Shang Guanwan welcomed Zhang Changzong in and invited him to sit down in the study. Zhang Changzong was a very straightforward person. He didn't even need Shang Guanwan to ask for his purpose. He didn't even say any pleasantries and impatiently explained the purpose of his visit. Although Zhang Changzong didn't have any schemes, he wasn't that stupid either. The reason why he was so straightforward was because as the two largest forces in the palace, Shang Guanwan and his brother had always been in harmony and got along very well. During the period of their expansion, Shang Guanwan had never created any obstacles for them. Correspondingly, they also reciprocated Shang Guanwan's kindness and never thought of seizing Wan's power. First, the Zhang brothers, who came from the prime minister's family and a prestigious family, were very respectful to this talented woman who also came from the prime minister's family and a prestigious family. Second, it was because of the kindness Shang Guanwan had shown them. Furthermore, they also knew that even if they could topple Shang Guanwan, they wouldn't be able to control the entire internal court. There was a part of the role that they could never replace even if they had to castrate themselves and become eunuchs. Thus, there was a part of power that they could never control. Although the two sides had never communicated with each other in such a naked manner and tried to figure out the emperor's edict, the two sides had cooperated for a long time and had long formed a tacit understanding. They also understood each other's thoughts. Thus, unveiling this layer of window paper was a matter of course. At this moment, Wan Er's heart was filled with the ecstasy of having her own flesh and blood. She was worried about how to protect this child. Her heart was a mess, and she had no idea what to do. How could she be in the mood to listen to what Zhang Changzong was saying? It wasn't until she heard the name Yang Fan from Zhang Changzong's mouth that she came back to her senses. This matter, Wana really didn't know. Wana smiled apologetically at Zhang Changzong and said, "Zhang Fengchen, please tell me again who the saint summoned." "Perhaps. Wan can guess a thing or two." Zhang Changzong slowed down and repeated the people the emperor had named. Ministry of Revenue Qiu Lingji, Zhang Zhonghua, Ministry of Justice Qindong, Sun Yuxuan, Censorate Hu Yuanli, Shiyu, Wen Ao, Ministry of Works Ho Zongyu, Qin Yanru, Jin Wu Wei, Yang Fan of Thousand Horsemen. Wana listened with rapt attention and thought quickly, these yamen have civil and military affairs, civil and judicial affairs. They have nothing to do with each other. Why did he suddenly summon all these people together? What is the emperor trying to do? What has recently required these yamen to work together to do? Ah! A thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Wan Er's eyes brightened, and she cried out, "I guessed it." Zhang Changzong happily said, "Dai Ji is indeed exceptionally smart. I wonder what Dai Ji has thought of." Wan Er said word by word, "The saint has made up his mind. He is preparing to move the capital." Zhang Changzong was confused. He still couldn't figure out what this matter had to do with moving the capital. Shanghai Wan Er could only patiently explain it to him. In reality, the emperor moving the capital was similar to a commoner moving. The only difference was the scale and the factors that needed to be considered. If a family wanted to move, they first had to clean and decorate their new home. If there were rats and cockroaches in the house, they had to first get rid of them. They also had to consider whether the roads were passable and wide. They also had to consider whether the food markets, hospitals, and schools around the new house were complete. The emperor moving the capital was basically the same thing. Wu Zetian had been on the throne for 10 years, but it had been 20 years since the court moved from Chang. And could the palaces and yamen in Chang and still be usable? Did they need to repair and refurbish them? There were more than 100,000 soldiers traveling from Luoyang to Chang, and they needed to know the road conditions and solve any problems immediately. Furthermore, there were at least 100,000 officials, family members, servants, and soldiers moving back to Chang, and because the center of the court was moving, the merchants, gentry, scholars, and officials from all over the country had to follow them to Chang. And in reality, Chang would suddenly have an additional 100,000 people. Would the road be smooth? The problem of food also needed to be solved. These were the responsibilities of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. As for the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, was there even a need to say anything? Of course, it was to get rid of the 4 pests. Flies, mosquitoes, rats, and cockroaches were all on the list. Through the case of Yanzhou, the empress was already very worried about the governance of the officials in Guangzhou. If the officials in the capital were corrupt, it would seriously affect the stability of the center of the court. The emperor wanted to move the capital back to Chang, and of course, he had to carry out a thorough cleaning in Guangzhou. If the emperor wanted to move the capital, it was inevitable to mobilize the army. This was the most important of all problems. Although the imperial army would be transferred from Luoyang, didn't they need someone from the military to be the vanguard? The placement of the army was also a big problem. The reason why the Northern Office was sent was that the Imperial Army of the Northern Office was the core army of the emperor and was the army stationed in the capital. As for the Southern Office, the official army was rotated from all over the country to guard the capital. It was not a top priority. Shanghai Wan'er's analysis was clear and reasonable. Zhang Changzong listened and nodded. While listening, he was anxiously thinking about what benefits the Zhang family could get by moving the capital. Unfortunately, he had nothing else in his mind except poetry, chess, calligraphy, and painting. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with a reason. Finally, he had to give up. He wanted to go back and talk to the Wulong and let the Wulong make the decision. When Wan'er finished, Zhang Changzong, who was in a hurry to go back and deliver the news, stood up. He bowed to Wan'er and said gratefully, "Your words have woken me up. I will remember this kindness in my heart. I will repay you in the future." Shanghai Wan'er also stood up and said with a slight smile, "Zhang Fengchen, you are too polite. You and I are both working for the sage. We want to figure out the sage's mind and also hope to do things better so that the sage can be more relaxed and happy. It is our duty as officials to share the emperor's worries. There is no need to thank me." Zhang Changzong laughed, cupped his hands to Shanghai Wan'er, and left. Shanghai Wan'er sent Zhang Changzong off and returned to the study to sit down. She rested her chin on her hand and was lost in thought. Fu Qingqing walked out of the bedroom and said to Shanghai Wan'er anxiously, "Sister." Qingqing just carefully pondered for a long time. "If we want to keep this child," Shanghai Wan'er's eyes lit up and said, "You have an idea?" Fu Qingqing said, awkwardly, "No, Qingqing's plan is clumsy. I really can't think of anything. Why don't we tell this news to General Yang and ask him to come up with an idea? He is a man. He can't just cause trouble and ignore it." At this point, Fu Qingqing was a little resentful and muttered in a low voice, "These men are the worst. They only care about their own happiness. How can they be so careless?" She was, after all, an unmarried girl. As she spoke, her face turned red. Wan'er shook her head lightly and said, "No, you heard it just now. He is about to leave Luoyang and has something important to do. How can he spare time to take care of me? Besides, what idea can he have for this matter? It will just distract him for nothing. Don't worry, I have already thought of a way. I will definitely be able to keep my child." At this moment, her black and incomparably clear eyes revealed a gentle and resolute light in order to protect her child. This woman, who had a temperament as delicate as moonlight, let out a voice that could split the earth and was harder than metal and stone. No one would doubt that if someone tried to harm her child, she would pounce without hesitation like an enraged lioness. Chapter 938. Early the next morning, the fully recovered young Fan was about to return to the 1,000 Horsemen camp when someone from the palace came to pass on an edict for him to enter the palace. Yang Fan stayed in the palace until almost noon before leaving the palace in a mess with the officials from the Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Works, and the Imperial Censorate. All the officials hurried back to the Yamen and rushed to tell the news to their own officials and all the officials who were close to them. The emperor had decided to move the capital. No, it wasn't a decision. He had already started moving the capital. Wu Yizong also attended the imperial conference at Wu Cheng Hall. When he saw Yang Fan, Wu Yizong's expression immediately changed between green and white. It was as if a large dye shop had opened on his face. However, he did not immediately pounce viciously and bite like a mad dog, as Yang Fan thought. This surprised Yang Fan. Yang Fan already knew that the prostitutes and patrons of the brothel had been implicated. From his actions, he could guess that although Wu Yizong would take revenge on him, he would not do so with great fanfare. He had already lost all face in front of him and would not continue to lose face in front of all the people of Luoyang. However, at the time, his ruffian and scoundrel behavior had been seen by several court officials. It must have spread in officialdom, So Yang Fan guessed that when he saw him in the palace, he would not have many misgivings. Perhaps he would immediately attack him on the spot like last time. He had not expected Wu Yizong to know how to endure. This made Yang Fan look at him in a different light. Yang Fan was not afraid of a mad dog that would bark at him endlessly if he stamped his foot. However, if this mad dog knew how to endure and evolved from a mad dog to a poisonous snake, then he had to be on guard. The emperor had not summoned them to discuss matters. He had given them a direct order. He ordered them to immediately hand over the matters at hand and set off the next morning for Chang and to make preparations for the capital move. When Wu Yizong heard this, he no longer stared fiercely at Yang Fan. His aunt had indeed decided to move the capital. He was one of the advance officials. If the emperor moved back to Chang, and as a general of the imperial army, there was no reason for him to command the army in Luoyang. This army had to be handed over to the southern office. Through the relocation of the capital, the emperor reduced his power and strengthened the power of the political affairs hall. The expansion of the power of the prime ministers was actually strengthening the power of the Li Tang family. Wu Yizong's mind was filled with ideas on how to seize power in Chang, and he had no time to care about Yang Fan. After leaving the imperial palace, Yang Fan immediately ordered a personal guard to deliver a message to the 1,000 horsemen camp, telling Sima Shuliang to hand over the Black Tortoise Gate's defense, pack up and prepare to depart from the camp. After sending a personal guard to the 1,000 horsemen camp, Yang Fan hurriedly returned to the Yang estate. As soon as he entered the door, he ordered, "Go, summon Guda, Gu-Er, Gu-San, and Miss Gu to the study." The Gu brothers' defensive zone was located in the outer residence of the Yang estate. They were the fastest to arrive. Very soon, they stood in front of Yang Fan with their heads held high and chests puffed out. Each of them was in high spirits. When they looked at Yang Fan, their gazes were filled with kindness and joy. They already knew that Ah Lang had slept in their sister's arms and was seen by everyone in the residence. Logically speaking, from their standpoint, they should have beaten this bastard who took advantage of their sister and ruined her innocence. But the three brothers were bursting with joy. They didn't care about the strange gazes of the servants in the residence. Their only regret was that when they found Ah Lang, they were in the bedroom. Moreover, Ah Lang was still sick. Even if he had done something bad, it would be limited. If he had done it on the bed, it would have been perfect. Don't think that the Gu brothers were trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful by pushing their own sister into the fire pit. In fact, they never thought about what benefits they could get if their sister became Ah Lang's woman. They were happy, and they were happy for their sister from the bottom of their hearts. Among the three brothers, the youngest third brother's children were already old enough to buy soy sauce, but their little sister was still living alone with her sister-in-law. She had long passed the marriageable age. The three brothers loved their sister dearly, so it would be strange if they didn't worry about her. At her age, coupled with her status, she was neither suitable for a high position nor a low one. Who should she marry? Now, as long as their little sister was willing to marry someone, and that person was a good leader, they would thank their ancestors. Not to mention that the person was Yang Fan, a young and handsome man with such status. In their opinion, their little sister must be very lucky to have found such a perfect husband. As for the fact that she couldn't be the legal wife, they had never thought about it. With Ah Lang's status, it was already too high for their Gu family's daughter to be his concubine. Even if they were promoted to civil status, ordinary families wouldn't be willing to marry a woman from their family as a wife. This kind of influence could only be gradually removed after 2 generations of good citizens. Moreover, they didn't think that they could kill a person within 10 steps with outstanding martial arts. Being a martial arts master was never a symbol of status and identity in the Orthodox society. Most of the wanderers in the legendary novels had a noble master who couldn't even truss a chicken. Wanderers were the group of people who were the furthest from the social order. They repeatedly preached how they despised etiquette, looked down on the rich and powerful, and ignored the hierarchy, which proved their lowly status and lowly identity. Just like in the era where men were superior to women, there were jealous shrews, but they were pitifully few. Because of this, the occasional appearance of a jealous shrew would be recorded as a miracle by the literati. What was preached would never be what people were used to. They were people of this era, not monsters with water in their heads. How could they have such strange and inappropriate ideas? Yang Fan had seen the martial arts of the three brothers. None of them was a match for him, but if it was 1 against 2, he might only have a slight upper hand. If the three brothers attacked together, he would definitely lose. Therefore, he trusted the three brothers' martial arts skills very much. But when it came to brains, Yang Fan trusted Miss Gu more. Therefore, when he saw the three brothers gathered, Yang Fan didn't wait for Miss Gu to arrive and explained the purpose of gathering them. "I have to go to Chang, and immediately. You go back and pack your luggage. We'll leave in the afternoon." The three brothers didn't hesitate and replied respectfully, "Yes." Yang Fan continued, "I'll leave tomorrow. You go ahead of me. There's something I need you to do. I'll tell Miss Gu what you need to do. When the time comes, you just need to listen to your younger sister's arrangements." The three Gu brothers nodded repeatedly, thinking to themselves, as brothers-in-law, we're not as close as our younger sister to him after all. When the three brothers went out, Gu Zhuting, who was dressed in a short green robe, happened to rush over. The eldest brother winked at his younger sister, the second brother gave his younger sister a thumbs up, and the third brother made a face at his younger sister. In the face of her three brothers' friendly teasing, Gu Zhuting's pretty face immediately turned red. She hadn't told her family about Yang Fan's promise to her. She wanted to hide this happiness and joy in her heart and slowly savor it in the middle of the night. She wanted to wait for Ah Lang to fulfill his promise in public, and then turn it into a surprise for her family. However, in the minds of the three Gu brothers, apart from being vigilant and experienced when killing people, they were usually extremely simple-minded. Since the younger sister had hugged Ah Lang to sleep for a whole night, her chastity was naturally his. Was there even a need to think about it? He couldn't refuse it. If he dared to refuse, the three brothers would, of course, the Gu family owed Ah Lang a great debt of gratitude that could never be repaid in this lifetime. No matter what he had done, they couldn't use violence against him. But Ah Lang was such a good person, so he couldn't let the younger sister suffer. Could he? Ah Lang. Gu Zhuting said to Yang Fan with a blushing face. Her long eyelashes drooped as she stared at the tips of her feet. Her toes were drawing circles on the green bricks. The shy look of a young girl was exceptionally charming. Unfortunately, her coquettish look was useless to the blind. Yang Fan was lying on the table, holding a brush and scribbling something. He said to her, without raising his head, "I entered the palace today. I've received the emperor's edict that I have to go to Chang, and tomorrow morning. I guess I won't be back for a year." Gu Zhuting let out an "ah," and her pretty face suddenly turned pale. Because of her identity as a woman, it was convenient for her to enter and exit the inner residence. She had been responsible for the security of the inner residence, so it was impossible for her to leave with Ah Lang. Ah Lang would be gone for a year. Then Yang Fan continued, "I've just told your three brothers that you will leave with them in the afternoon. Go to Chang and ahead of me and do something important for me." Gu Zhuting's heart immediately flew back to heaven from hell. Didn't this mean that not only could she stay by the best man's side, but she would also be alone during this time. Gu Zhuting, who had just come back to life, answered crisply with a misty look in her eyes, "Yes." Pursing her lips, Gu Zhuting couldn't help but say, "The Empress did not reveal anything in advance, and without the discussion of all the civil and military officials of the imperial court, such a major matter as moving the capital was done just like that. As expected, she was acting on her own volition." She added sweetly in her heart, "The emperor is wise." Oh, Yang Fan, who had been writing, paused and looked up at her. He chuckled and said, "You're wrong about this. Moving the capital is such a big thing, involving politics, economy, military, culture, education, construction, transportation. She also has to convince those princes and ministers who have too many interests in Luoyang and are unwilling to move the capital. It involves too many aspects. The safest way is to use the power of the whole country to arrange it through the court. If it were 10 years ago, no, even 5 years ago, the emperor would have done this. Now she has given the court I act first and report later. It's not because the emperor is arbitrary, but precisely because she has no confidence to sway everyone's opinion. That's why she decided to set an established fact so that no one can stop her." "Oh," Gu Zhuting answered softly and said with infinite admiration, "Lang really has sharp eyes. I didn't see it at all." She said it just now because she was full of joy, and also because she wanted Lang to think that she was not a female warrior. Obviously, Lang liked intelligent women, but since she guessed wrong, it didn't matter. Which man didn't like obedient girls who admired and worshipped him? Yang Fan was writing with his head down. As he was writing, he suddenly looked up at Gu Zhuting and chuckled, leaving Gu Zhuting confused. Yang Fan noticed Gu Zhuting's careful and flattering mind, but he didn't find it annoying at all. Instead, he was very happy. No wonder when he read history books when he was young, he often found it strange that treacherous officials were known to be treacherous, but the fatuous emperor liked them. Now he understood. Who would like a person who contradicted him all day long and reprimanded him at the slightest provocation? If treacherous officials were as cute as Gu, he would rather be a fatuous emperor. In fact, in the Yang family, wasn't he just an emperor? Chapter 939. Outside the pavilion on the side of the ancient road, several riders were standing under a tree. Yang Fan stood opposite to Gu Zhuting and said in a low voice, "You must speed up the journey. The earlier we set up the plan, the more advantageous it will be for our future situation." Lang, rest assured, this slave understands." Gu Zhuting subconsciously touched her belt. The things that Yang Fan had written for her were right there. She had read them carefully and memorized 70 to 80% of them. Along the way, she wanted to memorize everything on the paper in her mind and then destroy the real thing. A small, careless mistake could lead to a complete defeat. "You must be careful," Lang said. She kept his words firmly in mind. Yang Fan took a deep look at the woman who had already dressed up as a man. She had only changed into men's clothes, but her appearance remained the same. Her pink lips were moist and bright like a pair of red and tender cherries. Yang Fan suddenly opened his arms and gave her a full hug, whispering softly in her ear, "Be careful." Yang Fan's hug stunned Gu Zhuting. His breath gently blew into her ear, making her feel limp and numb. Seeing this scene, the 3 Gu brothers not far away were also dumbfounded. It turned out that it really was heavens. When Yang Fan gently let go of Gu Zhuting, she was still standing there in a daze. Just because of this hug, her lips trembled and she couldn't say a word. Her pretty face was flushed red because of surprise and excitement. Only her pair of eyes were bright black like the stars. Yang Fan smiled and softly said, "Let's hit the road." Take care. Yang Fan was well aware of Gu Zhuding's state of mind. She was apprehensive and flattered. Just think about it. She was originally just a dispensable pawn under this sect master, running errands for him at all times. Even if she died, she would be insignificant in this person's eyes. But suddenly, she had become his woman. She was originally a subordinate of Yang Fan, a slave whose soul and body belonged to him. When Yang Fan made a promise to her, she was pleasantly surprised and thought of herself as Yang Fan's woman. But in terms of mentality, she was still half subordinate and half slave. She didn't dare to ask for more. Yang Fan had long sensed her mentality, but he didn't say anything. Words couldn't solve the problem. He could only slowly change her mentality through his attitude and actions. Until one day, she saw him as her man, not a benefactor and a noble. The group of 4 on horseback quickly disappeared on the road west to Chang, and Yang Fan watched them disappear before returning to Luoyang under the protection of Renwei and the others. An hour later, Yang Fan appeared in the south of Luoyang. Yang Fan jumped over the wall and quietly appeared in front of Miss Ning's grave without disturbing the boat maiden. On the grave, there was a blade of grass that had just sprouted, swaying gently in the wind. Yang Fan walked over, bent down to pull out the blade of grass, scooped up a handful of soil from the ground, and sprinkled it on the grave piously. The drooping osmanthus leaves gently caressed his shoulder, but he remained motionless. After a long time, Yang Fan sat down in front of the grave, hugged his knees, and leaned against the tombstone beside him. His lips and teeth kept moving, as if he was saying something. His expression was sometimes smiling, sometimes sad, but his soft voice could not be heard by anyone except Ning Ku. The wind blew and fluttered the 2 ribbons behind his hairnet, which rose and fell, playfully slapping the back of his neck. The osmanthus flowers fell like snow, sprinkling on his shoulders and feet. In a very elegant courtyard, there were vines all over the walls, pine and cypress bonsai in the middle, and countless exotic flowers and plants around. Near the window, there was a small pool like the crescent moon, in which several golden carps were swimming under the water lilies. The room was very spacious, divided into different functional spaces by screens. In the largest space, there was a painting of 3 friends in winter, a painting of fishing in the misty rain, and a few large characters hanging on the snow-white wall. Next to the window, there was a desk made of sour twig wood, on which were all kinds of famous calligraphies and a few precious inkstones. More than 10 fine weasel bristles were inserted in the brush pot. On the desk, there was a celadone vase with several blooming chrysanthemums. Next to the wall, there were a few bookshelves carved by famous artists of different heights. This was a study, but the scholar in the study was not reading. Beauty could only be found outside of books. A beautiful young girl with half-fallen hair and disheveled clothes rested her hands on the desk. Her breasts, which were like 2 small jade bowls, swayed gently in her half-opened green silk gown. It was a very seductive sight. Her pomegranate skirt was lifted up, piled up at her slender waist, and her white tight, but still narrow buttocks were raised high in the air. A young boy with a hint of childishness on his lips was dressed neatly, but his pants were pulled down to his legs. His hands were clamped on the slender and soft waist of the young girl, who was squinting her seductively. He gritted his teeth and bumped into her from behind. "Princess! The princess has arrived!" Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise in the courtyard, and a green-clothed attendant turned over and bowed in surprise. Princess Taiping's face was as calm as water, and she hurriedly walked past him. Her golden-embroidered skirt with colorful phoenixes and red peonies swayed on the ground like water, and the golden phoenix hairpin on her head did not move at all, as if she was walking on water. Behind her, there were a few fat female sumo wrestlers, and each of them had a fierce look on their faces. "My mother is here. In the room, the handsome young boy, who was sprinting with all his might and was about to climb to the top of the pure land of ultimate bliss, was so scared that his face turned pale. The young girl, who was squeaking on the table, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes wide, and her face was filled with horror. "Open the door." Princess Taiping pushed the door of the study room and saw that it was closed. She immediately retreated 2 steps. A fat woman walked up and grabbed the door with both hands. She shook the door and suddenly exhaled loudly. She exerted her strength and pulled the door outward. With a rumbling sound, the entire door was torn down along with the door frame. A burst of dust flew, and when the dust slightly dispersed, Princess Taiping stepped over a few fallen bricks and walked into the room. In the room, a man and a woman with messy clothes were kneeling on the ground like quails, and their bodies were trembling. Princess Taiping looked coldly at the man and woman kneeling in front of her and said in a cold voice, "Chong-sun, you are really well read. Every time I test you, you know nothing about poetry and you talk nonsense on policy. I thought you were talented, but it turns out that your talent is used on this kind of thing." The one kneeling in front of Princess Taiping was her second son, Shue Chong-sun. After Princess Taiping remarried Wu Yuji, her 2 sons did not change their surnames. Fortunately, they did not change their surnames. Otherwise, if Shue Chong-sun changed his name to Wu Chong-sun, he would have the same name as Wu Sanxi's eldest son, Wu Chong-sun, who married Princess Annal. Shue Chong-sun kowtowed like pounding garlic and said with a trembling voice, "I know I am wrong. I know I am wrong. Mother, please calm down." Princess Taiping waved her big sleeves and said in a stern voice, "Come, drag this shameless lowly maid who seduced the young master out and beat her to death." Ever since Princess Taiping came in, the beautiful maid in emerald green gown was scared into a pile of meat paste. Other than trembling, she could not spit out even half a word. Now that she heard it, she was so scared that her liver felt like it was going to explode. She did not even have the time to cry out, "Princess, please spare my life," when a fat female sumo wrestler rushed up and grabbed her hair and dragged her out like a dead dog. Shue Chong-sun was shocked. He heavily kowtowed to the ground and repeatedly said, "Mother, please have mercy. Spare Ali. Mother, mother." Princess Taiping sneered, turned around and walked away, only leaving behind a cold sentence, "Drag this unfilial son out for me, 20 lashes." The few female sumo servants obeyed Princess Taiping's orders. Even if it was the young master's order, they did not hesitate. 2 more people rushed forward to pick up Shue Chong-sun and left. In the courtyard, the little errand boy knelt on the ground with his forehead touching the ground, his buttocks raised high. He did not dare to raise his head. Princess Taiping walked past him like floating clouds and flowing water, without stopping for even a step. The little errand boy saw the red dress floating in front of him like a cloud from the corner of his eyes. He had just heaved a sigh of relief when Princess Taiping lightly threw down a sentence from the cloud, smashing him into the 18th level of hell. "Beat this lowly servant who is guarding the door and helping the master to do evil, to death for me." When the steward of the princess's mansion, Li Yi, saw Princess Taiping, he immediately bowed to the side of the road. Princess Taiping walked past him like a gust of wind. Li Yi lowered his head and hurriedly followed behind. Princess Taiping was still angry and asked, "What's the matter?" Li Yi was very well informed. As soon as Princess Taiping went to the study room, he knew that the second young master did not study hard, but fooled around with a pretty maid instead. In fact, he already knew about this matter, but he did not mention it. His master was so smart, he did not know that he already knew about it, so he vented his anger on him. Li Yi was even more careful. He did not even dare to breathe loudly as he said, "Loyal General Yang Fan requests to see you." Princess Taiping suddenly stopped, paused for a moment and said, "Invite him to see me at the Xingqiu Hall." In the Xingqiu Hall, as soon as Yang Fan saw Princess Taiping's expression, he laughed and said, "The emperor has just acquiesced in princess's meddling in political affairs. Princess has already shown your majesty." Princess Taiping's anger had not subsided yet, so she frowned slightly. Yang Fan's words made her burst out laughing. She could not help but say coquettishly, "You deliberately came to make fun of me, didn't you? What majesty? Isn't it because of Chong Sun, that unfilial son? AI. All day long he does not study hard. He only does those shameful things like fighting cocks and raising dogs, stealing women, and stealing jade." Yang Fan said with a smile, "Your son was born with a noble title and does not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. What are you afraid of? Don't tell me you still expect him to pass the exams and come back as the top scholar?" Princess Taiping rolled her eyes at him and said, "It's easy for you to say. As a parent, even if we can leave an inexhaustible mountain of gold for our son, we still hope that he can have his own ability." Yang Fan was also a father. Hearing these words, he deeply felt the same way. He no longer teased her and said seriously, "It's inevitable that the son of a rich family will be a bit of a playboy. You should not be too strict. Take your time. As long as he has a good character, the rest is not important." Princess Taiping was still remorseful in her heart, but she also knew that because Chong Sun's father died early, she spoiled him too much when he was young and neglected to discipline him. Now that his temperament had matured, it would be difficult to correct him. She could only sigh bitterly and put aside her depressed thoughts. Her bright eyes glanced at Yang Fan and said, "Erling, did you come here for the matter of moving the capital?" Chapter 940. Early the next morning, Yang Fan had to lead the army to Chang, and he had to return to the military camp tonight, so time was tight. But because this meeting with Princess Taiping was very important and related to how the two of them could cooperate with each other in Chang and Luoyang, Yang Fan stayed in the princess mansion for almost 2 hours before leaving. Yang Fan couldn't tell Princess Taiping about the succession hall, so when it came to Chang, and it was difficult to explain some things clearly, but in terms of grasping the overall situation, Princess Taiping was undoubtedly better than him. From his vague words, Taiping still grasped the key point, so he had a clear idea of what to do next. When Yang Fan left, he saw an ox cart escorted by several servants coming. There was no official banner on the cart, but when the person in the cart came out, Yang Fan glanced at him and vaguely recognized that he seemed to be a Run Huang of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Just now, when he and Taiping were in secret, the steward Li Yi came in 3 times to whisper to the princess. Yang Fan vaguely heard some news of a court official visiting. Since Wu Zetian made the oath of alliance and asked Princess Taiping to attend, the sensitive officials understood the emperor's intention. So these days, there was an endless stream of officials visiting the princess mansion. Most of these officials were fence-sitters, neutral parties, and wait-and-see parties. Why did they turn to Taiping? Was it because they thought that Princess Taiping, who had just risen, would be the most powerful among the various forces in the court? Or it was just because of Taiping's special identity? She was the princess of the Li family and the daughter-in-law of the Wu family. No matter which party fell, they would not easily kill her. Moreover, she was a woman and would not directly participate in the fight for the throne. Worshipping her as a disciple would not be like those officials who clearly supported a candidate for the throne and had no way out. Because of these reasons, they naturally flocked to Princess Taiping. However, this directly strengthened Princess Taiping's influence. When Taiping's power and influence reached a certain level, would her status and mentality still be as aloof as today? Yang Fan silently walked on his way home. Every time he had a meeting recently, he had a strong feeling that he and Taiping were drifting further and further apart. This feeling was not because he was meeting with Taiping now. It was more because he was studying political cooperation. There was less love between a man and a woman. That was a feeling of the soul. Could passionate love last for 10 years, 20 years, or even a lifetime? No. A pair of lovers, after the passion, would rely on family, children, and a common life to maintain their love, and eventually it would also turn into family love. But there was no basis for him and Taiping to evolve their love into kinship. Therefore, after the passion gradually cooled down, the relationship between the two of them was more like a pair of confidants, a pair of friends, and more like two partners who cooperated with tacit understanding in the business. It was only because of the connection between their souls and flesh that there was more trust and intimacy between them. Under such circumstances, would Taiping, who had lost the shackles of his emotions, grow even more ambitious? Yang Fan was not sure. If Wu Mei had not entered the palace and instead married into some noble family, even the struggle for favor in the harem would not have been so bitter. If she had ultimately become the mistress of a household and not the empress dowager of a country, she would never have become the Wu Zetian of today. A person's fate had always changed according to their circumstances. The times and heroes would always create each other. No one could follow the path that had been determined long ago and walk through their lives without the slightest deviation. Yang Fan did not know whether Wu Zetian's decision to finally break her ban and allow her daughter, whom she had always been wary of, to enter politics was a blessing or a disaster, but at least for now he had to support her. And he could only support her, because the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xiang, under the sensitive and paranoid eyes of the Empress, could not possibly recruit soldiers like Princess Taiping. When Princess Taiping appeared in the newly completed Heavenspan Palace, standing together with the 30 princes of the Wu and Li clans, she became the greatest hope for the Li clan's revival. When Yang Fan gathered the Gu brothers and Gu Zhuding to make arrangements, the clan already knew that he was going to Chang'an. By the time he returned home, his luggage had already been personally packed by Xiao Man. Xiao Man tirelessly exhorted him again and again, telling him to pay attention to his temperature, pay attention to his diet, and take care of his body. Meanwhile, Anu counted down the days, hoping that when she gave birth, her husband would have a chance to come back. His two lovely wives did not have any hidden grudges against him for his long journey. In this era, the vast majority of men who became officials had to travel thousands of li to serve as officials. As long as their parents were still alive, their wives had to stay at home to fulfill their filial duties. Thus, there were many women who parted from their husbands for several years or even 10-some years. Repenting and teaching their husbands to seek the title of Marquis was the resentment of countless women who hoped that their husbands would succeed. But when their husbands really did succeed, they felt lonely and cold. Compared to those women, they were already very lucky. Yang Fan picked up his luggage and was about to leave when he suddenly saw his precious son and daughter staring at him eagerly. He suddenly remembered that when he went to see Taiping, she was troubled because of her son's unfilial behavior. A sense of crisis immediately arose in Yang Fan's heart. Yang Fan began to earnestly instruct Xiao Man, the children are not young anymore. After the new year, ask a teacher to teach them something. Our son needs to learn, and so does our daughter. Zither, chess, calligraphy, poetry, singing, morality, character, martial arts. You two should also teach them a little. You don't need to be the enemy of tens of thousands of people, but at least they can strengthen their bodies. You can't spoil the children. Yang Nianzu blinked his big eyes as he listened. He immediately grasped the most important issue in Yang Fan's words. Father, if I learn to read, can I still go out to play? Yang Fan's face turned serious and said, Of course, learning to read is the main thing. If you learn well, I can let you play for a while. If you don't learn well, Of course you can't play. Yang Mianzu immediately looked at his mother bitterly. Mother, I don't want to celebrate the new year. Xiao Man couldn't help but laugh. Yang Fan's face darkened, and he became more like a strict father. You haven't even learned, and you want to be lazy? When I come back, I will check your studies. If you don't learn well, I will spank you. Yang Mianzu pouted and said, Father, go quickly. If you don't go, the city gate will be closed. Yang Fan laughed and said, Hey, you little bastard, you are driving me away. After being teased by his son, some of the sorrow of separation faded. Yang Fan gently hugged his two lovely wives and said softly, I'm going. Don't send me out. It's a big crowd. Yang Fan turned and walked out of the door. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, his precious daughter, Yang Sarong, who had not spoken a word, said, Father, wait a minute. Yang Fan's heart warmed. It was said that daughters were their parents' intimate little cotton-padded jackets. She was only a few years old, but she already knew that she couldn't bear to leave her father. Yang Fan turned around with a smile and looked affectionately at his beautiful daughter, who had her hair combed into two horns. She ran over with her fingers and arranged tasks for him. Father, remember to buy me a mask, a clay figurine, a wooden horse, a whistle, a bamboo dragon, and a pretty little skirt when you come back. After hearing this, Yang Fan said to Xiao Man with tears in his eyes, Wife, educating children is a long and arduous task. There is an ancient saying that a mother taught her children, and Mencius's mother moved 3 times. It can be seen that educating children is very important as a mother. Whether our 2 unlucky children will be successful or not depends on you. There was a very large dock on Bailu Plain. Behind the wide dock area, there were huge granaries. The huge granaries stood on this plateau like giants that could support the heaven and earth. Below the plateau, there were endless fertile fields. Ba was located at the confluence of the Ba River and the Wei River. The people here relied on the water to make a living. When the flood was in full swing, it could swallow everything in an instant, including your life, your family, your home, and your city. But if humans wanted to survive, they also couldn't do without it. Therefore, even though it would occasionally throw a tantrum, humans still followed its footsteps without abandoning it. Chang and Luoyang, Daliang, Yi City, Yangzhou, Jinkou, these prosperous cities, and Dafu all relied on the banks of the great rivers. Even a small village had to live by the river. The Yellow River flowed through Diaming, so the goods from Jianghuai, Min, and Shu converged here from thousands of miles away. The Yellow River changed its course to the south, and Diaming instantly declined. The dock of Ba thrived on water transportation, and the main goods transported here were grain. Guangzhou was an important grain production area, but its output was not enough to meet the needs of Chang and city, the garrison in Chang, and the officials who stayed in the capital, the scholars who traveled to study, the rich and powerful families and their servants who gathered here, the students of the Imperial College and the Imperial College, the Buddhist temples, the Taoist temples, and the large number of monks who did not produce after Wu Zetian moved the capital to Luoyang, Chang, and still had a population of 700,000, and 300,000 of them were not farmers. These people needed nearly 6 million dawn of grain a year, and this did not include the grains needed by the garrison to raise the horses. And how much grain could Guangzhou provide for this millennium-ancient capital, deducting the fiefdoms of the nobles and dukes, the allotted fields of the officials in the capital, the public fields, the bestowed fields, and the Buddhist fields of the Taoist temples? Guangzhou's annual grain output was about 3 million dawn. Deducting the grain used by the people and paid to the Chang and granaries as taxes, there was at most 2 million dawn of grain. Nearly 4 million dawn of grain had to be transported from other places every year. Because of this, the water transportation prospered and supported a large number of people who relied on water to make a living. These people were called the water laborers, and there were tens of thousands of them. Water was the most unpredictable thing. When it was gentle, it could take whatever it wanted, but when it was angry, it could destroy everything. To transport grain, a group of people had to stick together to fight against the turbulent torrents, the treacherous terrain, the unpredictable weather, the extortionate officials, and the local gangsters at the docks. They had to use their blood, sweat, and lives to transport the grain to Chang, and in exchange for food for their families. Therefore, those who depended on the water to make a living had to unite in order to improve their ability to survive. Thus, they naturally formed gangs. The Shun faction was one of these gangs of various sizes. The Shun faction had more than 200 members and 5 boats. It was just a small gang among the gangs of the canal transport. Their gang leader was Chiao Mu. Gang Master Chiao had been very distressed recently because the Shun gang, which had never been smooth since it opened, had now encountered a big obstacle. Gang Master Chiao, who had even dared to sail through the Sandmen Gorge, which was known as the Gate of Hell, was really desperate this time. He knew that he could not overcome this obstacle this time. At this time, his benefactor came. This benefactor was a very beautiful girl. Her surname was Gu,